Well, hello again, DK Sim fam. Great to see you. Welcome to Sunday. I know it feels a little weird Sundays without real football. Still getting used to that. But we do, of course, as always, have simulated football coming your way. I am Adam Kaufman, Kenny Ducey, along for the ride here. The two of us just guiding you through this first of 6 Madden simulations on this busy Dream Stream day. Of course, lineups just about to lock, seconds away. And with that, Kenny, we can give our lineups in a moment. But I do want to point out, I brought this to your attention off air, but I want to tell the people. So one of our members, I will allow anonymity here, but one of our esteemed hashtag Team Always Here, DK SimFam Friends League members, shot me a DM on Twitter earlier today with a strategy for how they are going to approach these simulations. And I'm not going to give away all their, pointers, all their tricks of the trade, because it's just not for me to do that. But what I will say is, from a punt play perspective, echoed what we say all the time, certainly what I say all the time, which is you got to have OJ Howard in your lineup when you're dealing with the Bucks. I thought the captain approach was interesting, though, because this individual was shouting out the likes of Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Curtis Samuel, guys like that in this matchup, as opposed to someone like a Christian McCaffrey, who, as we know, can be very boom or bust, but obviously does average the most points per sim across these Madden 21 simulations in this matchup. So how do you feel about that?
With all due respect, I'd like to give my take now, because we're the people on the air here, and I am also feeling very similarly about Mike Evans. I like him in my captain spot here. The one thing I'll say about OJ Howard, and I will say it, preface it with he is in my lineup, is he's not a punt play. You can't call a guy $3,200 as a punt play, and he is up there with the likes of Uncle Virgil Green, where he was too good of a punt play, and now he's up at $3,200. So he's actually going to hamper your lineup construction. So I had about $4,300 left over, so I went with OJ Howard instead of a kicker. But that's actually a big risk, and it just depends on your lineup construction. I don't really love getting him in your lineup, though, because he doesn't always go off, right? Like you mentioned that he has a low floor, but I feel like the last time we were together on a Bucs sim, OJ Howard just went crazy, so I decided to pick him up. But I also have Scott Miller, Curtis Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, and TB12, Tom Brady. So we'll see what ends up happening here.
Scott Miller, huh? Very professional.
That's what his name is on, I believe, on DraftKings. I think they call him Scott Miller.
Is that right?
Somewhere I've seen him called Scott Miller. Andrew's saying he's Scott Miller on LinkedIn. I swear I've seen Scott Miller. If it wasn't on DK, it could have been on like Football Reference or something. But I've seen Scott Miller in like a prominent place. I was like, Scott, interesting.
Carl says I had to take Howard out of my lineup at this price. Obi-Wan, why would you share your strategy, especially with Koff? 2nd and 7, we're 30 seconds gone by here, and incompletion from Tom Brady. So my lineup, I did, maybe against better judgment, but I did it anyway. I did go with Christian McCaffrey in the captain spot, as almost 30% of people did in our smaller, more modest free roll here. He is 79% owned, and of course, very heavily owned across the large free roll, as you would expect. Similar ownership. I have Teddy Bridgewater, Curtis Samuel, DJ Moore, Leonard Fournette, and OJ Howard. So more of a Carolina presence in terms of at least big deal guys, in numbers as well, I suppose, 4-2, but definitely in terms of the stars. So we'll see how that plays out. We got a 4th and 7 on the way. Good start so far for that Carolina DST.
I got a question. Do they put pear in applesauce? Because this applesauce I'm eating right now tastes a lot like pear.
I couldn't tell you.
And that feels like it might be cheating.
I mean, could it be flavored that way?
Potentially. You're just saying it would be pear sauce if that were the case. It tastes a little like pear. I did check the ingredients. This says apples, high fructose corn syrup, water, and acid.
Maybe Jordan says OJ Howard is over 28% owned. Wow, yeah, definitely no longer a punt play, and I think that's fair.
Yeah, he's just too chalky at this point. But again, I played him. I feel like a square, but I played him. I'd also like to get to the bottom of this whole Emerson this whole Emerson thinks that I owe him $20 thing. We touched on it yesterday, but I think
have there been more developments?
Not really, but he's now moved on to commenting on Reed's. Reed replied to someone's tweet about me, and then he was like, "Oh, the plot thickens," or I don't know. He said something. I just love to know what's going through Emerson's head right now.
It's a dangerous looking hamster on that wheel.
Teddy Ballgame. We got to see him.
Third and 14.
What was the sim we did yesterday? Did we do a Panther sim?
I can tell you. I can look back. Let's see.
I did a sim. I did a Panther sim. If it wasn't yesterday, it was the day before or Thursday.
I have had both these teams recently. Whether it was yesterday,
Friday. Drew said Panthers Eagles.
Oh, so there you go.
That was it.
You may want to give him the $20 at this point. Get him off your back.
Absolutely not. Why would I do that? I'd like to congratulate Andrei Rublev on another ATP 500 title just captured about 20, 30 minutes ago in Rotterdam.
Sure.
The indoor hard courts there in the Netherlands. Don't see El Paso number 1 in the chat, but he's the only person who cares about tennis when I bring it up. So maybe I shouldn't have brought it up. Did we look at did we talk about did we talk about the All-Star game yet? And Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons being ruled out?
Yeah, and obviously to no surprise from Adrian Wojnarowski at this late hour, there are no plans to replace them in the game that is happening later on today in Atlanta. I mean, you'd have to put a couple of Hawks in there if you were going to do anything. So no shock that, keep that in mind, obviously, for lineup construction purposes, if anyone is building a showdown for later on for the NBA All-Star game. But apparently inconclusive testing, potential COVID exposure to a barber before they went to Atlanta and Philadelphia. I just don't know, and I've said this a number of times, I don't know why we're doing this in the first place. I mean, I get it, monetarily speaking. I just don't feel like it outweighs the risk of leading to a real threat to the league's best players that will then, carry any potential exposures back to their individual markets for the second half of the year. It just does not seem worthwhile to me, but obviously the NBA is chugging along. Kenny, you're either muted or you've gone away.
Seems to hurt Team Durant a lot, right?
Did Durant have both of them?
No, he had Joel Embiid. I would have figured it out. You don't have to say that. I would have figured it out in 5 seconds. I was listening to you.
Neil in the Chat Kings conference room says, "Cough, you ugly." All right.
But Embiid, of course, was a starter for Kevin Durant. So that means that they also are missing Anthony Davis, and Devin Booker is not going to play, right? So that's gonna be tough.
You gonna watch? You interested? How interested are you in this game later on?
Remember last year?
Vaguely.
Vaguely.
What is it about last year?
Drew doesn't remember Go back on YouTube and watch the last 2 minutes.
Well, yeah, because obviously, there was more on the line with regard to everything that had just happened with Kobe passing.
What do you mean there was more on the line?
Well, because each side they were trying to win money for respective charities. And
Kobe had absolutely nothing to do with it.
Sure, it was a more intense, more competitive game on account of what had happened with Kobe.
It was not.
It was. It absolutely was.
I'm telling you, it had nothing to do with Kobe Bryant.
All right, tell me more.
All due respect to the Mamba, that game was amazing, and Kobe was not the reason. It was because the format was the way it was.
The format was strictly because of Kobe's passing.
But it was a new format that they were trying out.
Because
I think they would have gone. I think they would have gone. No, that was just because of that was the 8-minute quarters, or whatever. But that's not. I think that they might go back to it. All I know is it was incredibly thrilling because it came down to the last possession, and it was great theater. I remember I was in Florida for spring training with some coworkers. This was pre-DraftKings a year ago, and I remember everyone had the same attitude, like, oh, we don't want to watch the All-Star game. All-Star game's lame. I used to think that too. I never used to watch the All-Star game, and I was like, no, it's gonna be interesting, man. It's like first or whatever, and so like I turned it on.
Mm-hmm.
And I had 6 people huddled around my small phone at an outdoor table, and we were just all watching it going nuts because it was like first to 170 or whatever, and it was crazy, man. But no, I do not think that whatever. You're right about Kobe's death changing the rules, but like they weren't extra motivated because they wanted to give away money to Kobe's charity. Like, Team Giannis had already won 3 of the 4 quarters, so they already technically won the All-Star game at that point. Because like I think every quarter you got more money that you were going to donate or whatever, so they already won. So it was a great finish.
Second and 9 from 29. It was a great game. It was an incredible finish. I'm not disputing that, but to suggest that Kobe's passing had no influence on it, that I just patently disagree with. Neil says, just playing Koff, you my buddy. Lisa says, Koff is not ugly. Well, thank you, Lisa. Appreciate you. Now I don't have to cry later. Carl says, Koff ending was like a playoff game, bro. I know. It was problematic for some guys, like Kemba Walker, who was destroyed for the next year.
You gotta ignore the touchdown here?
Uncle Lenny. Leonard Fournette, first score of the game. I should mention, he's in this guy's lineup. Kareem says, don't waste your time, Koff. It was totally Mambo related. Tom says, head-to-head for the game tonight, Koff? I'm staying away. I don't think I'm making a lineup for the game tonight.
I'm telling you, the strategy is take the cheapest starter.
Okay, I'm listening.
So that's Bradley Beal. Take him in your captain spot, and then you look at the previous All-Star games. It's all about the starters. They all play the big minutes.
Is there anyone at this point that we know? I mean, maybe you could suspect, but is there anyone that we know at this point is on a minutes restriction tonight?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
LaMarca was looking it up last night during Madden After Dark and said that Giannis played the most last year, which was 30-some minutes. Ben Simmons played the least, which was 8 minutes, if I want to say. That's correct. Final play of the opening quarter. Bridgewater crosses body, completes it midfield. Big pickup. Teddy takes us to the quarter break. Neil says, Koff, how do I get into the private contest? Well, I am happy to tell you, Neil, despite your slander earlier, sir, I am happy to welcome anyone who wants to be part of the DK Sim Fan Friends League. And I do that by relying solely on Drew, who is just a producer extraordinaire. If anyone wants to get into the DK Sim Fan Friends League, let's just make this a really, it's like church is a Sunday, right? I mean, it's a day of togetherness, a day of just unifying yourselves. And I like to think that these Sims here are a religious experience in their own right. If you want to be part of the DK Sim Fan Friends League, all you got to do is this: drop your DK username into the YouTube chat, or of course the Twitch chat. Just say my DK username is whatever, or just include the username. Drew is, he knows how to decipher these things. He's a smart cookie. Just leave us your DK username and Drew will send out invites. And maybe, just maybe, if we have enough, we can get ourselves to 1,600 members of the league. We're not that far away, which is just wild. Greatly appreciate all of you for being here with us always, not just today to start off your Sunday. An all-star Sunday with an all-star lineup of commentators coming your way. It's 7-0 Tampa Bay in front so far.
Yeah, it's been a good one so far. I think that we're only going to get better here. It wasn't the 14-point or 21-point first quarter that I got a couple days ago, but both offenses moving the ball. Christian McCaffrey needs to step it up a little bit. I don't really understand his role in Madden at all. He's 99 overall and he never gets the ball. It just doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah, it's odd. I mean, obviously, there are a few of these guys. It's not just McCaffrey, but he was the one. I mean, it's really been consistent Madden 20 to 21, at least in these sims, where, I mean, look, go and play a game of Madden. Obviously, he's incredible. Get yourself on the sticks. But these computer-on-computer simulations, for whatever reason, despite all the attributes, the superstar abilities, the X-Factor potential, the 99 overall, the 99 whole bunch of different things, he just, for whatever reason, very boom or bust. I mean, you look at it on the surface and you see the 19 points a sim looks pretty good, but he doesn't. He tends to live around there. Like, he doesn't give you those 30-point games often. He will crash in single digits every so often. It's an odd thing.
Yeah. As you just get the ball again right there, Ian Thomas. Ian Thomas seems to be the guy that is a higher ceiling guy for the Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man.
Steven says, what I like when Steven says, when I like when coughs on a stream is when people think he has another voice off air, like the stream ends and he sounds like Pee Wee Herman. It's Flash's Elmo voice. That's what my voice sounds like the rest of the time.
I still do not know who Pee Wee Herman is.
I don't know how that's possible.
I know people make fun of him like he's not cool or something. I don't know who he is.
Well, he's a character. He's not a real human. I mean, there was an actor who played Pee Wee Herman, Paul Rubens, who, is an interesting individual in his own right. But Pee Wee Herman, the character, I guess you're just a little too young. That's an iconic figure of my childhood. Pee Wee's Playhouse? I mean, just Google him, man.
I guess so. I'll Google him right now. Let's see.
While you're doing that, Alana says, Lazy Sunday, Jared's cooking bacon, got the sim on. This is good.
I've never seen that guy in my life.
How? J.E., yes, I really appreciate you. Big fan.
I mean, how is that possible? It's possible.
I don't know. I mean, I just don't understand how you've never come across him in your travels to where you've never, I've never seen this individual.
I've heard about Pee Wee Herman plenty of times, never saw him. Oh, baby. Ian Thomas.
Almost.
Look at the dude.
Almost. DFS Queenie says, I'm doing Luka, Lillard, and Giannis versus Mitchell, Tatum, and Kyrie tonight. Hey, good on you.
I think Luka and Lillard are great plays. I think Lillard's again, I'm worried about taking guys that aren't starters. I'm going to say that, make that clear.
Touchdown, DJ Moore. DJ, please.
I can never win Panthers sims.
He's in my lineup. In my lineup. DJ. So's Bridgewater, so appreciate that stack. That'll get me to the top 10. Noah says, let's go more. A friend of mine texted me last night, said he watched it's an unsolicited text. I just found it to be kind of funny based on the conversation we had yesterday. Said he checked out the Biggie documentary on Netflix. Said it was very good. just thought you should know.
Have we talked about Biggie Smalls yet? I don't know. I don't think we've broached the subject.
More than a little bit.
Have you given any thought to your bottom 2 best rappers of all time?
Nope. None. Zero thoughts since we talked about it.
Sorry, I had to lock my door.
Worried about your girlfriend getting in?
No, she leaves and she never ever locks the door.
Hope you're not in a high crime area.
I mean, it's New York City. I always have to lock it behind her. I mean, if she knows I'm not here, she'll lock it, obviously, but she doesn't want to take the time to lock it when I'm here. She'll just assumes that I'll lock it.
Or she's just not worried about something happening to you.
So
maybe she figures you can defend yourself. Seven. Halfway through the second quarter. Oh, top 5, baby. Let's go. About 4 points off the lead. Jay Stampzone is sitting in front right now. Carl says, hey, Koff, Ducey, you have any other players who are as boom or bust as CMC?
in Simland?
Think about that.
Drew said OBJ. That's a good one.
That's a good one from Drew, absolutely. Drew, by the way, just sent out 13 new invites, 13 new members of the DK.
Oh, an interception!
Welcome. Picked off. Carolina DST. Susan says, yay, got my invite. Thank you. Well, that thank you goes right to you, Drew. Welcome all new members. Feel free to create contests of your own, as so many do, or participate in free or paid contests. It's a good group. Fievel. You're great. Fievel says, my lineup sucks. So bad that I'm rooting for Kaufman. I'll take it. 2nd and 8. That ball is completed. A little shy of the first. Out to the 45. Hit that like. North of 400 people watching on the YouTube. We've got about 50 likes. Like to see us get to 100 by the half. One big push. 2.5 to go until we get to halftime. Smash that like button. Hit the subscribe button as well. It's appreciated. About 12,000 new members of the DK Sim Fam Friends League, I presume, have hit that subscribe button on YouTube since these Sims started in the last year. You were saying?
TK said Ducey would offer the intruders hummus. But he spelled it hummus.
Pear-flavored applesauce.
Maybe it is pear flavored. I'm telling you,
bad.
I taste some pear in there.
Sort of too bad from the lineup construction standpoint for NBA tonight that Embiid and Simmons weren't on the same team. Just because you could feel that much better about rostering guys on that squad, knowing that guys are going to play more. Scotty says he's 3.5 points ahead of me right now. Third and 10 from the 46 on the way. Just past the 2-minute warning. All timeouts available both sides. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman. We got Drew, our producer. Undercover boss Tom. Hanging out again, just willing to work a weekend, which you got to love from management. And, of course, Patrick and Game Ops getting it done. Peace of Mind says back-to-back. Didn't you go from the night shift to the morning shift, bro? Not only that, Peace of Mind. 3 straight. This right here, this is the middle game. Sticking around for the next one, too. Be me and Moose. Jeff Ulrich. Here's what we got coming up the rest of the day as we have a 4th and 4 from midfield and a punt on the way. Here on this All-Star NBA Sunday, Moose and I for Jets-Vikings.
Looking forward to that one.
What's that?
Looking forward to that one.
Yep, should be exhilarating. About 90 minutes from now, you will have the Madden Matinee. And then 4 o'clock, early bird special is Eastern time, of course. Eagles, Seahawks, Jason Rossi, and Moose. And then as Moose departs, Brandon Cristal will come in to hang with Rossi for the Colts and Packers at 6 o'clock. That is the happy hour sim. And then Rossi will leave. BK will stay with Brendan Glasheen, and it will be Brendan and Brandon for Cardinals Saints. Prime time, 8 o'clock tonight. Madden After Dark, Glash remains. Matt LaMarca comes on back for Chiefs and Giants. So you got a nice pattern throughout the day. One link to the next. 2nd and 4 from the 31. See if the...
And then you can watch the links as well. There's golf on today.
You see, there's so much happening. David
Shady
says,
McCoy. Is that a Shady McCoy catch?
Gets involved from time to time. Appreciate you, David. Good to see everybody acknowledging getting their updates as well. Once again, thanks to Drew for doing that. Maybe we'll do it again a little bit later on. Make sure everyone who wants to be part of the DK Sim Fan Friends League can be. Very important to us. Hopefully my video quality is better than it was last night. That was shaky for whatever reason.
Your video quality was bad?
Yeah, it was very laggy video.
I'm telling you, something's up because you were hearing. I was hearing myself through your speakers after like a second yesterday when I would talk.
Huh.
I think that we're not in sync. I really do think it has to do with the no headphones.
I don't know. I could put them on.
How about Tom Brady putting the team on his back?
Jared
him down the field there for a touchdown.
Jared says the qualifications to become a religion are: have a creed and worship practice, formal leadership, a clear history distinct from another religion, course of study, foundational texts, regular meetings. I think what Jared is saying is, yes, these have become a religion. The Dream Stream, the DK Sim Fan, Madden Sims. We have to find our artificial God to pray to, I suppose.
It's who is it? Miles Boykin? I guess not.
Alex says Glash is honestly the next Robin Williams. I think we need to look up the definition.
I like how he said honestly. Honestly.
We either need to look up the definition of honestly or pray this doesn't end miserably for Glash.
Ducey might be onto something here. It looked like an old kung fu film yesterday.
Yeah, it was odd.
Yeah.
Very strange.
TB12! Another one to Mike Evans.
About 15 seconds left here. At the 19, obviously prime position for points before we reach the half.
That's in 2K. That's when Clark Kellogg would go, how about that, basketball fans? I always wanted to say that about the play in Madden. How about that, football fans? Oh, boy. Oh, no. No.
Drew's putting in the work. The creed is smash the like. The worship practice, Dream Stream. Formal leadership, me, Glash, and Emerson. Clear history, almost 1 year. Course of study, Madden Stream info page. Foundational text, DK playbook. Regular meetings, 7 days a week. You see? Nailed it, Jared and Drew, between you. I think we've got all this. I could tell Drew was typing a book because he was just typing. Where are we going with this? So I'm excited. That delivered. That did not.
Oh, Scotty!
Touchdown!
Too hotty!
Scotty does know how to find the end zone. Touchdown right before the half by the real life champs.
Bingo bango. How about that? A little bango bingo.
Steven says.
Little zango zingo. Little zango zingo.
It could be a religion, as I pray Emerson doesn't sing whenever he's on a stream.
Boy, how about freaking Scott Miller? How about that?
What would we call our religion? Does it have a name?
You know what? We need to give a moment here.
Just to celebrate Scotty Miller?
Yes, we need to give a moment to Scott Miller. Bowling Green, 2019 draft pick, Scott Miller, out of Barrington, Illinois, a Super Bowl champion, third team All-MAC in 2017, second team All-MAC in 2018, and first team All-MAC in 2016. Actually got worse as his career went on.
Final play of the half. Bridgewater drops back right about the 25, heaves it. Hail Mary into traffic and bounces, pinballs to the ground.
So close.
That will take us to the break, 14-7. Robert said, Koff, where's the invite go? Should go to your email, if not a notification on the DraftKings site. So make sure you're logged into your DK page and you should see it right there. Carl says, has anyone seen Glash's old videos on YouTube? Anyone realize this man is over 6 feet tall? Always thought he was 5'7", 165, soaking wet. He's definitely not over 6 feet tall, but he is in the vicinity. He could be, I don't know, 5'10", 5'11", something like that. He's definitely more than your 5'7", 165. That is accurate. Over 6 feet, he is not.
Well,
I'm trying to think of whether it's been so long since I've been in his presence. I'm trying to think of whether we're either the same height or maybe he's got an inch on me. Somewhere in that vicinity anyway.
well, America's punt play, O.J. Howard, has 0 points. Cough. Just like to point that out.
These things happen. It's early. Got a whole half to go. Alana says, I can't come to work today. It's a religious holiday. Dream stream Shana.
Curtis Samuel, 2 catches. Kind of a pretty quiet half for anybody on Carolina except for DJ Moore, who had the touchdown. McCaffrey not doing anything. Ian Thomas, I guess, as well, 4 catches, but just 25 yards. Hasn't been a good day for receivers. Evans, 4 for 44, really is the best guy. Again, aside from DJ Moore, who caught the touchdown. Gronk, 2 catches for a 13. You got Scotty Miller with the touchdown. How about LaShawn McCoy getting involved? 2 catches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Always someone I think about. Basically never play him, but just because he's cheap, he's at least on the radar. There's no doubt about that. So looking at our standings right now, it's Banders 8 in front by less than a point currently, with Evans in the captain spot, Brady, McCaffrey, Fournette, Ian Thomas, and LaShawn McCoy, who, as you mentioned, is north of 10 fantasy points already. Not bad. Quarter owned, 25% of lineups, $5,000 in the flex. I have dropped from top 5 down to 56. Where are you hanging out? Where's Jets fan living?
93. Not doing great, but I did have Scotty Miller, so that was nice. And then, Mike Evans in my captain spot. It's all about just, finding points in the middle here with Christian McCaffrey and Curtis Samuel. They're going to need to do something for me because they're not doing anything right now. And then I do have O.J. Howard, which was just a very dumb play. I don't know why I picked O.J. Howard. I told you, as soon as you said, hey, here's what this guy is thinking for his lineups, I was like, I immediately was like, I have to change my lineup. And of course I did.
I didn't change mine. And I'd have to look at the leaderboard to see where our guy is sitting, assuming he has a lineup in. Obi-Wan
says he's 133rd. Sorry.
Obi-Wan says, I can't stop talking about Glash. Do I have a closet crush on the man? You will notice, Obi-Wan, I bring him up whenever there is a comment about him. So if you want to say that I am reactive and not just ignoring the comments, that would be accurate.
Koff's just a man of the people.
Carl in his bet says, hey, Koff, how about a Leo Forgotten Movies buy stream trash? The Beach, Gangs of New York, Man in the Iron Mask. I never saw The Beach, so I'm just going to put it in the trash. I would put Gangs of New York in my buy. and then Man in the Iron Mask in the stream.
Koff is always going to talk about what the chat wants to talk about. That's why he spent 10 minutes yesterday on the Boston Celtics.
And all-time rappers for probably an entire quarter.
Right. Well, the people were into that, but not so much Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum.
How dare you?
My girlfriend was like, does that guy you're doing The Sims with, does he hate you? Because you were like, during the sim, you were just like, no one wants to talk about this. I was like, perhaps he does. Perhaps I shouldn't have said it like that.
There's no threat of that, and I know you know that.
I appreciate that. I'm a serial button pusher. I know who I am. I haven't been able to change in all these years. Chris Boyd says, hey, Deucey, you have pretty much the same lineup as me, so we can suffer together, Chris. Hasn't been good so far.
Those interested, by the way, according to Adrian Wojnarowski a few moments ago, Zion Williamson will replace Joel Embiid as the starter on Team Durant. So if you're looking for another starter to potentially roster, put him on your list.
Yeah, could be good. Could be good there.
Steve Buchanan has popped in with the wrench, and as I've always said, I trust anyone who has a wrench. Says Kenny.
Why is Steve in the?
Okay. I don't like you too much.
Steve gets so upset with me when I'm in our. Oh boy, what a terrible punt that was! Almost a great punt. Terrible punt coverage. Steve gets really upset when I'm in our company's Slack channel. So I'll be in our Slack channel every now and then. I'll pop in during the day when I'm not on a shift because I'm doing Madden Sim. So I'm always on Slack, right? Because I do Sims all day. I record stuff all day. I have to have Slack open. So sometimes I'll pop in there and I'll talk about whatever the news of the day. And he'll always throw me back. Oh, get out of here. Why are you online? You're not working. Leave. Like a bully, And now he's in the chat for a Madden Sim. When he's not supposed to. He doesn't. No one's requiring you to be here,
moderating
Steve.
To make sure that again, these wrench people can be very quiet behind the scenes to make sure that everyone's behaving themselves, and maybe Bukes is just hanging out in the background to make sure that that we're all.
It's another goal for Manchester City or Manchester United. It's 2-0 over Manchester City. Oh, brother. What a cracker we got here, the Manchester Derby.
I do enjoy that voice.
It's 2-0. I'm not good at doing the voice. I just was reacting because Manchester United is up 2-0.
CEH says, Kenny and Steve do a stream together, there'd be a fight. It would be violent. Like if words could get, truly hurtful here in Madden Simland, that would happen on their sim. Here's what I'll say about Bukes, and I'm assuming he's still around to listen to this. Because again, he's just kind of lurking quietly in the background. Oh, so there you go. People enjoy my company, unlike others involved in this sim right now, says Bukes. Here's what I'll say about Bukes. Bukes, I remember, Bukes has been with the company for a long time. I've been with the company for a little while now as well. And I remember when Bukes went from just doing written stuff to coming on and doing some videos with us. And man, was always just so really had a happy to be here, kind of happy-go-lucky way about him. Just thrilled to have the opportunity. Couldn't wait to have more. And I think somewhere along the line realized, if I'm going to do this, if I'm going to stick around, if I'm going to make an impact, I got to have a niche. And
my niche is going to be bullying people.
He sort of, his niche was,
oh,
I'm going to be kind of a jerk. I'm gonna come at the people. I'm gonna be loud. I'm gonna yell. I'm gonna make good points. I'm gonna bring information as well. But I'm gonna put you in your place, whether you ask to be put there or not. I'm just gonna be here to. Glash is. If you think he comes after you, Glash is target number one. Has been for a long time. He'd back me up on this. But what's funny now is like I talked to Bukes on the phone the other day or a couple weeks ago, whenever that was, and he just. Even right, like it's like he had to remind himself early in the conversation. Wait a minute, we're not on the air right now. I don't have to be a jerk. I need to dial it back to have a real human conversation, a real interaction right now. And then we did, and it was lovely.
Yeah, people always tell me about, oh, well, Steve, he's a nice guy. Not always so nice to me. So
He tells Robbie Noble he'll be making a one-time appearance very soon. I guess it wouldn't be one time. I mean, he's been on before.
I shouldn't say the things that Steve has said. There's some things that I know that Steve has said that would upset people, so I won't say it.
Yeah, no, don't do that.
That's as vague as I'll be, or as specific as I'll be. By the way, while Steve is here, while all of you are here, I think that
hashtag Bukes back to the stream.
I think that the Top Shot drop tonight is going to be more exciting than the All-Star game. Okay. Very excited for the Top Shot drop.
Any particular reason?
It's very excited for it. I mean, why would you not? No, it's supposed to be at, I believe, 5 p.m. tonight. Drew is the Top Shot drop. Very expensive pack. I believe it's going for $200. But it's a rare pack.
Drew says they should be doing top dunk contest moments. That would be cool. Those would sell. Imagine getting a Jordan one from the free throw line or something like that. Gronkowski, touchdown. Duke says he's leaving now. Miss you, buddy.
I don't think he wants me to be getting too many people involved in Top Shot.
Don't want to hone in on his territory. A lot of you top shotters out there. Drew says you literally cannot create new accounts right now. Is that
you can't. You had to be in earlier.
Really?
I don't think they've been allowing you to create an account for like 2 weeks now.
Yeah, Drew says he's been trying. So Drew, you're trying to get in on the craze, huh?
The only people that can get tonight's pack are people that already have a moment. You have to own a moment.
That's wild.
Yeah. So no, they don't want no new friends. They don't want anyone that new.
Now, why is that?
Because I think that they want to protect, the exclusivity of it. They don't want new people coming in and just trying to make a quick buck. It makes sense because I do think that this is a long-term. It's a long-term investment. It's a hold sort of deal.
21-7. It's interesting. I mean, I feel like I've learned a lot about it just from asking people questions, be it you, Bukes, Lamarca, people that are in and invested. Right. But
you don't want people out there that are gonna just be trying to flip cards for a quick buck, right? You want people that are going to be in it because they believe in it and want to be a part of it and make money long term. And so I get why they're doing this.
Steven says I may try for a pack tonight and hope for a ball rookie I can retire on.
Right, exactly. I mean, think about it. I mean, think about the Tom Brady rookie card that went for $1 million, right? Well, look at the Tom Brady rookie card that went for $1 million. Like that's
okay, but
this is the new version of the rookie card. Right. I mean, we're not saying LaMelo Ball is going to be Tom Brady, but Edward wants to know what is a top shop drop. Yep. I want to know what is going on with Christian McCaffrey. Like, why has he been so bad? Why is this guy so bad?
We said it earlier. We said it pregame. Boom or bust. No rhyme or reason. You just don't know which Christian McCaffrey you're going to get that day. Craftley here says got his first Top Shot pack yesterday finally and pulled a Zach LaVine 252 out of 10,000.
Congrats. Yeah, I got a Steph Curry number 800. And I think I also got a Giannis dunk. It was pretty big.
So is there I asked this knowing this is a dumb question, but is there a significant difference? To me, at least part of me looks at it and says, if you have one of 10,000, you have one of 10,000. Like whether it's number, 5 or whether it's number 9,050, like you have one of 10,000. So why is it so much better to have a better number?
I guess because it's more, I don't know, it's more exclusive or whatever. I'm not really sure what the answer is to that.
I mean, it's not more exclusive. It's the same. It's just it was produced earlier. That's it.
Well, look, they're more valuable. I don't know why they're more valuable, but they are. And that's how the market. I mean, it's always going to be dictated by the market, right? So I'm not really sure.
Well,
it's just like why some of the Series 1 cards, like all of the Series 1 cards, are more expensive than the Series 2 cards.
Sure.
I think it just means like it was like an OG card, I don't really know the answer outside of that.
Early serial numbers much better, significantly higher value. I mean,
I don't know the answer as to why they have higher value, but they definitely do. And that's just, again, that's how it works in Top Shot land. So
hopefully that's true of bobbleheads one day, because I'll tell you, some of these behind me, they're out of 2,000. There are a couple there that I've got number 1 of 2,000. I wasn't seeking that. That was just by chance when you open the box. But
I mean, I'm pretty sure getting number 1 is pretty significant. Cool.
Not that anyone's looking to buy my bobbleheads. Or am I looking to sell them, by the way? 21 to 7 through 3.
So yeah, I think it's been a good one so far. Scott Miller.
Rowdy Dorito
still has the touchdown
for my avatar. I don't know investments.
Peace of Mind says Ducey is delightful. Thank you, Peace of Mind. Appreciate that.
Jim says, I think if you have the same number as his uniform, it's worth more. I have no idea. I mean, I could see something quirky like that existing, but I definitely couldn't speak to whether it's true. Damon says, did you keep the box? I'm assuming you mean for the bobbleheads. No, because, again, I'm not looking to sell them. I mean, that occurred to me. Obviously, if I were looking to get rid of these at some point in time, it's better to keep the box. But no, those right into the recycling bin. Only ones that I have the boxes for are the ones that are still in the boxes, just because I haven't put them anywhere.
Cool. I like collecting things. I have a bunch of baseball cards that I've never touched, but they're like complete sets, Like I think I don't know if they're going to be worth anything, but I'd have to go back home and look at them. I don't have them with me, but it's I think I probably have like an Ichiro rookie card.
Sure.
But also some of the cool cards I took out of the box and would just put them on my desk. So I don't really know where I stand with those cards. We'll see.
Yeah, I also have some complete sets from when I was much younger. But yeah, whether those are have any real value, I don't know. I've never looked into it. Although
Eddie Ballgame, there he is.
I'm told that Lamarco was telling me that you can just go to Beckett online. You can take a look at the value of cards, which is nice versus having to buy the magazine. But I just haven't done it. DJ says, "Hey, Koff, how bored are you with no NBA going on, or do you enjoy a little break?" Actually, I like the break. It's nice to not be making lineups every single day. It's as much as I love making lineups, and when the opportunity's there, I do it. But I also don't mind, taking a step back for a couple of days. I'm okay with that.
It has been nice to take. It's almost like a vacation, at least for me, that I didn't ask for. I had so many responsibilities with writing, game previews and stuff. It's just nice to just take a break, Koff. It has been really nice. Focus on Madden Sims.
Amen. Bill Nye the Science Guy, probably not the, the celebrity, but says, it's my B-day, I'm 30 now. Well, definitely not the same guy. Happy birthday to you, though. Drew says, Cops B-Day in Simland, too. It's true. Appreciate all your birthday wishes. Each and every day, every sim. That passed a little long. Let's do it again. 21-7, 3rd and 10 on the way from the 14. About 6 minutes left in regulation.
Oh, boy, Cough.
Here.
It's kind of a stinker of a sim, you know?
Not hanging out with you, though. That part's
That's right.
great.
This was fun. This was very fun.
All in on that. I just got a head-to-head from our guy, BK. He's looking to see, just when I say I'm not making a lineup. How about NASCAR?
NASCAR, man. I've been hearing a lot about the left turns today.
Have you?
We got a good race going on or something? What do we got?
I don't think. I mean, I think it's just your traditional. I'm not going to pretend to know a lot about NASCAR, but I think it's just a regular race. I don't think it's one of great significance. I think it's just your usual weekly race happening. It's not like the Daytona 500 or something.
Gotcha. Let's see it here, Panthers. Let's see a touchdown.
Going for it on 4th and 10 because why not? From the 14, back of the end zone. No. Knocked down.
Eric Court said, wrong sim to stack the Panthers. Absolutely right, Eric.
Ain't that the truth?
Kake Murray said, Samuel. He didn't hear you. Kake, sorry.
Bruce talking about just the, regular buying of physical cards versus Top Shot strategy. Says, dropping money down for an investment and having to wait in line for it doesn't sound like fun to me. Now, buying packs and pulling, that's a lot better. Just saying. And fundamentally, I completely agree with that.
Well, that's what you're doing.
Well, no.
Wait in line for a pack,
order...
but, you're not waiting in line forever. You wait in line for, you get a spot in line, and then you finally get the pack, and you open up the pack, and then you get the moments. It's fun.
DJ says, Koff, you're up 2-1 in our NBA head-to-heads. Finish off the best of 7 after the break. I look forward to that. Basketball
I think that if you were not a coward, you would do the All-Star game tonight.
I'll make a lineup, but I'm not gonna.
I think that we should go head-to-head tonight, Koff. I'd like to do it.
So now you want to do a head-to-head
for the All-Star game? Yes.
Okay. All right. Send it over and we'll do it.
You send it over. You're the DFS guy. You're the guy who's always making the contest and trying to steal people's money. You send it over.
Okay, if I remember, I'll send it over. Adam
if I
says,
remember, and also if I remember, I'll send it over.
Fair enough. Adam says, tell my wife it's not about the Madden Sim game. It's the conversation in Sim Fam community, and her name is Jenny. Jenny, assuming you're still there sitting listening, because I think this comment came in a few moments ago. 1, thank you. Appreciate you being here. And your husband, with a great name, by the way, has it hit dead on. I mean, he's absolutely right. We're just, we're a group here. We're a family. And I think it's always appropriate to expand your family, especially in these troubling times. So sure, it'd be nice if this were a 35-32 barn burner, but that's just not the reality. Kind of a stinker of a sim, as Kenny said before. But you know what? All the conversation, all the hanging out, all the togetherness that we get to experience together, this is where it's at. This is fun. So you should settle on in. Grab a spot on the couch next to Adam, Jenny, and just know that there are 5 more of these on the way today. We're going to be with you until a little after 11 o'clock Eastern. Get comfy. Have a meal. Get some takeout. Relax. Just sit back and enjoy the conversation. And hell, be part of it.
Yeah.
Like right now.
Cough getting deep here.
Deep. Deep.
You're getting pretty deep, man.
Yep. Average Joe's. Kenny challenges Koff to a head-to-head. All-star. And then demands that Koff send it over.
Yeah, send it over, Koff.
Herb says, wow, Kenny called you a coward. Get him, Koff. Alana says, Jenny, join us. It's true. Jenny You know, you are not.
What if
alone.
I'm Jenny? Kenny, Jenny? The J and the K are right next to each other on the keyboard.
You are in New York City. You could be Jenny from the block.
Godwin. Oh yeah, that's right. I also think you should make all 6 sim contests in the Sim Fam League every day. Well, okay, that wasn't my idea. Someone else mentioned that because I didn't make one, and one of our I think one of the people behind the scenes who work for us here, might have been one of the Drews or Daniel, said, yeah, Drew's saying now it's probably me, said, well, Koff, you know, everyone was giving me crap for not making a contest. Like, well, Koff should make them all because he's the commissioner of the league, and I was like, that's a very good point.
It's so funny you say that as Leonard Fournette scores another touchdown. Second of the day for Uncle Leo here. Because I was literally thinking about that just yesterday. As I was making the 2 for today, thinking to myself, man, I'm so happy I don't need to make 6 of these every day. And that others.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Flash,
it's not fun.
Emerson, BK, you know, Rossi, you, whomever, Christian, take it upon yourselves to at least take charge of the Sims that you were on. I love that I don't have to do that, nor have I ever been asked to, which is wonderful. It is a relief. I'm grateful for that. Are Adam and Jenny still here?
I'm still here.
Hope you're hanging out.
I'm still.
I'm still. Kenny from the block.
Mm-hmm. If that helps you.
Jared says, Koff, 89 tops baseball or 92 score hockey. Absolutely 89 tops. At least you know you're getting a Griffey rookie card in there. Even though tops would be one of the lower valued ones. Leonard Fournette, no touchdowns his last 4 before the 2 today, notes producer Drew. Smash that like. Let's get to 150. Could Jenny hit the like button? Everybody smash that like. Do it for family.
Oh, a fumble. Oh, no. Vita Vea picking it up.
This
the big man
is over.
And this ball game is over.
Jim says if Goff was in charge of them, at least we'd know it'd get done. Ooh. Take that, Deuce. For Scotty J has moved in front by about 1.5 points. I have dropped from top 5 all the way to 93, which just goes to show early leads don't mean much. Scotty knew. That's right, Drew. Good job over there, baby. Average Joe's like 146. Hit that like fast, everyone. We're not up to 146, so is Average Joe's just saving his till he gets there? That could be. I'm curious now, does anyone out there deliberately wait for a certain number before you hit the like, or look to intend to be like number whatever it is? Like, do you say, you know what, I'm gonna be I'm gonna be like number 175 today, so I'm just gonna keep an eye on it. See,
I think I was like number 124
around when we get there, and then I'm gonna be that one. Kay, good question. Would you rather have a box of 83 football cards, 1983, not physically 83 cards, or 2003 basketball cards? I mean, you got star power obviously in both, but I think I would lean on 03 basketball there. I think I'd have to. You got more Hall of Famers. First and goal from the 8. Can we get some garbage points here? Lenny was looking for 3. Kicking club. There's my burner. As soon as I hear your voice, I hit that like, Koff.
Fournette, the best option of the bunch here.
Can we get to 150 in 3, 2, 1? Come on, Thomas. Ugh, gross. Captain Blood says, actually, Koff, when I watch you on TV, there's no like button. Ah, contraire, Captain Blood. There is. Technically, you can still smash the like off the television.
You can. That's right.
You get the 3 dots. You get the little ellipses-looking logo, and you can hit the like from there. So that is
the vertical 3 dots. Very important to make the distinction.
That is a possibility for you.
I didn't do too well in your free roll. I was 122 of 171. And you know why that was? That was because Christian McCaffrey only had 5.6 DK fantasy points to win the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award today. I said award twice. 79% ownership in the free roll. I believe in the free showdown, he was up over 80%. And 20 rushing yards and 6 receiving yards. Is that accurate? Is that right?
It's...
I'm going to refresh my page just to make sure.
Screen, but
that is indeed right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty bad. Pretty awful day for Christian McCaffrey. And whether or not that's 100%, but Drew's saying Patrick's on game ops. It's obviously right. Not a good day for Christian McCaffrey. One of his worst in a long time. So, yeah, he's not my kid today.
Uncle Lenny, your crusty cop player of the game.
Gotta be Leonard Fournette. You know, again, he's not an automatic start here. He was pretty unpopular. I think only about a third of people rostered him, and 2 rushing touchdowns. Yeah, he hit the bonus. I mean, what more can you say, man? This guy was dynamite today. Love Leonard Fournette today. Great play of the game by far.
Up over 150 likes. Love all of you. Mean it. You guys are great. Wonderful.
I love all of you too. I appreciate you guys as always, bearing with Coffee. It's always a pleasure to be with you.
Well, I mean, that should go without saying.
Hyro said Koff won't read pro Kenny comments, and I think that is correct. I think that's correct.
Truth. I read pro Kenny comments all the time. Didn't see any today. The Nooner, the Simland's here to stay free roll that we've got going on here. The reason that it is called that is because people were paranoid during Madden After Dark last night that there were no Sims in the lobby. Not to worry, Simland is, of course, here to stay. So out of 171 entries, 78 for me. Not good. But for Scotty J, 3-point victory, barring any stat adjustments, but I would say you're in good shape. Uncle Lenny is noted, 42 points in the captain spot. He was awesome. Bridgewater, McCaffrey, Samuel, Gronkowski, and McCoy. It's a solid build. Lot of love for that lineup. Very good job. Okay. Get yourselves in the free roll for the next one, which does exist in the lobby. It's right there for you. I guarantee it. It'll be me and Moose together for Jets and Vikings coming up in almost exactly 1 hour.
I might have to join, Koff. I might have to join.
You should. I mean, it's a Jet sim. Just make your Jet stack and hope for the best.
I'm going to be working for DK Live, so I might as well put a lineup in.
You know, it's like when Bukes was here. If you're going to be on Slack anyway, if you're going to be on DK anyway,
all right. Yeah,
make a lineup.
I think I might do it. I'm going to do it right now.
Yeah, Neville Cleanup Hitter seems to think the same
thing. Here we go. Conspiracy, everyone. Well, hats.
I know he's not going to be with us, but if everyone could include some pro-Ducey comments in the 2 o'clock stream, I'm going to read all of them, each and every one of them. If it's we're going to have our production crew is going to be on high alert. If we see I don't care if they come in every 3 seconds. If we see a pro-Ducey comment, we are going to read each and every one of them. Even if Ducey gets in the chat and writes them himself, we're going to read all the pro-Ducey comments coming in during the 2 o'clock stream. Mark my words. So again, that's what's coming up next. You'll have Rossi and Jeff at 4. It'll be Rossi and Brandon at 6, Glash and Brendan and Brandon at 8 o'clock, and then it will be Glash and Lamarca at 10. So there we go. Looking forward to it. All right, thanks to Drew. Thanks to Undercover Boss Tom, of course, for doing his thing. Thanks to Patrick, who just keeps us all in line. All of you. You guys are great. We'll be back a little less than an hour. Deuce here, of course, other than making a lineup and doing his thing, he will be back in Simland tomorrow. He will be with Jason Rossi for Bengals Titans at 6 o'clock. So that's the next time you will hear from him. Pleasure, buddy.
Great to be with you.
What's up, DK Sim fam, and welcome on into the Madden Matinee, the Cook Till We Ring That Bell free roll. Of course, we all know where we're going with that. Dalvin Cook, Le'Veon Bell, a couple obvious plays in this one, but how owned will they be? How chalky will they be? We will soon find out. He is Jeff Ulrich. I'm Adam Kaufman. Lineups locking in a matter of moments. How are you, bud?
Doing good. Just finishing up roasting you in the chat here. Okay, there we go. All right.
Okay, perfect.
We're all good. Yeah, I'm doing well, man. Nice little Sunday afternoon. Sim action. Little Minnesota Jets. How you doing?
Sorry, I couldn't get Kaufman on.
We match. We both have blue shirts on. I have a blue sweater, but
You do.
you look like you just woke up. Everything okay over there?
The 2-year-old didn't sleep well last night.
Oh, okay. All right. Hey, well, I mean, I'll lay off then. Never mind.
This is my general disposition too.
I know that feeling, so I'll throttle back.
No. I want you full throttle. Just bring it at all times, my friend.
Okay,
first of two for Jeff. I'll be wrapping up my dream stream day for this one. He's hanging out with Jason Rossi coming up next, a couple hours from now. I'm assuming that contest exists in the lobby, so jump on in, join in, of course, the DK Sim Fam Friends League. We added about 15 or so new members last sim, so we're making the push to 1,600, which you love to see. And thanks again to our guy Drew, our producer, for adding some people while we were blabbering on about whatever it was. And as I mentioned, I don't feel like I need to remind the people. I'm sure they know. People were very concerned that I was not reading these alleged pro Kenny comments in the chat last sim. I just, I'm not sure they were there to be read, but had they been, I guess I glossed over them. So I told the fam that any and all pro Kenny comments throughout this entire sim, I will read all of them, each and every one that I see. I don't care if Kenny writes them himself, I will read them. Who's in your lineup? What's this looking like for the Madden Matinee?
I captain Love Bell. Put in Cook in flex to save some salary. We got Darnold, Herndon, Crowder, and I just punted with Irv Smith because why not?
Yeah, well, it's Uncle Irv. You got to have him. So Dalvin Cook in the captain spot, as is always the case when the Vikings are involved for me, and very rare that he would not be in that slot, but you got to play him. Lev Bell, again, another obvious play. Rashad Perriman, Chris Herndon, Chris Hogan, who's a little hit or miss. And then all I really have left salary-wise, short of playing a DST, which I did not want to do, was Dan Bailey. So we'll see if he's able to produce for me today. And given my well-known, well-cataloged lack of faith in Kirk Cousins, maybe, just maybe, Dan Bailey will step up here today.
Maybe, man. I mean, I like his chances better than, Irv Smith, so.
Very fair. Let's see. We've got 184 members of this particular entry, which is good to see. Cook is 87% owned, about 36% in the captain spot. Bell, 19% captain, 72% owned. So, again, thank you all here for joining us. 2nd and 6 from the 25, seconds in to this second sim on your Dream Stream day. There's a big completion, and Kyle Rudolph picking up the gain out to the 49.
Start for Cousins. I assume he's not very highly owned. Most people generally just end up fading Cousins when obviously the Vikings, because Cook's so expensive. Cousins sucks. He's 21.7% owned, 1.1% owned the captain. So maybe that's the contrarian play. Maybe I should start playing Cousins in the captain when Minnesota plays. But
well, that would be a super contrarian approach. So
yeah, exactly. Well, that's the whole idea behind it, right? You get super low ownership.
You want to win a GPP? Go ahead.
Cousins throws for 4 touchdowns. Cook doesn't run for any. I mean, you could still play Cook in the flex too. He catches a lot of passes. So, if I was going to captain Cousins, just from a strategy standpoint, I probably would still play Cook.
Average Joe says Ducey has some good NBA takes. The Guru chimes in. Kenny knows how to make a bunk bed.
That's just none of Kenny's takes are good. Come on, guys. Let's be honest.
I wasn't accounting for Jeff to fly counter to all Kenny praise today, but you know what? I like it.
Well, I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I mean, he's still insane, right? I mean, Kenny's fine. I love Kenny. I did like a couple sons with him last week. So
Bukes came into the chat of all people during the last sim just to roast Kenny.
Well, there you go. I mean, Bukes probably was keeping an eye on the chat. He's everywhere these days. Mr. like full on DraftKings. So,
Yeah.
He's probably just keeping an eye on stuff. And, he just thought that the Kenny, love fest was getting out of control and he needed to put his foot down. So completely understandable by Bukes. Oh, is that Irv Smith?
2nd and 4 out to the 11. It was.
Oh, it was.
Your guy.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. He's on the board.
Dan Bailey.
Jordan says, OMFG, it's going to be a worthless Rudolph day. Jordan gets just angry whenever these, lesser tier guys step up and do something.
Didn't he just have a long catch, Rudolph? Isn't he like the leading receiver in the game right now?
No, I think that's his point. Like, he didn't roster him because.
Oh, I see.
Just,
Yes. Okay.
Worthless in these sims, and here he is dominating on drive number 1.
Makes sense. Worthless. I like it.
Brian says, wow, I guess it's a Kyle Rudolph game. Yeah, Jordan says, can we update the rosters to get slow, fat, old tight ends like Rudolph out of here? So there you go.
No,
out to
you
the
can't,
one.
actually.
Set up perfectly for Dalvin Cook. Just like it's scripted in these Madden sims. Cousins and Thielen fall short at the 1, and Cook swoops in to get a touchdown. That's how this is supposed to play out. Let's see if it does.
Hold on to your butts, because they are. This is a runner or a pass formation. Yeah, it is.
Hanging on, and
he got him.
Good job. All right. Cousins and Thielen saying, how do you like them apples there, Koff?
Yeah. Hope it didn't hurt your Thielens.
About to be 7-0 Minnesota. So there you go, flying in the face of all that we think we know and understand. Kyle Rudolph, a dominant first drive, and Kirk Cousins with a passing touchdown from the 1 to Adam Thielen to cement the first half of that quarter. Love to see it. He is Moose, Koff, along with Drew, our producer, undercover boss Tom, once again on the 1s and 2s, and of course Patrick and Game Mops. Everybody getting it done. Happy to be here with you. Hit that like. Let's get to 200. Much appreciated. Right around the corner here. Getting real close. And if you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, appreciate you as well. And we remind you, turn on your notifications so you can be alerted just as I am in my emails whenever the Dream Stream goes live, or these sims in particular go live on Twitch. You can get that little alert and say, hey, what are you doing? What are you in the middle of? Stop that. Get over here. Watch a sim, would you? Flag on the play against the Jets. It's holding. So we got a 1st and 10 from the 14. Arnold, perhaps, only temporarily eject. Completes that pass out to the 23. First completion, 1st attempt for him, 2nd and 1. Chris Hogan. So something we did not touch on at all in the last sim, and glad that I remembered this time around. Did you check out any of that fan-controlled football league yesterday? How about Josh Gordon with a couple of catches, including the walk-off Hail Mary in his debut?
The football league. No, I didn't.
Yeah, fan-controlled football league. Josh Gordon, days after his Seahawks release, made his debut with flash on his jersey, wearing the number 6, and caught the game-winning touchdown, the Hail Mary, on, albeit just a 50-yard field, I believe. But Gordon, 4 catches, as it was actually, 4 catches, 70 yards, 2 touchdowns in his FCF debut.
Okay, so give me the lowdown on the fan-controlled football. It's 7-on-7. The players run the plays the fans call. Is this actually what happens? Like,
honestly, I don't entirely know.
Yeah.
I know that there was a live stream of that game last night, and Marshawn Lynch was part of the. I don't know that he was part of the commentating team. I don't think he was on that long, but he did, Zoom or Skype or whatever and was part of the broadcast a little bit. But they had genuine play-by-play. Like, they had announcers there. It was sort of a cross. It was like they had a regular announcing team, but then they had something on top of that where you could kind of hear it'd be like, basically it would be like if we had the Madden commentators for this sim turned up and we were just talking on top of them. That's sort of, it was a little, discombobulated at points, but nevertheless, Josh Gordon's Zappers picking up a victory.
So they literally have to wait for league instructions for fan instruction on every play, hey?
How does that not take forever?
I don't know. I mean, cool gimmick, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. I never like to just come out and poo-poo on original concepts, and this is obviously a very original concept, but it seems like it's a fad that might get a little dull fast, but we'll see. You know, it's 7-on-7. It's indoor football. It's a different kind of football. You like that, but interesting. It'll be interesting to watch. Like I said, I'm not going to just discard it completely. Who knows what works these days? I do kind of like the idea of 7-on-7 indoor. I think that's cool. I think something like that could eventually catch on for football. Completely different, much like rugby has 7-on-7.
Sure.
There's short track speed skating, there's the long track. You know, it's a little bit more excitement when you get to shorten things up like that. So, but I don't know about the fan control thing. We'll see.
Fantasy Hawk says, who was the quarterback, Kaufman? I have no earthly idea. I could look at Jordan says, forgot about that. Is there going to be DFS for that league, Cuff? I also don't know if there is, any looming potential partnership with DraftKings or, in general. But
I'm sure DK's looking. Oh, a fumble! That's
Get back at the 10.
Let's have a pretty good D line in this game. Like the players up front aren't rated too badly. So,
I mean, never say never, right? DraftKings signed a partnership recently, obviously.
Oh, dude.
PLL.
I mean, we got Call of Duty on the DraftKings and stuff like that. I'm sure there's a day when people would have gone, yeah, video games, yeah, right. I'm sure there's a day when people would have gone, oh yeah, Madden Sims, good luck. But so obviously, never say never. If the league, stays strong and gets traction, I'm sure it'll be something they look into. Again, I have no say or do in that fact, but
people shouting out Johnny Manziel. He is part of that league. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
I thought he was trying to be a pro golfer now.
Oh, did he drop out? I know he had signed on. Did he drop out?
I
he
have
had
no
signed
idea.
on.
Again, I don't follow the Johnny Manziel. I didn't even follow Johnny Manziel when he was in the NFL, but so I ain't gonna follow him when he's outside of it.
Robert says, Koff, I asked you about those cards and packs you were talking about. What were they? We were talking about Top Shot.
Top Shot.
Robert. So and there's we won't go down that whole road again, but there are certainly plenty of different articles you could read about it to clue you in. But in very short, it's digital trading cards, moments basically, that is the new craze, the new maybe it's a fad, maybe it lasts. It's certainly an investment for people, but that's what people like Ducey and Bukes and Lamarca, they have embraced this full on, while people like Jeff here has reignited his joy of physical card collecting.
I do both. I mean,
are you in Top Shot too?
Yeah, I got a Kawhi whatever moment.
I didn't realize that. I thought you were fading Top Shot, or was that maybe an early thing and then you changed your tune?
I think it's one of those things. I mean, we're talking about a pretty small investment here, so I mean, we won't get too much into the site, but I'm not gonna. I like the concept of it. There's like I said, like any new thing, there's bumps in the road. So maybe I made a comment like that before, but and I mean, the site is still bumpy. It's up and down. They're doing maintenance on it every day, but it's in beta. But I definitely like the concept. Yeah, absolutely. Digital, whatever is the new fad. NFTs, whatever. Mm-hmm. It makes sense, right? I mean, it's a crowded world. I mean, I don't mind having like a ton of physical stuff in my house because I like to collect things, but you can see how digital stuff collecting makes the world easier to sort through. So I think it's a fad that's here to stay, regardless of how this works out.
Well, don't forget, as you well know, but for anyone that doesn't, I mean, they are specifically partnered with the NBA. So
that's right. Yeah, I mean,
this, something they're trying to like get off the ground by themselves with no support. I mean, these are digitally licensed moments by the league. So it's, only a matter of time, you would think, before NFL, MLB, NHL, and so on are part of this thing, assuming it's successful, which so far it obviously is.
Definitely from the attention perspective, it's been successful. Like I said, there's a lot of work to go into the site, but I mean, it's beta. That's what beta means. I mean, updates and changes. So it's a cool concept. Like I said, and you're right. Other leagues will, I'm sure, have their moment and be getting behind this kind of movement eventually. So anyways, it's just, it's the next evolution in sports. I mean, we're here talking about DFS on a Madden sim, esports and stuff. And it makes sense that, you go, the physical trading cards have always been a thing. They're still a thing. I mean, a Kobe Bryant card sold for $1.4 million yesterday, a physical one.
Yeah.
And
Brady recently sold for over $1 million.
Brady?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So, I mean, all these guys, these specific cards going up. It's just the digital way is just giving people another way to collect, another way to take part in the sports. I mean, the whole idea behind trading and stuff is you're taking stock. You're basically buying stock in a player. I mean, if you buy a rare card of like a Joe Burrow or something, you're kind of, you're hoping that he has a good career. I mean, some people just do it because they like Joe Burrow. Some people do it for investment purposes and because they think the card's going to go up. Mm-hmm. Obviously, there's going to be swings, downs, and lows. I mean, as the economy goes, I mean, you ever go through another recession or something, the sports card market will probably recess too. They'll probably have a big downtick. But that's what it's become. I think it's a cool thing. I think it's cool to add to all this stuff. I mean, sports just as an industry just keeps growing and growing. So.
Damon says, the only physical sports stuff I buy are older jerseys, thrift store finds, nuggets at yard sales. I'm a picker, which I totally get.
I like the jersey thing, but I think one day I will be, into like retro jerseys and stuff too. I like that concept, just having like a wardrobe where you can just go in, pick out my Hartford Whalers jersey or something,
For sure.
Jerseys are cool.
Movie,
I like that
TV
concept.
Character jerseys, something like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure you've already got like the what's the Looney Tunes movie called?
Oh, Space Jam.
Space Jam. Do you have the Space Jam jersey?
The new Space Jam 2 or the original?
I haven't.
Yeah, I've got a.
Of course you do.
I've got a Jordan Space Jam jersey. I mean, come on, of course I do.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think this is, Jeff? I mean, come on.
What, are you new here? Steven says, Jeff, are you getting into the $199 Top Shot drop today?
I will be in it. Yes, if I don't get like 100,000th in the queue, I'll be there. Yeah, I got a nice Kawhi moment on my first pack.
So what is that? Tell us about the Kawhi moment.
Okay, so the last pack was it was Seeing Stars. It's like a bit. It's like kind of a rare insert. Yeah, it's called Seeing Stars. So they released some like shorter print. They'd call it. I think there was only 10,000 moments, and I think most of the base have like 25,000. So the Seeing Stars had 10,000 moments, and they were mostly the big names. Kawhi was one of the biggest names. So it's just a cool muscle dunk kind of. Kawhi just basically muscles through the guy and dunks. And yeah, there's only 10,000 of them, so it was a pretty good pull. It was a pretty good pack I got. I got like a really short print Paul George too. Number 50. So.
And are you of the mind that, obviously, I mean, these are good players we're talking about, probably future Hall of Famers, certainly Kawhi, I would think George will be as well.
Yeah.
Especially given the kind of lack, all due respect to Paul George, but like it's not overly picky, the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame, as compared to maybe some other leagues, because it encapsulates your entire basketball career. Is this an investment for you, or do you turn around and look to flip them and make money off your moments?
I mean, I'll if one of those goes crazy, I'll definitely look to unload it. But I'm probably going to keep the Kawhi for a while, for as long as I can sort of handle. I'd like to get a collection going, like where I have, more than like 4, 5 or 6, and then just keep the ones I really like, and then you can flip the other ones. That's kind of my outlook on it. I do think there's some long-term value probably in keeping them. Like I said, there's going to be swings in this. It could definitely cool off in the off season where, we have a lot going for. Obviously, a lot of these are going for huge prices right now, but it'll probably cool off in the off season. But I think 4 or 5 years from now, some of these could be really rare and kind of cool. So I'm definitely going to keep the Kawhi one because it's a really good moment too. Like that's a pick. So that's kind of my view on it. I'll keep some. I'll look to flip others, and we'll see where it goes. Again, it's not something I would. To each your own. You make your own decisions on how much you can invest there. But I'm comfortable definitely putting some into this because I do absolutely think that the idea behind it is pretty cool. So.
To those asking, no, at least to my knowledge, DraftKings does not have a Top Shot partnership or anything. We're talking about it as much as we have been lately because it's just, one, it's sports, obviously, but it's just an interesting, very new thing that a lot of people are talking about. I'm sure some of this conversation has inspired some of you to get involved. And, you know, if you have, great, best of luck. If you haven't, you know, and you're sitting on the sidelines with it like I am, then you know, that's fine as well. You know, just to each their own, obviously. But it really is. It's just such a, whether you believe in it or don't, it's such a fascinating new thing that it you know, bears talking about. Jeff says he bought a $9 pack. Presume those are very regular mass-produced cards. I'm happy I got it, but understanding it's not like the limited edition ones, not like the $199 pack today.
Yeah, there's different packs. The one today is, I think, the most expensive they put out or something. But yeah, I mean, they're digital, so they definitely can't get lost or damaged.
Right.
But yeah, they
haven't graded either.
But I mean, even in the $9 packs, I mean, if you know, all the moments are numbered. So like the first, like if you get a number 1 serial, I mean, that's going to be worth, you know, way more than like the number 10,000 serial number, right? So, like I said, I got a Paul George that's numbered 50, and it's going to be worth like, you know, 10 times more than like, you know, one that's numbered 15,000 or something. So, there's lots of cool things. I mean, you can still pull really big value moments, you know, out of a cheap pack kind of thing, which I think has gotten really a lot of people kind of interested in it because it doesn't cost much to invest right away. I mean, but again, you know, that's your own decision, and but it's a cool concept. And again, look, this is brand new. The market it's all over the place right now. I mean, it's absolutely all over the place. You got some moments going for crazy amounts, you know, some are dipping in price. So just be prepared for that. You know, if you do, I mean, the marketplace can change on a dime there. It changes all the time. But you know, again, I don't even care about the price of these things right now. I think it's a cool concept. I want to get involved a little bit, and that's just the decision I made, that I'll be making a smaller investment. So
we were talking about this earlier. It was a dumb question then. It's a dumb question now, but I'll ask it anyway. This feels like a dumb question, you know, because you just mentioned it. You know, a card at number 50 versus 1,500 is going to be worth significantly more. Why is that? Like, to me, I look at it and I still say, you know, well, it's one of whatever, and whether it's 50 or whether it's 1,500, it's still one of, you know, 10,000. So
yeah.
Why, if it's closer to the front, if it was obviously produced earlier, why does that exponentially lift the value?
So there's really no good explanation for it, but traditionally, you know, it's not even traditional. I think it's just the way that the NFTs are set up, that each one is kind of given a number, right? So like 1 through 15,000. And again, people just look at it as, well, I mean, you know, if we're going to rank these things, then we're going to rank them as the first one off the line is going to be more, you know, looked at as a little bit more rare and more unique and cool than the, you know, 13,126th off the line. So I think it's just how people are kind of, you know, grading it right now. And it kind of makes sense. That's kind of how the card industry has worked. You know, shorter print cards have gotten more, you know, more love, so to speak. So I think it's just, again, the marketplace just pricing in, you know, trying to give some differentiation on how these things are graded. So there's really no like super right or wrong answer on it. It's just more of that's how it's been decided that, you know, these things are going to be ranked kind of in uniqueness. The shorter print you have, the shorter number you have, then that's going to be considered more unique. So I think it makes sense. Like I said, if you look back at the history of trading cards, that's kind of how they've done it. So right now, that's how it's looking at.
No, I get that. I'm just sort of like, it's not.
Oh, for sure. From a big picture perspective, I agree with you. I mean,
to me, it's not even like it's a short. Like, it's not comparable to the shorter print situations. Because,
exactly. It's just,
you know, obviously, like a shorter print would be like, oh, only 50 of these were made, and so obviously, if you have one of the 50, of course. First is if you have number 50 out of 15,000. Well, I mean, that's not a shorter print thing. It's just you have an earlier number.
And again, I think that's unique to Top Shot, right? And the NFTs, that, you know, you're getting something that was 50th off the line. So people are just putting putting a value on it for NFTs and for digital stuff. And I think it's definitely like a digital only kind of uniqueness. So,
well, and I mean, what Monster says right here, I agree with. He just says it's psychology, Koff. Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
It really is. It's like someone just, someone at the beginning of this just said, like, here's how it works. And then everyone else has to kind of fall in line with it.
Yeah, 100%. Pretty much. I mean, that's how most of these things start. So it does kind of make sense from the sense like, oh, you could say, oh, I got number 50 instead of like 100. So but you're right. It's purely psychological in this case, because you can't really say. It's like you said, there's still 15,000 of those moments. So, or whatever.
Yeah. Timothy says, one of the few days that I get to watch The Sims. Great to have you with us here, man. Sorry you're not seeing a better one, but hopefully you're enjoying the conversation at least. It is 7-3 as we near the half. Minnesota in front. Moose, Koff, Drew, undercover boss Tom, Patrick, all hanging out with you. Obi-Wan doing what he does, which is come at me in the chat. I see you, fella. Bring it. Bring it all the time.
We had a quick start.
I'm with you.
Start to this game, but
yeah.
Feels like we just talked through the second quarter and missed absolutely nothing, because that's pretty much where we're at. Yeah, so it's flying by.
Yeah, going at a good clip. Again, lack of offense contributes. And we have our first picking points of the game from earlier as well with that field goal. So, Kirk, anytime now. There you go. Gets rid of it into traffic, completes the pass from the 26 to the 47. Nice pick up there. And Tajay Sharp.
Tajay Sharp, yeah. You can take their last timeout, 21 seconds. So, they're going to need a sideline throw here to get a field goal. Their best... Oh, yeah, this is probably just going to be a pass over the middle. Sim is not good at going... The Sim is better at going out of bounds around midfield. It's when they get towards the red zone that they just always throw over the middle. And they get tackled and it's over. So maybe we'll get a sideline throw here. They probably need to get to like the 37, 38 to have a realistic shot.
Some have... this is interesting.
Oh, no, that's it. Good try, though.
That'll do it. That'll take us to the half, unfortunately, Justin Jefferson. But good to see you involved, pal. Some have brought this up in the chat, and I mean, I don't know the answer. I think some of the hypothesis from people is probably accurate, but saying, can anything happen? Like, you had the ability, obviously, to, like, lose Bitcoin or, it could be damaged in some way, shape, or form. Can anything happen to where, to like a physical trading card, something can happen to a card, obviously, and thus all the others become more rare. Something, you goes up in a house fire or gets, ripped in half by a child or something like that. You're all of a sudden there are fewer of these in the world. When it's a digital moment, can anything get in the way of, if you have number 50, like nothing's going to happen to 1 through 49, right?
From my knowledge, no. It would take some kind of like, outside influence, so to speak, sure. Like some kind of hacking influence. But even then, I'm not even sure. And the other thing is, I mean, insurance usually, in the infancy of Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is obviously blockchain related as well. That was kind of a bigger issue. But, as that's gotten bigger, a lot of these problems have been not quite solved, but definitely like dampered on, so to speak. So it's pretty safe from what I know, but I admittedly am not like 100% up to date on like NFTs and their security and stuff like that. So my understanding of it is you're pretty much good. And like I said, the sites these days and Top Shot is probably no different. Insurance is pretty much well covered. So I mean, I would think, and I think most people probably agree with me, like these are way safer than having to hold a physical card. I mean, physical cards can get lost in so many ways. Although if they're graded in a plastic case, they're generally pretty safe. But for the most part, I'd say it's pretty good. But again, I'm no expert on NFT security or blockchain security or anything like that. Yeah. So
no, it's interesting. I mean, the more you learn about all this stuff,
nothing is 100% safe, Koff. No, right. Nothing.
No, absolutely,
for sure. So
no, there's no doubt about that. Again, 7-3. Through the half so far. Steven says you could put your Top Shot card into the spokes of your digital bike. Yeah, there you go.
Well, I mean, that's the other thing. People are buying digital real estate now, so you could store it in your digital house.
Really is. I mean, I think it was Bukes who said to me, and this was weeks ago when we were talking about it. He's like, maybe it was you. One of you had said, this is like the wave of the future. You're gonna, just wait. Like someone's gonna have like a digital Top Shot museum that you can pay to visit. Somebody's esteemed elite collection. Like we're gonna go see the Mona Lisa of Top Shot moments. Go visit somebody's Picasso. It's like, is this really where we're heading? Frightening.
Absolutely. It is. I mean, I tried to explain NFTs and, the blockchain, how they work to my dad a couple nights ago. And my God, I sounded like an idiot. I mean, it's hard explaining it. I mean, it sounds insane, but.
Talk to me like I'm 5.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing when you explain it, and it sounds even crazier, but it really isn't that crazy. It's just about scarcity and trying to make things, it's just easier to store when it's all on your computer, and it's easier to safe. I mean, it just makes sense, right? Like I said, I mean, it gives more people access to it. Some people like, mailing and sending it out. It's tough and getting things graded and the storing purposes.
Expensive process.
It's just.
I was talking to Lamarca about it last night because he's into the Top Shot thing too. But like yourself, he's also into the physical card market right now. And was saying that there's like a 10-month wait to have a card graded at the moment, and they've doubled the price, I guess, to try and get people to stop sending them cards because they're so backloaded.
Yeah, or sending in cards that shouldn't be graded or something, right? You can't try and get people to be more specific about it, but yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I just sent out like a bunch of cards last night. I mean, I'm not expecting them back till probably. I mean, I'll if I get them back before like October, I'll be happy. So.
And then you got to insure them, obviously, since you clearly believe them to have value. You got to package them really well so nothing happens in transit. And what a headache.
Yeah, a little bit. And you got to hope the players you have don't get injured.
Yeah, that too. I know. Forget the idea of like, I want to have this graded and then I want to flip it. Well, cool. Just make sure you're not flipping it before a year.
Yeah. Oh, exactly, right? So, yeah, your player could be out of the league by the time he comes back.
But congrats. It's a 9. Couple likes away from 200, north of 400 people watching here. The Dream Stream just on YouTube. Never mind all of those watching across our other platforms. Twitch, Game Center, DK Nation, DK Live, wherever you're finding us. We greatly appreciate you. Hit that like button, 7-3, with Moose, Koff, Drew, Undercover Boss Tom, Patrick, all hanging out with you. Stats are updated through the half, by the way. May as well take a little peek in on that. Our Mad Matinee, the Cook Till We Ring That Bell free roll. I'm doing miserably, 134 out of 184. CEH, our good friend, has about a half-point lead. Where's Wade Goodbye hanging out?
He's in 171. I got 0 points from Herndon, 0 points from Crowder. Irv Smith is my third leading scorer. So I can't, Darnold has 1.28 points. I stacked the Jets. It's terrible.
Drew is sitting top 10. Good for producer Drew. Whereas Tom, dead last.
Dead last. Did he forget to set his lineup?
No, just chose that poorly.
Herndon in the captain. Crowder. Oh, this looks like my lineup, except he's got Herndon in the captain instead of Bell. So I can't even make fun of him. I'm only like 9 places in front of him, so I don't know why I'm making fun of him. But yeah, anyways.
If you guys have any
questions, Misery likes
questions,
company, so there you go.
Anything you guys want to talk about beyond Top Shot or whatever it may be, NBA All-Star Game tonight. Of course, if you missed it earlier due to contact tracing, Joel Embiid is not playing. Ben Simmons is not playing. Zion Williamson is now going to start for Team Durant. Some of the things you need to be aware of a little bit later on for those participating in the DK Showdown contests that are available to you, or anything else that you want to get into. We're here for you. Did you watch Coming to America 2 yet?
No, I heard it was beyond terrible.
So I haven't heard beyond terrible, but I've heard very mixed bag.
I've heard terrible. Like,
well, that's disheartening.
Yeah.
I'm
I
going.
mean,
to
I'm
watch
still
it.
gonna watch it at some point, just like I'm gonna watch Wonder Woman at some point. But it is kind of disheartening. Like,
Yeah. Like if everybody had said it was awesome, I probably would have watched it last night. But the
yeah,
fact
exactly.
that,
Me too.
you know, the fact that everyone's so down on it.
I've almost put it out of my mind because everyone was so down on it. So it's going to be one of those, oh yeah, Coming to America too. Might as well throw that on kind of things, you know. But
I saw more people talking about the Biggie Netflix doc.
I'm kind of just biggied and Tupac'd out. Like haven't we like it's they're cool guys. I'm not saying they're not. And, it's an interesting
2021. I'm kind of biggied and Tupac.
I mean, it's just there's been so many Biggie Tupac documentaries. There's just been so many, and it's like, how many can you create? I mean, I know this one is a little bit different. It's it's got like his own personal
home
I
movie.
think estate is behind it, and I'm sure it's good. I'm sure it's interesting. I'm just it's like fatigue, right? Like it's like when they make like 5 Batman movies in like 5 years. You're like, okay, enough. I love Batman.
Wow, Rudolph scored there instead of 40 yards.
A Rudolph kind of day for Jordan Lindenbaum.
Let's go.
I'm actually kind of excited to see Wonder Woman because of how bad it sounds. Like I'm definitely going to put it on soon.
I look forward to your review, which will probably just be a bunch of crying, laughing emojis.
Kristen Wiig is the villain, man.
I'm telling you, you're going to watch that, and that will not be your takeaway. Like that will not be the thing you are most alarmed by. I get it. I felt the same way going in, and then I watched it, and that was far
weird. It's like, could you like Andy Samberg as like a legit like serious villain? Like, could you see that?
No.
That's the equivalent. That's like that's
it is. Dalvin Cook, easy.
Here, have a touchdown.
James Farrell says, "Hey Jeff, who's winning the All-Star game tonight? East or West?" Doesn't even work that way anymore. It's Team LeBron and Team Durant.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't they drafting? I have no idea about the All-Star game.
LeBron's got the better roster, if that's ultimately what you care about.
That's probably what you should care about.
Yeah.
I'll take LeBron. LeBron seems like he'd take it seriously. Trying to just be out there on his burner or something, you know. Oh man, I can't believe Kevin Durant carrying these bums.
I really don't have any earthly idea how to make a lineup for that, other than obviously, I get it. You're targeting guys who you think are going to play the most minutes, but I just think a lot of that is very unpredictable in an all-star game.
Some guy's going to go out there and like take 5 threes and drain them all and
call it a day.
Yeah. That's the thing. Once someone gets hot too, it's like the rest of the team's just like, oh, okay, let's just try and get him like 1 million points. There's nothing on the line for NBA, right? Like there's no like home court advantage like they have in baseball or whatever.
No, not like that. But
do they still have that in baseball?
I think they did away with it, didn't they?
Yeah, it's a pretty dumb concept.
Well, it was awful. Yeah, this time it counts. Don't you remember all those old Dane Cook commercials at the time that they announced that?
I mean, it does give some legitimacy to it, I guess, but like maybe too much, like.
No, way too much. It was ridiculous. You can't have home field advantage in the World Series depend on the outcome of an All-Star.
No.
It was one of the dumbest things and of a long line that Major League Baseball has ever done. Yeah, Drew confirms they do not do that anymore.
I mean, how could you make an All-Star game legitimate? I don't know.
Well,
I don't know that you should try either, right?
Depends on the sport in part.
Yeah.
But I agree. I mean, I
like what the NBA has done. They just make it a fun week. They bring in other players, the young stars. They do the draft. Like, make it as, like, not goofy, but, like, make it as just fun as possible and, like, off kilter as possible. Do interesting concepts, but don't make it, like, a competitive thing where it's like, oh, yeah, the side that wins gets, like, a 2-game advantage in the NBA Finals or something like that, like, that's just, obviously, it's not going to work because everyone has different motivations.
To Drew's point, best way that you can do it is just by personally incentivizing the guys. Like if you win this game, you're getting, I don't even know how
money.
much. I don't even know how much it would have to be. Like, is $100,000 a guy even enough?
Get like Rolex to sponsor it. Be like the winning team gets Rolexes, like something like that. I should be in charge of one of these leagues, man. That's a great idea. The NBA All-Star Game, brought to you by Rolex. I just solved the world's main problem, All-Star Games.
So there. Jeff for Commissioner of Sports, says Drew. All of them.
That's right. This should just be a Commissioner of Sports, and it should be me. I agree.
In. I support it. I'm in.
All right. Oh, boy. These Jets, man. Bad choice by me and Tom. I've dragged Tom down with me. Tom is in third to last place. I'm in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th to last place. Still 0 points from Crowder. Darnold's up to 2.2. Herndog has a catch.
1st and 10 from the 6. Safety range.
Ooh, let's spice things up a bit.
It would. Not going to happen, however.
Tajay. Crowder. Hey, Ed Franchi.
Brought to you by Moose Air, says James.
That's right.
Jeff, the Commissioner of Sports.
I mean, at this point, I almost want to start an airline called Moose Air, like just to see if it could work.
Absolutely, it could work. And I mean, the
Why not?
is incredible.
Moose antlers on the side.
Get them.
Extra aerodynamic power. Just have all the cutlery. Have all the cutlery be like the National Lampoon's like moose classes.
Sure. Fully support it.
Have the stewards and stewardesses, dress up in ugly Christmas sweaters like Uncle Eddie.
I mean, you're on the verge of describing Soul Plane. That Kevin Hart, Tom Arnold, Snoop classic.
Could you imagine if one of the businesses that we made in Simville actually came to life?
All of a sudden, there's a Krusty Cough in every city.
Yeah, like the Krusty, like we're just like, hey, maybe we should actually try and make the Krusty Cough, and then all of a sudden, it's just like
we just gotta, look, the DK Sim fam is filled with a lot of, very interesting. I assume, obviously, some people with, some backing, some financial backing, some money in their pockets. Maybe there's an entrepreneur out there that wants to start a restaurant. Probably wouldn't encourage doing it in the midst of a pandemic, but wait till it's over. All of a sudden, new chain erupts across the country. Robert says, Koff, can you shout out my fiance Lesha, ultimate sports junkie supporter? Well, what's up, Lesha? Thanks for being with us. Man, you guys are fun in the chat. Speaking of ladies new to the Sim fam, is Jenny still with us? Adam, are you watching? Is Jenny still paying attention here?
Who's Adam?
Guy in the chat.
Just some dude.
Yeah, well, I don't know him personally. He's got a great name. Fantasy Hawk says, yeah, my memory's coming back to me. Don't ignore me, Koff. Admit it. Dame over Steph. No. Who are you taking career-wise? Obviously, it's Steph. I mean, who are you going to take right now? I'm fine if you want to go with Dame right now. I'm okay with that. I don't think that's an asinine take. Career-wise, sure, of course it's Steph. Honestly, I don't even really remember what we were arguing at that point in time.
That's it's an interesting discussion. It's very much in the Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady kind of discussion. One guy's got the rings and hard to argue against his career, like you said. Dame Lillard might legitimately be the better player, though. It's tough one. I'm not going to give a take on that because I don't watch enough basketball consistently. I certainly haven't this year, so I don't even know where those two guys are at. I know Steph's having a great year, but
yeah, Lillard is too. Both of them.
Lillard is just he's really good. Like he's really, really good. So it would be tough for me to argue against him, but obviously, from a career perspective, I think most players be like, yeah, I think I'd take the rings. So
Fantasy Hawk is saying not career-wise, he's just talking right now.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah, you can make the case. You can absolutely make the case. I think you could have made the case before. I remember supporting that. Adam says Jenny's not home. She's left him with the kids. Not in general, like she didn't leave him, but left him home alone with the children. He was not alone at all, really. If you think about it. Anyway.
Rudolph 4 catches, 92 yards. We got a little bonus watch there for old man Cal Rudolph. Who's like 30 probably.
I know. Although
probably like 29.
Looking for a new team though.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually good for Irv Smith for fantasy purposes, if we're being serious for a second.
Yeah, if we're looking ahead to our Madden 22 days, where all of a sudden Irv Smith is the featured tight end.
Yeah.
That'll rock your world.
Good player too in real life. Good do-it-all tight end. So I could
Wasn't
definitely
he,
see him.
Now I'm trying to remember. Wasn't he more of a factor in Madden 20?
Irv?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
No, it just felt like it.
Maybe just felt like it. Yeah. I don't remember him being a thing in Madden 20, but could be wrong about that.
I mean, he wasn't a thing in the way that, like, Ben Watson was a thing.
Yeah, but he was more involved. It could have been because there were more tight end twos involved too. Oh,
right. That's what I was thinking.
Oh man.
Man, maybe I should have played a DST.
I assume that was Harrison Smith on the smash there. And maybe that was Mike Hughes actually.
Jared says, how many divorces were caused from men ignoring their families watching The Sim? I hope none.
Hopefully lots. No,
I'm certainly I'm here for a couple a day and have been for a year essentially. So I mean that's been in the back of my mind. I've been in fear of it, but still here, still kicking. Ohana, that's our slogan. Sims, causing men to ignore their families since 2020.
Smith was the youngest player drafted in the first 2 rounds in 2019. He hasn't even turned 23. Wow, man, I did not know that.
I think of him as such an old guy. Smith Jr.
Irv is an old name. Like you just picture Irv and you're like, oh yeah, that guy's at least like 40, But that's interesting. I didn't realize that he was such a young guy. I really thought he was, would be closer to 25 or something. So there's a lot of potential there for Irv Smith. Dynasty leagues, whatever you're playing.
Mm-hmm. Sean says, turn up the Crowder. And Tom also notes that your joint guy Crowder not doing so great after the fumble. He's been phased out. He has been phased out by Sam Darnold. Imagine how that must feel.
Don't get on Sam Darnold's bad side, I guess, is the lesson here.
Apparently. The ball's caught out to the 49. Just a couple yard pickup there. 3rd and 10. Jay Duncan, Irv, just like Rose and Dorothy.
Dorothy.
All right, Cousins.
I haven't met a Dorothy in a while, that's for sure. At least under the age of 80.
There are some of those, older names or I don't know, old-fashioned.
Making a comeback?
Yeah, I feel like some of them are making a comeback.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
I was talking to a Ruth the other day who's younger than me.
Ruth, little baby Ruth.
That's definitely a name that skipped a few decades before it circled back. Drew says could be new babies get named after grandmothers.
Yep, that happens. My
Like when's the last time you met a Leon?
Leon? Well, there's a Leon Draisaitl on the Oilers, so I
Okay.
haven't met him, though.
You know what? Case in point.
He's German though, so Leon might be a German name too. I'm not sure. I assume it is.
What are some good?
There's a furniture store in Canada called Leon's. Quite popular. At least it was
How
back
many
in the day.
generations has it been around? It's probably not brand new.
Oh, it's not brand new. It's been around for a while. Long time.
Edith, says Damon. That's a good one.
Edith.
Tom says Reuben is a classic.
Reuben.
It's a classic sandwich for me. Who's got some good old person names? Joyce. You don't meet a lot of Joyces these days. Leon Spinks, says Joe. I have his autograph, actually, on a boxing club.
Wow, that was...
He passed recently, didn't he?
Did he?
I believe he did.
Oh, I missed that one, if that's true. He's definitely was, he's not young, and he wasn't young for sure, so
No.
it's unfortunate.
So I'm gonna Google it. Yeah, last month. He was almost 70, which I mean is not.
Really? Yeah, I didn't know he was that old. Okay.
Yeah, I mean
Right
it's
up there with like Ali and Foreman.
but especially in this day and age. But I think there were I think there were some effects of
Oh, sure. That is a brutal sport to be doing.
hits to the head. I mean, I just remember from when I met him at just at an autograph signing when I got that autograph, and it not that I had any like deep conversation with him, but honestly I don't, and this was a good 10-15 years ago. I just don't think he was even capable of it.
Yeah.
It was really very sad.
Right.
James says, don't forget Gertrude. Sure. Definitely have not come across any Gertrudes. Kareem says Emma. I don't think of Emma as an older name. Loretta, Bertha. Yeah, I mean, when's the last time you encountered a Bertha?
Well, definitely not after Callaway named their driver Big Bertha. So,
touchdown Thielen again. Don't discount Adam Thielen. Apparently,
that pretty much canceled that name out. I mean, if you name someone Big Bertha, you are have no interest in golf and you've never heard that term before. But could you imagine being named like Bertha and then just like one day it's like, oh, the name of our flagship driver that everyone's gonna buy is named Big Bertha. What a terrible day for Berthas. Like,
you'd be on a quest to be a supermodel. I'll tell you that. No one's gonna lump me in with them. Nuh-uh.
Leon Spinks. So, was Michael Spinks his brother?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, okay, right.
Which wasn't it Michael Spinks? It was definitely Michael Spinks that Van Damme referenced in Time Cop. Do you remember that? When the guys break in when he's sleeping, the iconic scene where he does the split on the countertops. They came in to fight him, and the boxer, the old timey boxer, he's got the fists up in front of him, shaking, I mean, you can see me, but other people can't. But he's waving the fists in front of him in that way, and says like, I went so and so rounds with blah blah, whoever it was.
Right.
Van Damme's like, oh, I saw Tyson beat Spinks on TV.
I haven't seen that movie for a while, so
It's so good.
It is definitely one of his best, if not his best.
I think it might be his best. I think it is number one.
Definitely up there. It's unfortunate you can't get a lot of his movies, like on the streaming.
You can get a decent amount, I feel like. I mean, not like all in one place, but between them.
No, yeah.
Lana says, my grandma was Bertha. For some reason, no one has named their kid after her.
Blame Calloway, man, I tell you.
Bertha Kilgore. which is actually what you did recently. What are you going to do at the hospital today? Bertha Kilgore.
That was such a dad joke. Oh, my God.
It really was. It's killing me, though.
Oh, man. All right, this game is leading us into craziness, so...
We've had a couple of terrible sims today. but the commentary has been spot on.
Always. CH saying the Jets are just going to kneel out here, it looks like. Feels like that, yeah. Feels like they should. God, running the ball. I'd commentate on the action, but there's nothing to commentate on. They're not even going no huddle. They're down by 1 million. Running the ball. Here we go. Here's a little shotgun action.
Here you go. Alana likes my joke. And honestly, I don't care if nobody else does. It was for her. It's for her. It's for Jared. That's it. The end. And Tom says, Darnold seeing ghosts again.
Yeah, man. Well, that was like his third near pick. Should have been a pick on this drive. They're going for it 4th and 10, so let's give him a little credit. And should have been another pick. So about 4 should have been picks, not a drive. It's Minnesota ball. All we care about now is if Dalvin Cook's going to break one, I guess. And let's just pray the Jets don't use their timeouts.
Alana says, just think in 70 years, they're going to be like, no one's named Adam anymore. That's such an old person name. It's the oldest name there is. It was the first name. They're still around.
Wait till Black Adam, the DC movie comes out with The Rock.
Oh, there you go.
I think it's The Rock, isn't it?
I have no idea.
I think so.
But I'll tell you, that's what DC needs, is to put The Rock in a movie.
Oh, completely.
What's it about?
So, have you seen the Shazam movie?
Yeah.
Black Adam is like the villain to Shazam.
Okay.
He's like the evil version. So, he's a good villain in the DC comics. But yeah, so they're gonna try and build him up. I think they're gonna give him his standalone movie. Like, I don't know if it's gonna be like with Shazam. So they're gonna kind of make him an anti-hero, I think.
Well, I know there's a Shazam 2 that's on the way, so that's not connected.
Yeah.
To that.
I mean, the first, I don't know. I can't remember. And there's been so much weirdness around this. Like, at first it was like, oh yeah, it's The Rock for sure. And then it's like, wasn't. And now there's like a teaser of it. So I haven't looked into it for a while just because, and then the pandemic hit and everything got slowed down. So
Sure.
I got to look into it. I don't know if they're connected or what. There's definitely going to be a Shazam 2, yeah, because the first one did really well. It was a pretty good movie too, to be honest.
Yeah,
so.
I went into it with sort of tepid expectations because I just didn't know what to expect, and I thought it was really good.
Yeah, I think they took the right line with it. Like, it's kind of a weird comic book character, a kid like just turning into like one of the most powerful beings ever or something, So how can you take that seriously when like the star of is supposed to be like a 12-year-old kid or something? So I think taking a bit of a lighter approach makes sense. I don't know if they'll ever work him into like the Justice League or something like that, but who knows? DC's all over the place anyways.
Yeah.
They've done better with their one-off movies anyways, like, with Joker and Shazam. I mean, they
Yeah, it's when they try to have a plan with the main characters in that
They just rushed it. Like, they rushed everything. It was so dumb. They've killed Wonder Woman. Good character. Could be a great character, but just killed her apparently. So.
Well, they're making a third one. Maybe they can regroup.
Are they really?
Oh yeah, it was announced like within seconds of it hitting the streaming service. Because everybody watched it, because there was so much after the first one.
Sure.
And it just didn't even matter that it was so bad. It was just cash count mentality.
Kind of like, after Batman Forever, the third Batman. It's like, it was pretty bad, but people still watched it. Could you imagine if the Wonder Woman 3 is worse than Wonder Woman 2?
No, I cannot. And once you watch it, you won't be able to either.
Oh, man.
21-3 final. Kirk Cousins goes for 239, a couple touchdowns, both to Adam Thielen. Who would have thunk it? Sam Darnold, 119. He was picked off once. No scores for him, clearly. He only had Ficken points in this one, folks. Just an early field goal, and that was it on the Jets side.
Good game for Cousins. I mean, he like 239, 2 touchdowns. He did have a fumble. He almost outscored Cook, but Cook outscored him by 2 points.
So just
dealing with the big day.
Let it be known for all the slander that took place last sim. With 3 points from Sam Ficken, we received more points from the Jets today than we did pro Kenny comments in the chat that you were all harping on going into this one. Jefferson goes 5 for 51, 5 for 22 for Bell, 5 for 97 for Rudolph, couple touchdowns for Thielen, as mentioned, 4 for 23. So that in mind, who was your Krusty Koff player of the game? You going Thielen or are you going?
No, we'll go Thielen. 2 touchdowns. He was the captain in the winning lineup, and was only 5.4% owned in the captains. So I got to give it to him. What's his average? 12.4 points. So well above it. And the Krusty,
Babysitter Billy.
Not my kid award goes to Jamison Crowder. The pathetic 1 catch for 12 yards.
So bad. So bad. But Meager got it. Congrats to Meager. We love you. We're proud. We're excited. We're big fans of yours. Yeah. Robbie says the stink button Sunday. that's what we've had so far. Hopefully it turns for Jeff and Rossi coming up next. So an hour from now, almost on the nose, you will have Eagles Seahawks for the early bird special. Happy hour sim follows with the Colts and Packers. Rossi will stay for that. Jason Rossi with Brandon Cristal. They will be monitoring NASCAR lineups, no doubt, at least for BK, who has sent me a head-to-head. And then it will be Brendan and Brandon. Cristal with Glasheen for Cardinals Saints in prime time at 8. That's in 5 hours. And then Madden After Dark to cap your Sunday today. Chiefs Giants with Glash sticking around and Matt LaMarca coming on back. So that's what we've got. Good day ahead. And the church that is the DK SimFam, as established earlier in the day. It's a lot of good stuff there.
Absolutely, man. And we'll see you guys in a bit with Rossi.
Look forward to that.
Seahawks. That should be better. Those are 2 good sim teams. So I'm going to say we get off the floor here after these 2 slow ones, and we get a banger here for Eagles and Seahawks. So stick with us, folks. I'll see you in a bit.
All right, and I will be with you. Let's see. Tomorrow, just one for me, the fraud shift tomorrow. I've got Jags and Falcons with, or the Falcons, the Queens team, as Jeff would say.
Falcons.
Tom Carroll at 8 o'clock, prime time tomorrow night is when you'll find me. So look forward to all the sims that you have in between. I hope they're a great time. Jeff said I look like crap, so I'm going to go. But thanks to Drew, to Tom, to Patrick, and Moose. Have fun with Rossi, buddy.
All right, buddy. Clean yourself up a bit, okay?
I'm going to do that. Thanks.
Great.
Clear. Go.
Oh, yeah, baby. It is a Sunday. It is simulated football, potentially in the world of a simulation, if you do believe, like Moose believes. But we're here to have some fun. Lineups are going to be locked. We got Seattle. We have the Eagles. We have Moose at the Fantasy Grind. Jeff, how the heck are you, dude?
Doing great, man. Nice little Sunday afternoon. Couple sims in a row here, and glad to have you on there, man. And obviously some action going on pre-sim with your cat, but
yeah, we'll talk about it.
Hopefully we can get through this one. I mean, he's doing okay.
Yeah, he's definitely doing okay. For those breaking news, huge doings here in the Dream Stream. Literally, maybe 30 seconds before I logged on, so about 4 minutes ago, my cat just barfed all over my child's playset area down here in our downstairs or as I like to call it, the studio. Is that what do you call where you are right now? Is this your office, Moose?
Yeah, it's more like a closet, but it's technically an office. My man closet. I wish it was 3 times bigger, but
listen.
I make do.
It looks good, and it's all eye of the beholder here. We don't know what the heck it really looks like. Our angles all look good. Anyways, we're gonna be getting to this sim. We got your guy, your favorite player in the history of football, Russell Wilson, taking on the Eagles. Lineups have just locked. What does your lineup look like, and why is Russell Wilson your captain?
I put Miles Sanders in my captain. I always fade Russ in my captain. I just overthink it. I'm like, oh man, everyone's gonna use Russ. I almost put him in there today, but I use Sanders. Sanders is a pretty solid captain spot. He's actually more owned in the free roll in the captain than Russ. Maybe I made a mistake there, but regardless, that's who I went with. I went with Sanders. I got Russ in there with Olsen and Hyde and Josh Gordon. So I just threw cheapies in there because I also played Wentz. So
smart.
These are 2 pretty good sim teams. So, I mean, the first 2 have been, maybe your cat was just watching the sims without you because they were pretty puke-tastic, to be honest. So maybe he was just reacting to the first 2 sims of the day. This one's going to be good, though, Jason. These are 2 better sim teams. So.
Well, I love to see it. Of course, we go off camera. My cat comes jumping on. Desmond the cat vomiting everywhere.
Desi.
This is the problem with cats. But anyways, yeah, so it is an interesting build there. I like your Hyde pick because we know the running back situation. And don't nobody call for a vulture if Hyde scored, because he scores. He's not a vulture.
That's right. No, he's a 50-50 right there with him and Carson. So
sure is. Real quick, we get the first run there from Carson. In my lineup, I did go Russ in the captain. I got a kicker and Jake Elliott, Goodwin, Lockett, Olsen, Sanders. So we'll see. You're getting some numbers coming out here, as you mentioned. The top owned in the free showdown. If my mouse correlates, it does. Russell Wilson, 78%. Miles Sanders, 63%. Wentz is at 55%. Ertz, just under 50%, in Olsen as well. So maybe a lot of people going with the tight end stack today. And we see you all. Appreciate you all being here. This Wilson on a 3rd and 3. Big play. Wide open receiver. Oh, make a move. Gets out of bounds. With the shade there. Can't tell who that is. That is
Dorsett.
DK. Oh, Dorsett. No, is it Dorsett or DK?
I thought it was Dorsett.
That was 11. Call me crazy.
Yeah, it's Dorsett. Yeah.
Just like I said, Dorsett. Listen, everybody take a drink every time I call a player wrong. Who would have thought?
I'm just trying to get on the right Slack channel right now because I got about 10,000 of them. So.
Oh, you got to start Xing those babies out. I was like you when we first got over here. I had a million.
I refuse to X them out because then I'm worried I'll never find them again. So.
You're really going to need this Slack channel in the future. You're like, I got to get back to that. I need to know who the highest owned was.
I have a problem, man.
You probably have a lot, but that's okay. That's what makes you you. Nice catch there over the middle. There's DK Metcalf. Now.
All right, there we go. Okay, we're all set here. There he is, DraftKings Metcalf, 14.
So Russell Wilson gets the first down here. We see you over there on Twitch first time. Bowman. We have Heavy Kevy. J-Day. I don't know J-Day. What's up, dude? Nice.
J-Day. Jason Day? Are you in the chat, Jason?
Is he in there? Could be. We also have Adam Bay. He's another DK Metcalf catch down to the 6-yard line. Bowman. Appreciate y'all being here. So far, you guys have popped up. Also, we have an incredible slew of just greats over in our YouTube chat, the usuals. We see you, Disco Hippie, Barry, Brad, Jimmy B, whatever your name is today, CEH, Mikey B, Spence, run up the middle here. There's Chris Carson, hopefully making way for your guy, Hyde.
Yep, need some Carlos Hyde action. It's the one thing that would kind of make me sad if Russell Wilson left Seattle is like what would happen to DK Metcalf. Because he's got some like serious potential to be like one of the best in the league, but best in the, ever at his position. But
oh, wait a minute. Wait a second.
Oh my God.
I said there wouldn't be a vulture, but there it is. Caw-caw, caw-caw! I'm a vulture! Caw-caw, caw-caw!
Is that the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
It looks like it is. I'm telling you, last night we had a fullback score, and me and Lamarca had no idea. It was a guy for the Raiders, and we were like, yeah, we're just calling that a miss. And honestly, production crew, everybody ops, I don't even know if we gave the guy points. It was like, who is this dude? But here we go again, Seattle. First drive. Look at this. Nick Bellore.
Yeah, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I mean,
0.02%. I don't know math very well. Actually, that's the one thing I am good at. But in this case, that is like one out of every 2,000 people? That is just pure nobody. And whoever did roster him, kudos to you.
Hey, he was just minding his business. Outside on the hood, a couple of guys came into his neighborhood. That's how he became the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Oh, my Lord. This is...
Sorry for that.
Do not be sorry. I want more of it. Listen, you're done after this, so you got to empty the tank.
I'm always done, Jason. I'm just done with everything. So,
listen, this is the end of your week, though, right? Or do you count Sunday as the first day of the week, or is it the last day?
Don't give me. Yes, it's the last day.
Okay.
I know the official calendar is Sunday's the first day.
I don't care. I'm with you. I look at it from work week standpoint, even though we work in mysterious ways, but because you were saying this week everything was going wrong, so this is the end, dude. Whatever happens from here, you're good. Start anew tomorrow.
It is true. But it is one of those things. Like my work schedule is that like I still work on weekends, so it's not that effective. But my kids go to school on the weekdays, preschool and stuff, and that's when we get childcare. So it does reset every kind of week for me still.
Oh, look at Wentz taking a shot into triple
picks.
coverage, and it's intercepted. Is that Jamal?
Jack Griffin.
Oh, Griffin, look at this. Another Pro Bowler. Handmade One says, what's up, DK Sim Fam, Rossi and Moose? Let's get this Sunday Fun Day Sim Day rocking. Who says that 3 times fast? Here you go. Ready? Sunday Fun Day Sim Day. Sunday Fun Day Sim Day. Sunday Fun Day. Oh, yep, there it is. Almost made it.
Pretty good.
Yeah. It's like the milk gallon challenge.
Sunday Fun Day Sim Day. Sunday Fun Day Sim Day. Sunday Fun Day Sim Day. Sunday Fun Day Sim Day.
Alien. Total alien.
Complete alien brain. Jimmy B, what's up? Everybody in the chat.
Yeah, hopefully you stacked Seattle, because so far, I don't know if you were throwing in
The captain.
I'm just looking very quickly in our contest.
Look out,
I just have to see. So first place, do they have Bellore in there? They don't. The defenses are the reason they're in first place. And DK Metcalf has a hot start. Crazy. Bellore. Who would have thought?
Yeah. No kidding.
Yeah, Kicking Club, great point. Says, if Sunday is the first day of the week, why is it part of the weekend? Well, that's more of
That's the whole mystery.
Yeah. There's a stop it there. What are we going to get here? First down, so it does
and
get
realistically, like Sunday is supposed to be the day of rest for everyone, right? Like, so why would your day of rest be on the first day of the week? Let's get the week started. Oh, okay, but you're not supposed to do anything. Stores are all closed, so just chill out for a day.
Yeah, what do you want to do something after 6 p.m.? Sorry. Try another day. Oh, excuse me, I got a little gas here. I think the cat must have passed it on. Telling you, these cats, man, pets. One minute they're just doing nothing, eating their food. Next minute they're throwing just.
Oh yeah.
Reversal of fortune all over your stuff. Yeah.
Does your cat ever bring you presents like dead bats?
No, that'll be cool though.
Yeah, my parents' cat grew growing up. When I was older, I wasn't like growing, but my parents' last cat they had used to like leave stuff on the doorstep. It was great.
See, my cat doesn't go outside, but I really think I should. I wish I trained him to, because all he does is look out the window all day, and I think he just wants to be out there. But I don't think he would come back, which is a 50-50 if I want that or not.
Yeah.
Actually, I have decided my cat would pull a Rambo. I have said this to my wife before. Like, we'd let him out and be like, see ya, dude, haha. And he'd come back, like, tethered, bloodied with, like, bandana, but, like, dragging, like, a coyote or some sort of, like, a Fisher cat. Like, yeah. Like, and then open the door, like, where's my cat food?
Yeah. That's, yeah. My father-in-law has a cat like that. Like, legitimately, just, like, kills, like, things bigger than him, basically.
Yeah. Like, laughs about it, too.
Pretty much. Yeah. And he just like, meow, gives a little smile.
Yeah. He's like, here you go.
Completely psychotic.
Yeah, as TP, our technical advisor today, says, y'all got any treats for me? Exactly. That's what he would do. By the way, huge shout out to our crew. They've been crushing it all day. We got Patrick and Ops, TP, our technical advisor, Drew, our producer. Those guys doing the Lord's work back there. Me and Moose just the shiny, happy faces.
Just the beautiful faces, man. Just the...
This is what we get paid for.
Yeah.
Face of the company. If you are just joining us, minute left to play here. It's basically been all Seattle. One pass for Carson Wentz was intercepted. We have a Valor touchdown. That's right. Go Google him. That's why you never know here in Simland. We joke about it. And a lot of you, I know your conspiracy theories, all your thoughts. We've seen you. We've been seeing you for months. This is why you never can tell what is going to happen.
No, we got no clue. There's a hide catch, though. It was his second. So kind of nice for him. I'm not sure if they did give him the first. They stretched for it. Got that nice animation. It's one of the differences from this year to last year. Players can stretch for the first down.
Yeah, I know. You do like to see it. There's that and some, they do. That was the two-hand stretch, too.
Yeah.
You see that one grass. There's a nice run there. Don't give a fickin' says Sunday was created for football, faith, and beers. Well, hopefully you're doing a little bit of everything. If that's what you're into. Here we are. Look at this. He's Moose. You can follow him at the Fantasy Grind. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. Hope y'all are having a fantastic Sunday. Appreciate you taking some time out of your day between those maybe three things like don't give a fickin' said and cutting us into that. Russell Wilson so far, 8 of 9, throws 9 passes in the first quarter. That's good numbers there. 89 yards, no touchdown. 0 for 1 is Wentz with the interception. But you got to love what you're seeing out of Russ.
Russ is possibly on his way to a big day. Obviously, already has the no, he doesn't have the touchdown because Bloor ran it. I thought he never mind. So, not much else going on. I mean, Russ playing well. Eagles playing terrible. Have the Eagles even had the ball? Like
one pass. One pass. Oh, one run. Sanders did have a run. Metcalf, 50 of those 89 yards. Carson Wentz did throw an interception. And I did want to make mention that Bloor, as a vulture, very few, and I don't know, and I'm not asking this because, Drew, there's way too many games, but like how many times has a fullback dive gone 4 yards for a score? I'm guessing not quite often.
That's a good point. Like I wasn't even thinking about it in that situation because, like you said, they were on the 4-yard line, weren't they? Legitimately.
Yeah.
So,
Drew saying handful. So I'm going to say that's 5.
Okay.
And he's the guy who would know.
I guess inside the 5, is when it would happen. So the sim probably doesn't differentiate between the 4 and the 1 yard line that much, but
true. I just usually that would be stopped because it's usually just like a quick push.
Right.
By the way, we do have the Patrick killing it in ops, updating the scores through 1. Nice start here to the second quarter, first down pass to Tyler Lockett. Russell Wilson almost at 100 yards here, just first play into the second quarter. Here we go. So we'll get a first and goal from the 9. Russell Wilson in the shotgun. He's got the bench set. Crossing routes in effect. Wide open receiver in the end zone. DK Metcalf, touchdown, Seattle.
All right, man. Now we're getting it going. Yeah, Russ is definitely playing well. Metcalf on his way to the bonus as well. Over halfway there with the touchdown. So
Yeah, was that a 9-yard touchdown pass? It was probably up right under 60. He was owned in just 40% of the, or 39 actually of the contest. Captain in 8%. That's going to help your lineups. Our guy, Drew, in our producer, well, he was in first. I just dropped a second as Patrick's updating me stats as we go along. But I want to get back to one thing you were talking about earlier, Moose, where you said, like, because there are other rumors now about Russell Wilson. We talked about this the other day, about potentially Chicago, or I think there was one report, more likely not returning to Seattle than returning to Seattle. Again, sources, rumors, whatever.
Yeah.
But I think you just mentioned something like, one, who would that replacement be? That's, you can theorize, but what does that mean for DK Metcalf? Because obviously coming into the league, like, your connection with your quarterback is probably the biggest part, right? Like, he's obviously delivering the ball, like we saw even with like Roethlisberger, Chase Claypool, but that's 1 year. This is 2 years. DK Metcalf seems to just be progressing and progressing. And yeah, let's just say, I'm just going to throw a name. I'm just not saying this is going to happen, but let's just say it's Marcus Mariota or Derek Carr, because they're going to want to try to replace him with, I don't know, whatever you think of those players. But let's say it's one of them. Like, does that yield the same results? Or like, would you, especially with the fantasy implications and daily and year long, would you be very, like trepidatious when it comes to, DK's value next year without Russ?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not like he's going to be trash. Like he's going to like go down to a wide receiver 4 or something, but him and Lockett, I mean, we're having trouble coexisting, and that what Pete Carroll wants to do. He doesn't want to throw more. He wants to throw less. So yeah, DK Metcalf is a guy right now. Like if I owned him in a dynasty league, I'd be hating this. I'd be absolutely hating it. There is situations where, maybe Seattle's just going to be a bad team next year. Like, and that is okay for fantasy because they'll be throwing more. So maybe that helps them out. Maybe they do somehow get a decent quarterback back. Like Derek Carr wouldn't be the worst. It really wouldn't. He's supported some decent receivers and stuff. So. It's not like dead in the water, but like you're not going to replace Russell Wilson. Like, he was a big part of DK Metcalf having a breakout year last year, and if he did taper off a bit, like it sucks basically. I think a lot of people, including myself, we're just kind of be like, well, DK Metcalf's about to go nuclear, right? Like, like this guy could be top 5 wide receiver with Russ, and then you get the news about Pete Carroll wanted to dial back, and then now Russ potentially probably not even going to be there next year. Like it's worse. Like it can't be a better situation than it was last year. It's hard for me to see that unless something major happens, like a car or something gets there. And even then, so DK Metcalf definitely going to be down my boards, likely to start, when the fantasy football rankings and stuff, kind of like after the draft. So we'll see.
Yeah. Interesting point. Jimmy B says Seattle and Houston should just trade quarterbacks. LOL. I'm sure they both. I'm sure Russ would really love that. Like, I'm gonna go from Seattle, even though Chicago's the rumor. What you think of them, but still a playoff team. But like the dumpster fire that is Houston currently.
I don't think that would solve anything because I don't think that Deshaun Watson wants to play for Pete Carroll either.
And that's the funny thing. I was thinking about that. Like, who does Deshaun Watson technically want to play for? Like, I feel like he wants to play for Deshaun Watson a little bit right now. He's like, I want the say in everything. So like, what team? Obviously we saw what happened with Tom Brady. Like, he needs a super player coach if he really thinks he can get that. But I don't even know where that is today.
I think he could get. I think like that's why I think Carolina is interesting. Like, I do think Matt Rule would give him some leniency as a younger coach. Now, I mean, that's not a guarantee, right? I mean,
it's a good point though.
Ooh, down goes Wentz. So I think Carolina is at least interested in giving him some kind of leeway like that. Rule's basically in charge of everything there. So again, you could see like just a coach player thing where they really get on the same page, but maybe Miami too. I mean, Miami just might be desperate and be like, yeah, we'll work with you, whatever. Brian Flores, he's done well, but he's not like in a position to just be like, it's my way or the highway either, right? Like, he's put together a solid team, but I don't think he's necessarily, like a Bill Belichick guy yet or anything. So
I kind of feel like he is, though. I feel like he's a little bit of a hard ass because he fired Shane Gailey, like that was like 1 year out. He fired Chad O'Shea the year before. It's like I feel like he has a vision of things, and obviously ownership likes him. Nice run here. Sanders gets to the outside. down to the 10-yard line, 3:13 to play. Already at 34 rushing yards. Nice play by Sanders. But
And look, if Deshaun doesn't go there, that could be a part of the reason why, right? Absolutely. I kind of thought that at first too. I'm like, is Brian Flores really going to like give him more input than Bill O'Brien? But maybe Brian Flores, these guys, and some of them are like, sort of quote unquote hard asses, but some of them might also be smart enough to see the writing on the wall that, you can be as big a hard ass as you want, but unless you attach yourself to an elite quarterback or something, you're probably going nowhere. So it does. I think Miami does come down to a lot of what Flores thinks and how he would operate with it. But you're right. I mean, how many situations are there out there? I don't know either. It's a good question. I think Chicago. The more I think about Chicago too, I think it actually makes sense for us because Matt Nagy and the GM there, like what other choice do they have? Like they are on the hot seat, man. If they don't attach themselves to Russ, like they're potentially gone. So I think Russ coming to Chicago would be huge for those guys because it gives them a lifeline. It's like, oh yeah, well you can't fire us now. Russ Wilson is here and like he's in charge as well, and like we're his guys. So there's a touchdown, Alshon.
Look at that, Alshon Jeffrey, free agent, scores there.
Maybe he'll go back to Chicago. You never know.
Hey, bring him back. Reunite.
Allen, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. Will they be able to afford Allen Robinson? I mean, I think the biggest questions about Chicago as a potential Russ landing spot, we're off topic now, but, they still have to address O-line and wide receiver there and like salary caps. So I don't know, but.
Well, and like we've said, and I think we talked about this the other day, when you trade for these players, they're looking at 3 first-round picks are all these reports as well. So it's almost like almost untradeable because, again, then you're Russell Wilson. Let's say you go to Chicago. You don't have a first-round pick this year. Let's just theoretically say it's the next 3 years. So you're hampering your own future in a sense because you're taking away top-end talent from your own squad. But, it's a win-now league. If they can sneak a Super Bowl in, then they don't care. Like what Tom Brady did might be the worst thing to happen for a lot of these organizations because they might think, oh, if we just get that guy, we can make it happen. We can plug it in for 1 year.
Yeah, it's true. And some of these moves are going to bust. Like, you're right. I mean, it worked out for Brady, and I think it will work out for some of these other guys, but there's going to be some busts too, like where it's just, it's not going to come together or it's going to look weird. And like, let's not forget, like Tampa Bay really didn't look good for like a while last year, like at least the first half of the year. We were like, Brady didn't look good. The offense was out of sync. The defense was carrying them a little bit, but they were kind of up and down. So
it was just inconsistent the whole time.
Yeah. And
then that last stretch until like Thanksgiving, and from there on.
Absolutely, man. So, yeah,
it's fascinating. That's the one thing for
sure. It's super fascinating. That's what I love about it. I mean, but yeah, I think. I don't even know. And again, like maybe Deshaun Watson doesn't care as much as Russ. Like maybe he's just like, I want out of Houston and like, these are my top spots, but realistically, like I'll take anywhere. He definitely seems like he's just fed up with Houston. So I don't know.
Should be interesting. A 2-minute warning here. Russell Wilson on 3rd and 2 in the gun, fakes the handoff. Plenty of time here. He's going to take off, has the first slide safely. Jordan Lindebaum in the chat says, as great as Russ is, it's like a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. No money left for free agents, no picks left to surround him with talent. And that's the way I also look at it with Deshaun Watson, wherever these guys potentially go. And if you are confused, if people are like, wait, what are they talking about? Trades? I haven't seen that. It's out there. It was put out there this week that Team 3, if you're not in on Team 3, it's like the entourage of Russell Wilson, who was actually in the Entourage movie. He has his people talking for him, which I'm sure Seattle must love. Dak's fixed ankle says, what up, Rossi and Jeff? The Moose? Question mark, actually. Or is he questioning the what's up part? If you're asking what's up, cat puke. If you're asking about the Moose, he can answer. Nice play there. Another stretch out. Looked like DK on the catch. Reaching for the first down. Timeout called. Beautiful cityscape of simulated Seattle. That's on the list of when, travel's more regulated and normal. I got to get to Seattle.
Seattle? Yeah, it's a nice spot for sure. I've been there. It reminds me, I've I used to live in Vancouver for a couple of years, so it reminds me a lot
Nice.
of Vancouver. They're big, sprawling cities. They're right on the ocean, Pacific Northwest. They're nice cities for sure.
Did you ever guest spot on a TV show as like an extra or a movie? In
No.
Vancouver? Oh.
No, never did that.
Yeah.
I had friends who did stuff like that.
I feel like everything's filmed in Vancouver for a long stretch of the 2000s.
A lot of stuff
Because it was, I remember reading about it because Boston's become kind of a hub recently because they executed like taxes from them. So like, yeah, just come film here. And yeah, Vancouver was like the spot because of like landscape purposes. Like movies have those big visuals of like wide open fields and beautiful, cityscapes and everything. Like they say, Vancouver has just about everything.
It's a good city for that. There's mountains nearby. You need forests. You need the forested spots. You need the ocean. You got the ocean there. It can be sunny. It can rain.
Sure, I love it.
It's a really nice spot, which is why it costs you like your liver and one of your kidneys to live there. But definitely like a cool spot. It's if you can afford it, man. Like you're an hour and a half out of Whistler, which is like one of the basically nicest ski resorts in the world. You've got the ocean, the beach there in the summer is amazing. You got, it doesn't really snow. If it snows, it's like, a couple days. Rains a lot, so you got to deal with that, especially in the fall and winter, but it's not that bad.
And big play here. Got to get it in the end zone. Don't want to get caught in bounds. Throws it there. Touchdown.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, what a drive. DK's second touchdown of the game. Monster performance from him.
I always captain DK Metcalf when I do the Seahawks, and I faded him today, and
paying for it.
Getting punished.
Yeah, my team at 81st and going to be dropping. Russell Wilson is my captain, but really could have been nice to team up with Metcalf. I went with Lockett and Olsen. Decent game for Olsen. Good win. Just absolute milk carton status, but Russell Wilson executed that perfectly. They had 2 minutes to play, all 3 timeouts, made their way down, scored. So we get the touchdowns now. 21-7, Seattle touchdowns. Belore, yeah, again, Google them. 2 from DK Metcalf. The Eagles scored Carson Wentz to Alshon Jeffrey with 10 seconds remaining here in the first half. I'm assuming we're just going to get a run once they get the ball, but you never know. Edward Pride says, why doesn't Stafford and Wentz come up when you talk about Watson or Wilson wanting to change or input? Well, because I look at those two situations very different. Wentz won. He was traded. There wasn't a lot of talk like this. Like there wasn't a bunch of rumors about him saying things. And the only rumor that really came out is that he and Doug Peterson didn't talk for 10 weeks, which is the most crazy situation. And Stafford just came out and as soon as Dan Campbell came in, they already knew he had a conversation with the organization. I think out of respect for him and what he's done for them over 13 seasons, he was like, I want to move on.
Yeah.
Like, okay. It's different when the team and the player seem to be on the same page, where these other two they're not. Clearly with Deshaun Watson, as Nick Caserio, as soon as the other day again said, we're not trading him. It's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's different when when the teams and the quarterback's interests align. I mean, the Eagles clearly were just like, okay, we know the situation is bad. We know it's irreparable. Let's all move on. Carson Wentz wanted to move on too. And then like Jason said with Stafford, I mean, the Detroit Lions are just, they're rebuilding. I mean, they've been terrible. The Stafford era is kind of done. It makes sense for them to get some capital. They wanted to do that and rebuild, and Stafford wanted to move on too. So really simple, but in the other case, and the Seahawks, I don't think Seattle had any interest in moving on from Russell Wilson at the start of the offseason. So, definitely a different situation there altogether. So
I agree. And in this one, just to give you guys a heads up, Sanders had a nice run, hasn't touched the ball since. He's 6 for 35. So kind of a tough start as we enter the half, but he can pop off, but down 14. We'll see how they choose to play their card with the running game. Carson Edwards, sure. Chris Carson, 23 yards on 6 carries. Only touchdown on the ground is Belore. Nick Belore owned in 0.02. That is 1 out of every 2.6.
Who rostered the Fresh Prince of Belore? Let us know in the chat. I mean, come on, guys.
I get
I
it.
see
Yeah.
some of you guys got DK Metcalf. Feels like nobody in the chat has DK Metcalf. Like I don't see any like DK Metcalf rockets. No one's exciting.
I'll tell you one guy that's excited.
I guess
that
nobody
is,
rostered him today, man. I don't know.
well, one guy did is our producer Drew, sitting in first place in our contest.
There we go.
He's got
Drew's
Russ.
got all the DK Metcalf.
He's got Russ in the captain. He's got Miles Sanders, DK Metcalf, Alshon Jeffrey, Carlos Hyde, your dude, and Seattle's defense all playing well thus far as we get here to the third quarter in moments. Metcalf, 77 yards, 2 scores, 33 away from the bonus, 6 catches, leads the way in all categories. Bowman over on Twitch says, if a QB wants to go and die and kill his career, he should go to Chicago.
I mean,
take that, I guess, for
I
what
don't
it's
know.
worth.
Why is Chicago so bad? I mean,
yeah, they were a playoff team last year. Like we've talked about
playoff
this.
team 2 out of the last 3
yeah.
years. Matt Nagy's actually got them to a winning record. I'm not even a Matt Nagy fan, but I recognize that like they haven't been that bad. And I don't know. There's let me put it this way: there's worse places to go than Chicago by far. So I'm not necessarily on the fence of saying like, oh yeah, Chicago's like winning the Super Bowl for us goes there, but they got, like I said off the top, they got a lot of things they need to address, man. That O-line's got to be better. And like, who are they bringing in a wide receiver if they can't afford Allen Robinson? So
that's a good point. It is fascinating. And producer Drew says they've never had a good quarterback. Maybe a curse maybe they're cursed at the position, which is fascinating because the more I think about it, who has been Chicago's best quarterback? Yeah. Yikes.
Yeah. That's legitimately the answer to that question though. Rex Grossman, Sexy Rexy. That do it for you, Jason. Nope. They legitimately have not had a good quarterback ever. Like ever.
It's true.
It's not a joke. I mean,
Jay Cutler maybe, just based on numbers, but
yeah. He had a stretch there.
Yeah, everybody obviously kind of has that memory of, was it Caleb Haney who ended up playing in the NFC title game because Cutler got hurt.
Oh right, yeah.
Against Green
and
Bay.
then he was walking around. He looked fine on the sidelines.
He's like smoking a cig.
Like, really? You're not going back in, Jay? Like we're done here?
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm good. What do you? Oh, you guys want me to play? You asked about DK Metcalf and the players. I mean, people have just come out saying he's in my flex. I got him in the flex. No more Ballure, says Bonzo. I think you might be okay there. Yeah, Scotty Tuati says McMahon. Jeremy says Cutler with a question mark. Edward Pride says, yes or no? Did Wentz ask for a trade while the Eagles were trying to win the division? He put in all caps, so I'm assuming that's it. I'm going to go with no.
That's the whole point, though.
I don't think he asked for a trade during that.
That's what separates Wentz and Stafford.
Yeah, and maybe he did behind the scenes, but we didn't hear about it. No leaked reports. Nobody from his camp, his family, his agent. What a smash hit that was there. Gang tackle there. Sanders not going anywhere.
I think at that point in the season too, like, because remember, Wentz didn't get pulled until like week 12 or something.
Yep.
Yeah, he can't get traded at that point in the year. Like the trade deadline's over, and I mean, he's not going to be switching teams at that point. So I mean, he wasn't going to request a trade until the season was over at that point, and the relationship was irrevocably damaged, so to speak. So, here we go. Speaking of Carson Wentz,
look at him. There he
is.
Going
for it all, baby, and he's getting it all. Jason,
Alshon all the
Jeffrey,
way,
up and down. That's old Alshon, up and down, boxing out the cornerback, coming down with it. I'll tell you something. Alshon Jeffrey had me a massive week one week on DraftKings way back in 2016. So
you'll never forget.
He was at one point capable of doing this on a consistent basis. I don't know if that player's there anymore for real, but he did it here in Simline.
He did, and so he's trying to match up with DK Metcalf. 2 touchdowns for Alshon Jeffrey. Yes, pinch yourself. He's going nuts. 4th touchdown in the last 3 games for Sean. What a score. Just lighten up the scoreboard here. 21-14 early here in the second half. Moose, Rossi, producer Drew, TP, our technical advisor, Patrick and Ops. Great crew. Smash that like, hit subscribe, and the bell for notifications. If you like what you're seeing here, much appreciated. Also to our Twitch homies, if you could hit that bell for notifications, it would help my cat not get sick on the floor and would help us all out. Catcher's looking guilty now. So I'm gonna turn my camera so you guys can see. I know DK Sim fam, sorry, but like I don't know if you guys can.
He's just looking guilty, is he?
Yeah, I don't know what you can
What's up,
see
Des?
there. Yeah, he's just
Des,
like
what's up, buddy?
he's got this depressed look.
Oh,
Looks like a 90s like REM video.
every cat hurts.
Yeah, every cat pukes sometimes. Hey. Yeah, he's not even looking. Ear turns. He doesn't care. He's like, yeah, whatever. He's shaming me on the interwebs.
I can't believe you told everybody in Simville that I threw up Jason.
He's
The Russ bust.
yeah, Russ getting some points there for you on the ground. Quickly responding. Yes, sir, Alshon, says Austin. Alshon trying to bring me back since I faded DK, says Jimmy B. Metcalf, Jackson, Lockett, and Sanders, says Tony. Nice lineup. We'll see if they can get some. Deshaun used to be my must roster in these matchups, but I've kind of noticed a trend of him not having those big games. I've noticed Goodwin's been playing well, but again, nothing today.
Yep.
Russell Wilson with the drop-off pass. I got 30 freaking points, says Congo Cab.
Oh, my
what's-
lineup is horrendous. I have neither Alshon or DK.
Same. But I
Josh
have,
Gordon at 0 points. Well, that's my own fault. I shouldn't use Josh Gordon, but
that's all right. Goodwin's got 0 from me, so
I wanted to
we're
give him a shout out since he's the star of the fan-controlled football league now. Josh
yeah. I
Gordon.
saw, yeah. How about that? Free agent as well. Says he's got more to play. I feel like I've heard that the last 5 years
We
in a row.
have, yeah. I think everyone's heard that before from Josh Gordon, but
But I'm just saying this. I'm waving the Patriot flag here. That come on back, dude. You know, we could use a receiver. Just get you in here. More than likely would be the number one, like by the snap of your fingers. So
yeah. just if your heart was still beating, you're the number
yeah,
one.
yeah. Seriously, you may not even have to play.
Yeah.
There's Russell Wilson in the shotgun, the 43-yard line, 5:30 to play. They flex out their running back. Ooh, getting Jamal Adams go out there on him. He's gonna have a good. There it is.
Oh wow.
What execution by Russell Wilson. He's gonna go to the end zone. Lock it in there, baby. Touchdown, Seattle. 42 yards. What an excellent play. They take Carson. They flex him out. Jamal Adams, the thumper, goes out to cover him. And they just find that opening in the defense on the slant, and nobody's going to catch him.
Single coverage, like you said, safety on the other side. That was a nice play. Well executed, Simville.
What I meant to say was they had another defender. No, Jamal Adams got traded during this, Drew. He's now on the Eagles. Weird. Things happen real fast there, people. No, I'm kidding. I made a mistake. But I appreciate that by producer Drew. Always picks me up. Because if anybody knows how dumb I can be, it is producer Drew.
Russ up to 219, 3 touchdowns, so well inside of the bonus now.
What a game, seriously.
No, that's good. This is great offensive outburst. I said we're going to get a good game after the first two. Seattle's bringing it. Philly's brought it too. Carson Wentz trying to keep up. Some massive points here.
Yeah, look at this. Already up to, what do we have, 42 points. Still almost 2 quarters to play. It's off to shotgun style here in the first opening minutes of the fourth quarter. Second half.
Where would you like to see Russell Wilson play next year, Ralph?
Seattle.
Really? You're just
Yeah.
like, no, you're not for this change, hey? You're
No.
Jason, I don't like
Yeah, seriously, I like reading the newspaper on a Sunday morning, going through the funnies, playing Hocus Pocus, and seeing what's the 8 things that are different. No, but in all honesty, it's because I don't want to see this trend of franchise quarterbacks being able to move like this.
Oh, really? Okay. I kind of like it.
Because I think I understand from like an overall, like, especially from like the way football is now, like number one. Here's the hottest of dumb things to say, but like I feel like it could potentially hurt the sport eventually, not this year, but like all that movement, like the NBA, like everyone talks about how sexy it is, like off season, it's crazy. Then you see what the ratings look like, and they're like, oh, well, people like, wait a minute, but that's Brooklyn versus the Lakers. That should be a huge game, and it's like, yeah, nobody watches. But that's beside the point. I know that's not going to happen overnight with the NFL, but I like to think like whatever your favorite team is in the chat, like you don't want if you already have one, awesome, but you don't want your franchise quarterback to like one day just be like, yeah, we're gonna trade him.
Right.
You don't want it to happen. Like with Stafford, to go back to that point, is like that is after almost 14 years of service and a team that's completely trying to just change everything.
Well,
like,
let's not.
Fumble there. Look at that, picked up. There's Jamal Adams.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Now you can say Jamal Adams. Recovered that and was on the tackle. So forced fumble and recovery by Jamal Adams. But Russ has been with Seattle for a while, man.
No, I know, but to me,
over 8 years.
I thought 2012 was when he was drafted. So yeah, maybe 8 full seasons.
Yeah.
But my point to it is, I get it, but he's also been to 2 Super Bowls, won a Super Bowl, and the team's still good. I don't feel like they're in a position where it's like, yeah, we got it's an organizational move where Stafford was an organizational move. I'm not saying player over organization or vice versa. I just like the mutual, when you're a franchise guy, like that's the thing, like with Brady, that still breaks my heart. Like that should have never happened in my opinion, but he was eligible a free agent, wasn't happy. 20 years, dude, he's like, I'm done. I'm going to go try something else. Okay. More power to you. I just don't want to see, I'm just going to mention like a guy like, let's say Joe Burrow has another great, like he has 3 great years, and then it's like they sign him, everything, and he's like, yeah, I want to leave. Like, I don't want to see that be the trend. Like, Deshaun Watson signed last offseason, around like this time. Yeah. I don't want that to happen. I don't like that idea. And it can happen here and there. I understand it has happened. But for me, back to the point the question asked, I like Russell Wilson in Seattle. I like the way that Seattle team's built. And I feel like if he goes, let's say Chicago or whatever team, your favorite team, said person in chat, and you're all excited to have Russell, like, what does that do for Seattle? Like, does that just kill their organization? Don't forget, they gave up a first-round pick. They don't have one this year as well because Jamal Adams. So they're in a tough spot.
It's an interesting dilemma because I do think like the stars need to be the stars. I mean, if Pete Carroll is going to let Russ throw 20 times a game, I mean, that's not good for the league either. So
no,
I don't know.
I know, but
I do get your point. I absolutely get your point. I absolutely do. I think it could lead to, like you said, franchises just not being able to trust superstars and flaming out and lots of movement and stuff like that. But I don't know. A lot of this stuff is self-brought upon. Like Seattle, you can't make Russell Wilson happy.
That's that's it.
Why are you siding with Pete Carroll over Russell Wilson? As an owner, what loyalty do you have to Pete Carroll over Russell Wilson? Russell Wilson is the guy who brings you the money. He's the face of the franchise, not Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll's just the coach. But the defense was great for a lot of that run. The defense.
I'm just saying, these are the facts. Like that, Russell Wilson wasn't. Listen, to this day, and I'm not saying this disrespectfully, he still hasn't gotten an MVP vote. It still hasn't happened. So
that's true. Who puts fans in the seats though?
Oh,
who are you selling tickets with?
Chris Carson. Defensive shift here. Can he get 4? Caught. Can he fight his way to the end zone? No.
Here's my thing, and this is why I will side with the players. I think probably like 30 out of the 32 NFL franchises are extremely poorly run. They don't use common sense. Like I said, they do dumb things like side with coaches. They give coaches too much money, too much power. They don't realize where the bread is coming from, and then the players get upset and they try and flex a little bit, and they're like, "Well, this is my franchise. I've run it. You've made the mistakes, and now you're like, why is the player upset? Well, the player's upset because you're running it like a child. So, I just don't feel any sympathy for these franchises. Like I don't. The owners are still going to make money off them. If Seattle goes in the tank, they go in the tank. That's their own prerogative. They chose Pete Carroll over Russ Wilson, so. That's the way I look at it. I just don't have any sympathy for these franchises. I do think you make good points though about, it could weaken the league, thin it down a bit, especially with some franchises going into the tank. But screw that. Let's just create anarchy. let's just let the players do whatever.
Total alien call right there. By the way, they went for it on a 4th and goal, and unlike the Super Bowl, they actually chose to run it out of the shotgun formation. Absolutely stuffed Fletcher Cox on the gang tackle. So Philadelphia takes back over when we get back to the 4th. Here through 3, 28-14. Offensive shootout here on your 4 p.m. Eastern sim.
Pew, pew, pew. shootout.
29 yards away from, that was like laser. 29 yards away from Russell hitting the bonus. 3 touchdowns for him. Wentz, 145, 2 scores in the interception, which was his first thrown pass. On the ground, it has been the Ballore show. By that, I mean has 1 carry, 4 yards, and a touchdown. He was in on that last drive. For a second, while we were ranting, I thought he was going to score, and it was going to just put everything into a halt, but did not happen.
It would have just snuck up on me again. I wasn't even. That would have been amazing.
Who scores?
The chat would have absolutely loved another Ballore touchdown, right?
So, yeah. Would have helped them big time, especially those that play in like the big money contest in these individuals, which, by the way, I've decided sooner or later I'm getting in one of those. So just be ready. Be ready. If you're one of the 2 other people, that wouldn't be me. And that's how those contests get confirmed. Go check those out on your, every Madden game, dude. You can play for free, play for some cash, whatever you're into.
Man. Absolutely.
It's a lot of fun.
I mean, that's the great thing. We honestly don't pump this product enough. I know we're on here talking about the games, but there's free to play. There's money contests for each Madden sim. It's great. If you like the football, if that's all you care about, kind of like me. I care about other sports too, but I love football. You can do this 24/7. So check those out in the lobby, guys. Obviously, lots of paid contests. And hey, we haven't even asked once. Smash that like button if you could, DK Sim Fam. It does help.
Tickle it.
It does. And
subscribe. Appreciate you guys being here. Lockett, Metcalf, Olsen, all over 70 yards. Olsen quietly, 6 for 72. DK, 6 for 77, 2 scores. Lockett, 4 for 74 with the score. Alshon Jeffrey, 9 yards away from the bonus, 3 for 91, 2 touchdowns. Dorsett, nice little day as well, just grabbing 2 balls, but for his price tag, 31 yards, that's good. Ertz, Stanks, 2 for 23. Hyde, he's got 4 grabs for you, so there's where he's doing some damage for you. Miles Sanders, once was a double bonus contender. Now, just 49 yards on the ground, fumble, 1 catch, 4 yards. So not having the day you were expecting in your captain spot there for Miles Sanders.
No, not quite.
Dax Fixed Ankle says, all right, 124th in the Rossi Moose contest. Hey, somebody's going to be in every position. Can't all be first, right?
I mean, I might honestly be in last in that contest. I'm going to have to check here.
Producer Drew still rocking at number 1 right there. Up by a little
How
under.
am I in 84th in that one? That doesn't even – you guys must be terrible. Did everyone fade Alshon and Metcalf like me? I mean –
must be. Wow. I'm in 48th right now. Wilson doing his business. So Goodwin, if he can give me anything here, maybe right here. Come on, find him.
There's 50 people or 40 people, I should say. That's pretty amazing.
Look at you. There is a catch there from Sanders. Trying to warm it up here in the 4th quarter. Shout out who you need. Prince of Darkness says, thanks, Rossi. Haha, I took Darnold. 3.76. Oh, that stinks.
Classic, I guess. I've seen.
Yeah. First time says Rossi sprinkling some dust. So that was my tickling of the like button as well first time. Also, first time says Rossi looking like every white rapper ever. If you want that, I could put my beanie on, I feel like. But I'm just wearing a Macho Man shirt. It's a wrestling night in the Rossi household. There's a AEW pay-per-view. So, yeah, come on.
Which one?
AEW, a newer
AEW.
company.
Who is there any like vets that have like gone with them? Or?
Yeah, Chris Jericho.
Oh, nice.
A Canadian brother of yours. Yep. The Big Show is just recently joined.
Nice.
Who else like vets? we are going to do a musical soon. And I'm all in on it.
It's the Big Bad Show tonight.
Matt Hardy. Matt Hardy's on the card tonight. So you got a couple of the vets, but they've done a really good job, I think, of balancing vets and what is known as the indie circuit. A lot of guys that were in Japan. Yeah. So it's actually a very entertaining product. So they have
then just go and sign a bunch of old guys and try and.
They did and didn't. They use them. For my wrestling fandom, they use them in a good way. They're not like the number 1 people on it. I think it's smart, they're rubbing off on these other guys to get them fame.
Yeah, that's smart. I mean, if you're going to try and be an upstart, like, why would you just try and recycle guys, right? Like, create your own brand, right? So it makes a lot of sense.
Yep. And I think you'll see, tonight in this event, there's also a barbed wire death match, which doesn't often happen here in America. Yeah. So Go on your Twitter machine. You'll see a lot of crazy.
Who's in the barbed wire death match?
That would be Kenny Omega, another Canadian, by the way.
Okay.
Arguably known as one of the best wrestlers of all time.
I think I've heard of Kenny Omega. I think I may know him. Yeah.
And he is facing John Moxley, formerly of WWE's Dean Ambrose. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Huge. That'll be a good one. Though you'll probably see a lot of like Twitter things. Also, I forgot to mention who's also wrestling tonight for the first time in 5 years. Sting. Sting is in AEW.
Really?
Yes.
Ah, interesting.
That's so I'm forgetting, guys named like Taz, Jimmy B mentions, Jake the Snake, but these guys aren't wrestlers, they're like managers, which that's what I like.
I assume Jake the Snake is done. that dude's lucky to be alive.
You say that now. He is, actually. There's some documentaries about that. Which...
Yeah, absolutely. No, if you actually the Jake the Snake documentary, the most recent one, I can't remember what it's called, but it's
called the Resolution or something with an R. Now that I think about it,
is it? Yeah,
Resurrection of Jake the Snake. I think it's called.
That's what it is. Yeah,
and I love it, and I'm a big Diamond Dallas Page fan, but it's kind of half documentary, half advertising.
I was gonna say infomercial. Yeah, for sure.
Which I am an owner. Well, no, I have. When DVDs were a thing,
yeah, right.
I have some DDP Yoga DVDs.
I mean, it's just a yoga series. Like it's probably not revolutionary, but if you do follow it, I mean, it's going to help you. So it's absolutely.
I will just say this to plug it. If there's anybody who's like, oh, yoga, no way, and I was the same way. If you have little odds and like things that are nagging, the way his specific way of doing yoga has even helped me. Like I have a super tight back from sitting all day, like I'm sure a lot of us do. So like I'm hunched over, and he's got some interesting ways, and he continues to say that he's looking for one pro athlete that he can convince to do it to change their life, because then he thinks it'll just be the biggest yoga ever. So Eva, there was my Boston accent. Oh, look at this. Producer Drew says DDP was doing yoga at a resort in Mexico I was at. Well, first of all, wouldn't that be awesome to be at right now? Two, that's cool. Here's Wentz. Throws a bullet. It's caught in the end zone.
Oh, my God.
Wait, is it the 3-4? Is that my guy Goodwin?
No.
Oh, wow.
Baby.
Hat trick. Throw your hats, everybody.
That's right.
The hat trick for Alshon Jeffrey. And I literally threw a couple hats.
I can confirm. Rossi's all over. He's got a lot of hats just randomly sitting by him, too. So
watch out. You know what it is? Moose, I'll be 100% honest. You're rocking it. By the way, killer hat today. I love the color. I never know if I'm going to be clean, showered, or what my hair is going to be like. So shorter hair, I don't have to worry. I did shower today, by the way. But normally I'll always keep a couple hats just in case.
I mean, as being a bald man who has to worry about glare and things like that on the camera, I always keep a couple around here. So.
Well, listen. First of all, you're lucky with that. Your water bill probably appreciates it too. Keep it clean.
That's right.
Alex Fox says, "Hell yeah, Rossi! I owned a yoga studio until COVID hit. Get limber, boy." Well, first off, Alex, hope everything works out in the long run.
No
I think anybody crap that happened like that shut down anything or put anything on pause. Hopefully, big come ups in the second half of this year. So we're thinking of you that way. And yeah, I agree with you. Limber is everything.
Especially I used to do the hot yoga all the time. I'm doing that.
That sounds awesome.
It makes you feel good after. It can be intense, especially if you're feeling a little tired or something before, because obviously you're just pouring, the sweat's just coming out of you the whole time. But it really does. You get into it. It's you should feel good.
No, I dig it. I love the idea of it because I'm the type of guy that you could be in like cold yoga and I'll sweat. So I'd rather just all the pores be open. Here's Russ trying to hold on to the 7-point lead. TP says, I took a yoga as an elective. Wait, what? There was a yoga is like a major or elective, whatever?
I swear you can take anything as a major these days.
That's true. He says it was hands down the best 8 a.m. Class I could have ever asked for. No, just a class. Okay. And Drew took a golf class. Man, college is the best. I'm just gonna go back to college for that. Yeah, can I major in wrestling? No, not like actual physical wrestling, like professional wrestling, like the entertainment form. All right, cool. I'm gonna get a degree. Too much. There's a nice pass there. Russ to DK. He's
Who
in the
else?
bonus.
Yeah,
By the
I was
way,
gonna say.
Alshon, I believe, is in the bonus on that last catch as well.
Yeah, I'm almost positive he's got to be in the bonus.
Drew also says, I don't think you want to pay $3K for 2 credits so you can get a yoga or golf class. Don't tell me what to do with my money, Drew.
If I'm being honest, I would just go back to time in college, save my money, and wait till YouTube came out so I could just take free classes on everything. So
It's funny you say that. Now, I'm not calling out either any of the people behind the scenes, but for me, like, I do a lot of video editing still to this day. Not a ton as I used to. Time just doesn't allow me. As Russ, here we are with a 2nd and inches. That's a little over 2 minutes ago here. I learned everything off of YouTube. Like, it was just like YouTube. I used a program at the time called Sony Vegas, and I just cranked away for like 3 months, and I became pretty damn good at it. Nowhere near like Billy, Babysitter Billy, who's legit like an artist of editing and animation. He's a big doings whenever you see anything, DraftKings. If you saw the Super Bowl commercial, Jesse was the star, but Billy and the crew kind of put together all the backgrounds and motion. So it's good stuff. Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
TP also says, I learned how to edit on Sony Vegas 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, that was like the program for a hot minute. Timeout call.
I started to teach myself how to do Photoshop. And like you said, I mean, just like classes on the internet, $15 or something. Like,
yeah,
I got pretty good at it. Like I've let it go, but I would like to go back to it and just become like super proficient at it at some point. So
yeah, I have a degree in graphic design, and
oh, nice.
Yeah, I did it for a while, but it's funny how nice run here nice tackle. I thought that was gonna ice the game. It's funny, you're right. With anything DK Simfam, whether it's a hobby or something you like, knitting for all I know, like it's like a muscle. You got to flex it. You got to continue to work on these things.
Exactly.
You can't, like a guitar. You can't just put it down for 3 years and be like, pick it up and play Stairway to Heaven. Like it's gonna take that revamp time. So I'm with you. There's a lot of those skill shares and online courses you can take, which I'm a big proponent of, especially during these times.
Yeah, like I already know, like if I go back to doing something in Photoshop, I'm gonna have to take like a couple days and like go back over to everything. So kind of annoying, but also I'm not using it every day right now, so it's whenever. I got some base knowledge in there, so
that's it. You know what else you got? A lot of knowledge about Sims, dude.
That's right. I mean,
you can't teach that online.
That is irreplaceable.
That's going to be the game, by the way. They get the first down.
Oh, yeah, that is going to be the game.
But I wonder if we're going to get one more run, because I've seen this. We've talked about, wow.
They love to do this.
And no timeouts left.
Hey, well, why don't we just hand it off once more?
And it is a one-score game, so anything could happen. So I was going to say let's wrap it up here and get your players of the game, but we'll get them ready. Get your players ready. You have Alshon, who's got the hat trick. DK's got 2. Russ, 3. But we'll see. Look at that. Look at Ballore. Just saying, give me the ball. There's the run, though. We talked about it. Hold on to it. He does.
He did.
So that's probably going to be it. If we get the kneel formation, I'm going to ask you the very important questions, Moose, so then we can get the heck out of here and let the crew turn over before me and BK have you in the next one.
Yeah.
But let's see if the formation is first. And by the way, appreciate all of you guys hanging out. So there it is. So who, we have a lot of guys here, a lot of big numbers, but who are we going to give the Moose Call player of the game to?
I'm going to give it to Alshon. He hit the bonus right on the number.
That's crazy.
Which is, pretty crazy. And I think he only had 3 catches, right? Like
4, technically, because...
Did he have 4? Okay.
I believe he did.
4 catches, 3 receptions. 3 of them were touchdowns, which is just insane. Tripled his sim long average. Wilson, DK Metcalf had good games too, but I'm going to give it to Alshon for sure.
It's a great call.
Like really cool touchdown passes or catches as well. And then the Babysitter Billy Award, I'm gonna give it to Miles Sanders, man. Like 15 points in the captain.
Yeah, that ain't it.
He had like 11 or something. Well below his sim long average. Just was a bust in terms of guys he wanted to pay up for. So he gets the DFL award, as I like to call it.
That's it. I love it. By the way, killer hat again by our guy Moose. Captain Blood says, "Play some drums for us, Ross. You seem like a drum guy." Anyways, there's a treat for you. Yeah, you can film that one for later. All right. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Huge shout out to Pat and Ops, TP, our technical advisor, producer Drew. They've been rocking it all day long. They're going to make way for our evening crew, 6 p.m. I'm going to be back with BK, and that's not the BK lights. Those are killer shoes, though. That is Brandon Cristal out of Denver. Moose, I'm going to let you go. Enjoy your amazing Sunday up north of the border. Anything great planned?
No, not really. Might get downstairs in the old pain basement and do a workout or something. But
do some yoga.
Just get a little hop on the new week. I might even do my taxes tonight. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna be pretty boring here in the Moose household. So
I love it. Listen, it's getting exciting. A lot of number crunching, and we're gonna start it. And listen, Moose, whatever this week was for you, you're gonna start anew tomorrow. It's gonna be the best week yet.
We're all systems go for next week. All right.
Follow him at the Fantasy Grind. Give him a follow. Appreciate him. Appreciate what he does. Go check him out over at DK Nation as well. You can just search his name, Jeff Ulrich. It's his actual name. But I think we should have a search for Moose, but that's between us. We'll talk to the webmasters later. Shirag, if you're listening. But aside from all that, I can be followed at Jason D. Rossi. Appreciate you all. Smash that like on your way out in between these two sims. I'll be back for the 6 o'clock with Brandon Cristal. You all have a wonderful evening. Moose, Patrick, Thomas, and Drew. You guys were great. We'll see you in a little bit, everybody.
Great Sunday, dudes.
Cheers. DK Sim Fam? Sup? Jason Rossi with my guy BK Brandon Cristal, better known by the Twitter handle of @BK Denver Sports. BK, what's up, dude?
What's going on? I wish I could have the Twitter handle just @BK, but this kid has it. Or I say kid, he's had it for a long time. He's probably not a kid anymore.
Dude, we got to go after these people. Same guy.
Well, you figure Burger King would have made a big push, but apparently they didn't.
They're just good with Burger King.
Yeah, Burger King's pretty good name recognition.
But honestly, that's the same thing. I have a guy out there with Jason Rossi. I go with Jason D. Rossi. Like, I didn't have a choice.
That's also somebody. I'm assuming that's his name, right? They're not doing it just to squat on it to make you pay them.
I would hope not. It was in 2012 was the last time they tweeted. I don't think that was, not that I've had any fame in my life, but that definitely wasn't whatever the little bit of height would have been here locally. But nonetheless, enough about us. We're getting off to a crazy start. We got a good sim. We're going to talk nonsense all night. It's Sunday. It's football. It feels right. All-Star weekend, if everything goes the way it should. We have the Packers and the Colts, according to the last time I checked. Sorry, when you do two sims in a row, your mind starts to wander. But did you put a lineup in first?
I did. I can't swear that it will be, but these are two teams that, I mean, I'm the unofficial Colts announcer. I've had probably 5 or 6 Colts games in the last 2 weeks. And then you add to it Colts and then Cardinals right under them. So I know all about the Colts. I stay away from Phillip Rivers. One time have I seen him play well. He connected with T.Y. Hilton. I didn't have either of those guys. But normally it's a Trey Burton. It's some combination of Hines or Mack. It's Rodrigo kicking it through the uprights. And I know you love those kickers. So that's kind of the direction I went with the Colts. I captained Funchess, which I do almost every time I have the Packers, because one time it worked out for me, and otherwise it sometimes doesn't. So since lineups are locked, off the top of my head, I want to say my lineup, and I'll double-check it, but Funchess in the captain spot, Rodgers, Adams, Burton, one of the running backs, I think. Oh, no, Pascal maybe. And, yeah, Burton, Pascal, and Rodrigo Blankenship.
Dig it. Kind of similar build over here. I got Devin Funchess in the captain spot. We did not connect earlier. Blankenship's in there. I have Aaron Rodgers. I want Aaron Jones, Hines, and Mercedes Lewis. A little bit of differences, but the heftier parts of our lineups are similar. We see you all here. Smash that like on your way in. Appreciate you being here. Hit the bell for notifications. Subscribe over on YouTube. Heavy Kevy says, what's up, Rossi, BK?
What up?
Heavy Kevy. Also, we get Shane Thomas says, sup, DK Simfam. Just letting y'all know my B-day tomorrow. Cry face emoji, cry face emoji. I'll be 30.
Oh,
I don't know. It's like laughing. It's like laughing, crying, I'm guessing.
Oh. All right.
But, hey, happy early birthday, dude.
Hey, my 30s is probably my best decade. I got married. I guess I didn't have a kid till my 40s. I mean, my stepson was already around. But I got married 7 years ago tomorrow.
Oh, hey, happy almost anniversary.
Thank you. Kenny the Jet Smith's birthday tomorrow as well. So no Charles Barkley at the All-Star game. And I'm guessing, because didn't his daughter maybe get married last night?
There was something out there. I don't know exactly.
He said he wanted to lose weight to be able to dance the hora or be lifted up in the chairs when they're playing Hava Nagila or whatever at the wedding, because his daughter's likely now husband or fiance is a Jewish kid, some sort of entrepreneur. He has some company or something. I was reading an article, but he told Jimmy Kimmel earlier this week that that's one of his motivations for losing weight, so they could hold him up on the chair. And somebody tried to give him advice. He said, well, or maybe Jimmy said something. He goes, well, I don't know if that'll work by Saturday, which made me think that, okay, he's very likely he was in Phoenix for the wedding. And as much as he probably physically could have gotten back to Atlanta, since this is kind of a not normal All-Star game,
sure,
odds are they're like, Chuck, you do enough around here. Enjoy your daughter's wedding weekend. The weirder thing is that she picked that weekend. Maybe it was a long time ago when they didn't think there would be an All-Star game, right?
Or it could have been moved, right? It could have been like some point in 2020.
You'd figure Shaq and Kenny and EJ and all them would certainly have been invited and likely were, right? And who knows? Maybe those guys went and then jumped on a plane and Shaq and them flew back, right? I guess.
Could be. I don't know.
To find out.
Sure, and I'm sure something will come out, the world we live in today. But I also look at it like it could have been something that was scheduled maybe, during think about it, last year in general, like for the NBA season got delayed. So everything's been just wacky for them in there, because all the planned scheduling, a lot of these players try to plan births of children around these things. And the last 2 years have just been crazy. Over on Twitch, Smashland says, please, Jones, break the RB curse today. Yeah, well, dude, you could have went with Ballore. In our last game, there was a Nick Ballore touchdown, fullback for the Seattle Seahawks. Dude, nobody saw that coming.
I think I had him in my lineup that I made, but I used a different screen name.
Ooh,
So you couldn't tell his name.
his burner.
My burner screen name.
1st and 10 here, 2 minutes into the game. Rodgers takes the snap. Looking, delivers, but is caught down to the 32-yard line.
Funches.
There he is. Funches, who, interesting case, obviously opted out last year. We'll see. I think it was a 1-year deal. So we'll see what his situation is.
Yeah, does the 1-year deal still hold?
I don't believe so.
I know that guys that were under contract, like, say, Juwan James here in Denver, is one of the more obvious ones. Is starting right tackle for the team 2 years ago, only played 60 snaps. Made $14 million 2 years ago, opted out, and then this year is set to make $14 million again, and the guaranteed money's so big that everybody certainly expects him to be back unless he's just retiring. Because why would you opt out for a second straight year?
That's a good point. And there have been, because obviously Patriots, they, known for the most opt-outs. All the players, everyone just about confirmed that they are returning this year so far. But the one thing I did know is because Dante Hightower, maybe the highest profile of those, mentioned that his contract, it was a year off of his contract, but he didn't get paid for it.
Right, and that's the thing. So I think if Pascal, if Funchess was signed, I would feel like it would carry over. I don't know how much guaranteed money there was. I guess I could look up his deal.
We could. I thought I heard he was a free agent, but again, I'll look it up in a moment. So we get this drive continuing. Rodgers on a 3rd and 1 from the 23-yard line. Aaron Jones in the backfield with him, also a superstar in this, or star trait. There's a catch that my guy Mercedes.
So the deal just rolled over. It's a 1-year, $2.5 million deal, $1 million signing bonus. So they could eat the million. They could eat the $1 million if they feel like cutting him. I imagine they'll bring him unless it's guaranteed at the start of the league year. It probably isn't. The signing bonus carried over from last year, so they've already paid him $1 million. I think in theory, if he doesn't play, he might owe them. If he were to just retire.
I think you're right. But again, the rules have been adjusted.
It's silly. It would be silly to do that because if he just shows up and they cut him, if he just flies to Green Bay and walks in the building, then he gets his $1 million, right? It would be silly to
retire.
To retire, even if you don't want to play. Like show up out of shape, have him cut you, keep your $1 million.
Like it, and we'll see. I think he'd be a good asset to that team too, regardless of what people think of him as a player. I think kind of starving for somebody to step up. We've seen MVS, Lazard kind of flash here and there,
and just to have one more big receiver opposite of Adams can't hurt.
No. Here's Rodgers. They got the bench. You probably see crossing routes, or there it is, the run up the middle. Jones breaks a tackle.
I really like a touchdown to Funchess here from Rodgers.
I'll take that. I'll take either one.
These All-Star uniforms are bananas.
Take a look. Rodgers 75% owned here.
They're yellow.
Oh, literally
bananas. Team LeBron is yellow. Yeah, literally bananas. Because I just saw the Nuggets.
I'm surprised they didn't do like a Space Jam tie-in.
Yeah, for sure. The Nuggets tweeted out Jokers, and then I'm seeing Lucas from the Mavs, and they are yellow shorts, yellow jersey. Nice little jump there. Yellow arm sleeve for Luka, yellow socks, and Joker. I don't know what he's got in terms of yellow accents, but he's got full-blown yellow sneakers.
I dig. I'm still a fan. I like when they wear their actual jerseys. I know it's a different time, a different day.
Steph's wearing his all yellow. Steph just looks like he's wearing a Warriors jersey. Warriors uniform.
2nd and goal here from the 3. Rodgers in the gun, the give.
Touchdown. Easy money.
Aaron Jones barrels in. Touchdown. So there's hopefully breaking your running back curse there, Smash Lana. First touchdown. No. It's just been a tough day for running backs. I heard the first 2 sims were real rough. The one I just did was a shootout. So,
no Chris Carson, because I saw you at Seattle. I would
he didn't
have captained him with my rule, right?
You should have, because, if it wasn't for, again, whatever his name is, Ballore there, he kind of poo-pooed that part.
Yeah.
Getting a fullback dive. From the 4,
that's a
too.
Real person.
No, I don't either. There was a fullback last night. I did a game with the Raiders. To this day, I don't know if anybody knows if that was a real person. I think it was an alien. Might have been the one that Baker Mayfield saw.
Or just when they have players that aren't part of the PA,
and
their name's like Mike Smith.
It's like the old school, every basketball game in the 90s, there was no, Jordan wasn't part of the PA, so it was just like either player 23 or just random number. Or
Yeah,
random name.
forever. But then Jordan now is part of the 2K family.
Yep.
Barkley is really the only holdout still, and Reggie Miller, I guess, too. Reggie's not in the game.
Yeah, Miller's the one. I forgot about Barkley. He was also in some of those games I was playing. He wasn't by name on the Suns. Just wrapping up our top 5 owned in this one. Like I said, Rogers 75. Aaron Jones there scored. He's got 60% ownership. Devontae Adams at 59. Hines is at 49. And then MVS, surprisingly, in top 5, 44%.
So does, thing, maybe not to the level of Glash, but most things Tom Brady.
I know the real stuff about him.
UCLA softball, Maya Brady hits a home run, and Tom tweets, Maya Brady, the most dominant athlete in the Brady family by far. Is that his niece?
I believe, well, that's definitely his niece. I believe that's the daughter of Kevin Youkilis.
Oh, really?
Even though, but
married to one of Brady's sisters?
Yes, I believe. Because but I don't know why the last name would be Brady.
Yeah, Yuke's kid.
But it is. I do know that because I know she's a
softball player. Why would her last
player.
name be Brady and not Euclid?
I think we all know why. I think we know why. But
probably quick math if they never got married or whatever.
True. I didn't even think of that side, but I also think you might want to. Yeah, I think you're right. I think she also might have been before Euclid. I remember this story because Brady has said numerous times on radio station I was on that his sisters are better athletes.
Her uncle is Kevin Euclid. Her uncle's Kevin Euclid.
Oh, so it's one of the other sisters.
Her mom is Maureen Brady, and her father's Brian Timmons.
Okay.
And looking at her picture, there's definitely some sort of ethnic mix. I don't know what Brian Timmons' ethnic background is.
Sure.
I'm guessing, having seen Tom and his parents and his sisters in pictures, that
they're very.
They look very Anglo-Saxon.
White. Yeah, very pale.
Yeah. But she's definitely not. She's like a nice olive mix of some sort. I'm not trying to sound.
No. Maybe, or she's just lucky. Like I have a sister that has, we're both of, English and Italian descent, but she's got like much better.
She got the Italian.
Look at this. Yeah, just I'm like see-through. I'm like pale as they come. But back to what you're saying about Brady's. He's always said, like I remember on the years back when he was like just starting. Like obviously he won Super Bowls early in his career, but always said his sisters were far better athletes and all-around talents in their individual sports than he ever was. Obviously that's kind of flipped, but no, good for him. Good to see his niece out there smashing dingers.
These are some of her favorites. Her favorite movie, Pocahontas. Favorite singer, Beyonce. Favorite pro athletes, softball player Amanda Lawrence, and Tom Brady.
Huh. Fitting.
Famous athlete she admires most, Serena Williams. And her lion attitude. She has not picked a major yet. And she's a speed. No, I'm kidding. She's a redshirt freshman. But this video, if you go to Brady's Twitter feed, she goes yard.
Good for her. Smashing dingers, getting that softball season going. International. Is it Women's Month, right? Women's History Month, I believe, is March.
Yes.
Yeah, I dig that. Because I've been seeing a lot of. I'm a wrestling
fan.
Well,
tomorrow, I believe, is International Women's Day.
Yes. Yes, because the organization I work for outside of doing my stuff for DraftKings is letting all women take the day. Oh, and look at that.
Observing
also,
International Women's Day by giving.
Yeah, what are you doing, Madison?
Featuring Madison and
Jesse and
Terrelyn Moore, or do y'all get the day off?
I believe I saw there was a quote, like an image that they get the day off.
Oh, okay. So
I'll be working the day. Oh, she's still working. Look at you. They're observing by paying you, which is good.
Yes.
No, but obviously, big shout out to DraftKings. I did see them tweet out from I think their media or one of the accounts saying that Jessie, she had like a message there too. So to all the women that are fans or the husbands or the people that are around women right now, celebrate them. Tomorrow's a big day, and BK, you got double.
All the other days. Yeah,
no. All the other days they're just people. No, I'm kidding. But with all due respect, you get now your anniversary and International Women's Day.
Yeah, and I'm
celebrate that one.
Am I doing one sim tomorrow? Oh no, I put myself available. I'm not doing anything tomorrow.
Good. Take the day. Enjoy the off time you get here. Aaron Jones is the story thus far. 6 carries, just 21 yards, but did pop one off for a touchdown. Broke a tackle on his way in. This is the first. There was a long drive by the Green Bay Packers to start this. In the reception category, Zach Pascal has the most with 25 yards on the one catch from Rivers. MVS 2 grabs, 22 yards, and then a bunch of one and dones, including our guy Devin Funches has 18. So we shall see. Madison does confirm the office is off. But you know what? Producers, #no days off. Ain't that the truth? That's most media. Even offices are like, I've been in an office and I couldn't even tell you. Almost a year. We're coming up on it this week, right?
Yeah. Right. This week. Middle of the week.
I can tell you the day. I remember it was Thursday. I think it was the 12th.
Well, that Wednesday game was Wednesday night. It was easy to remember because you had the Rudy Gobert
Dallas.
thing, and then Dallas and Denver were playing. Obviously, I'm from Dallas. I live in Denver. I'm watching the game.
Perfect.
And then they just shut the game down in the middle of the game.
Yeah, the end of that fourth quarter of the game previous. I remember that. And they were just saying, like, yeah, we're not going to play. And I was like, oh, okay, this is getting a little bit more serious than I first imagined. But here, look what evolved from
they did it the other way around. That was the final game. Dallas and Denver was the final game. And then they were about to start the OKC game, and they scrapped it. That's what it was.
And look at this. You mentioned these two players earlier. Phillip Rivers, fade him. T.Y., fade him.
I'm almost the jinx in that regard. Whenever I call somebody out, I call Cam Newton out. He has 4 touchdowns. I called Aaron Rodgers. Maybe I didn't call Aaron Rodgers out. That's stupid.
Yeah, it happens. Wow. Look at that. By the way, before the touchdowns, Shane's tweets, YouTube's, oh my God, guys, hell is frozen over. As of this comment, I'm in 10th in the free contest. Well, that may have just dramatically changed up or down. What a pass and catch, says Jimmy B. It was. It's an absolute rocket of an arm. Phillip Rivers showing, hey, I may be retired, but don't count me out. You never know. The NFL has a wacky year like they did last year. It might get a phone call. He could be, the Josh McCown sitting on his couch being the emergency backup quarterback for a team.
Alex Fox, hell yeah, I didn't know BK was from Dallas. Look, I am proud to be from Dallas. I'm not necessarily proud of things that happen in Texas all the time, and I'll likely never live there. It's a great place to be from. The Cowboys won 3 Super Bowls the 4 years I was in high school. I went to a lot of really bad Mavericks games when Mike Isolino and Derek Harper were in the backcourt, and Tim Legler's knocking down threes.
What a squad.
Then they draft Mashburn, Jackson, and Jay Kidd, and maybe not in that order. Might have been Jackson, Mashburn, and Jay Kidd.
Yeah.
No. Let me do it backwards.
Yeah,
Jackson in 92 he was in the Shaq draft. He went 4th after Shaq, Zoe, and Leitner.
Yep.
Then Jay Kidd in 93 in the C Webb draft with Glenn Robinson also in that draft. And then in 94, right?
Yes.
94 was MASH,
yep.
I think.
I'm pretty sure you're right because I used to be a...
Nope.
Wait, you flip it again?
93 was MASH. 94 was Jay Kidd. He was in the draft with Grant Hill and Glenn Robinson.
There you go. And if you're wrong, no one's...
C-Webb was the same draft as Mashburn and obviously Penny Hardaway. Anyway, so I went to a lot of bad Mavericks games, saw a lot of Rangers baseball, and I got a lot of family that still lives there. My parents don't. My grandparents have passed. My sister doesn't, but lots of cousins and lots of friends. So, look, I'm proud to be from Dallas. I'm just never going to live there again.
I'm super curious. Where do your parents live now?
Tampa.
They
were in Chicago for like 20 years and then retired, or my mom retired. My stepdad still works remotely, and they moved outside of Tampa, which is good for them, but doesn't put them near any of their grandkids because my sister's in Jersey, just across in Jersey City, just across from Manhattan, and her husband's from Jersey, so they're never moving. And
a lot of FaceTime.
A lot of FaceTime. There's no doubt.
That's what we're doing, and I live like 2 miles from my parents.
No, I hear you. Well, so I was going to ask you about this. The weather's been super nice here the last couple of days, and will be for another day or two, and then it's kind of back into the 50s and colder and a little snow and rain. But our neighbors 2 houses away are selling their house, and so it's been just one family after another looking at it, or potential buyers, all day yesterday and then all day today. And it's one of those things where we have zero control, even though we like our neighbors who are moving. They're moving to South Carolina. But it's just funny to look like, okay, that's an older couple. They don't have any kids. Okay, this couple's just moved here from Chicago because I was talking to them. They were waiting for their turn to go into the house.
Yep.
There's nothing you can do. You can't pick your neighbors, right? You just hope.
Dude.
You hope for the best when it comes to neighbors.
Did I ever tell you the story about the people that were moving next door?
No.
Oh, I didn't know if that's why you brought. So
no, I was just thinking about it because I was like outside. I was picking up, dog poop and doing stuff with the kids, and we just got our patio laid down out back last week.
Nice.
So just kind of hanging out outside, but
just chilling in the hot tub.
Keeping an eye as these potential buyers are coming through. So it was just top of mind. So and there's nothing going on in this game other than 2 touchdowns.
Yeah. So for me, I forget now. The neighbor's a great guy. Actually, as soon as he moved in, they had a lot of issues with the house. Great, very happy to have him as a neighbor. Him, his wife, they have 2 stepkids, so it's good. Teenagers. There's a sack there on Rogers. So for me, though, there was people next door that were checking out the house one day. I was chilling. It was like 10 a.m. I was in it was summertime or like warmer. So I was wearing like a ripped t-shirt and like I was in like my like boxers or something, and I looked outside and there was a bunch of guys smoking. So it was like 4 people smoking, and there was 3 big dogs.
Okay.
And I was like, this ain't it. I can't have this. So I went out there and I was like, screw it. I'm gonna try to pull like Rusty or Cousin Eddie or something.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to scare them off. I'm gonna try.
Sure.
So I go outside, and my other neighbor. So I live in like, if you imagine an L, like my street's an L.
Okay.
So I'm at the 90-degree angle. So
Okay.
I'm in a corner off next to like a marshland, and then there's like a neighbor to my left and a neighbor like in front of me. So anyways,
Okay.
so the neighbor that's in front of me, good guy, single guy, lives with his dog. So he kind of notices he's like what I'm doing. I just kind of give him like a thumbs up. I go over to these people. I'm like, "Hey, you guys checking out the house?" I put on the stupid, like they had to know. I was like, "You guys checking out?" And I'm like Al Bundying myself.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
like, "Yeah, it's pretty nice around here. I'll be honest, it kind of smells in the summer." And me and the wife, we like to we have parties, and I hope you guys are into parties. And this is, by the way, like the height of pandemic, staying away from people. Like I wasn't close enough to them, but I was trying to like.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is them. Like, oh, dogs, that's great. I love dogs. You mind if I pet them? You might. And I was like, please tell me I scared these, because I don't. With all due respect, I don't want to live near smokers. I have a young son, and 2, it was like a bunch of like younger people that I was like, I don't need.
They're
this.
gonna throw way more parties than you.
Yeah, absolutely. So for whatever reason, it might have been price point, but a little part of me likes to think that I scared him off.
Well, that's the thing when you talk about price point, and the Denver home market's been nuts for a while, even in a pandemic. And that's what this one couple I talked to with their 3 boys, 7, 5, and 3. They're like, we just wanted to get out of Chicago, so we've been here a week. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
But so we bought our house, and then it appraised for a little over $100,000 more, and we refied only 2 years into it. Our neighbors are selling it, their house,
Oh yeah.
for $120,000 over what we just got ours appraised for. So we're like, if they get that number or more, we're definitely refining again.
Dude, it's wild. So I was telling this story. I forget. It might have been yesterday with the market, but we were talking about like moving. And I have a buddy of mine, one of my best buds I grew up with, my best friend. He like I was cheap. I don't hire movers. I still do the hey, rally a couple friends, let's do this when I move.
It's like pizza and beers and hope for the best. Yeah,
that's it. And it worked out. And so I've all told them, I guarantee when you're ready to move, call me. I will be there regardless. So 2 have already called me out on that out of the 5. So my other buddy, same thing, wasn't planning on it, just was looking at the value, saw it, called an agent. They said, I can get you this. Next thing you know, within 3 days, they had an open house sold. Now they're buying a house 3 weeks later. It's wild. House market it's just crazy right now.
Well, and I got to think just in general, and there's probably numbers to back this up. People are trying to get out of densely populated cities, right? I got a buddy who does real estate in New York, and he said at certain price points it's still New York, but at others, like mid-tiers, it's just they can't get rid of stuff right now.
Yeah, it's those highly, like you said, densely populated, just not desired. But it's going to be great for those who want to live in the city come maybe like 8-9 months from now.
It reminds me, and look, this is, well, I guess this is in a lot of ways a lot sadder than 9/11, because 9/11, while it was terrible, I was living in New York then, 3,000 people died. This is 525,000. But because of where 9/11 took place, the financial district was in so many ways decimated. Battery Park City and places down by the water were giving crazy rent breaks. So I had a friend that was living uptown in a nice apartment, but he moves down there and gets locked into like a 3-year, it's a nice 2-bedroom in a high-rise, brand new building. I remember watching the national championship of Texas. This is like 2005 when he's living there, and it was crazy. The rent, like it was like you would have lived out on the edge of Queens, was how cheap it was, and he's right there in the heart of the financial district. So I imagine there'll be some of that where it's like, hey, you ready to move in? All right, you're locked in for multiple years.
Yeah, let's just get that guarantee. Solo leaders, Madison gives me the shout. Solo leaders in both free contests. There's a sack again on Phillip Rivers. Statuesque Rivers, still never really mobile. He makes it, a more difficult now. 2nd and 14, 2:38 left to go here in the first half. Brandon Cristal, Jason Ross, didn't even give huge shout-outs. Madison, our producer, if you couldn't tell by now. Holla at her for International Women's Day. Producer Andrew, or Technical Advisor Andrew, give a huge shout-out to International Technical Advisor Day. That's coming up later this month. And Jim and Ops, my dude Jim, how you doing, bud? Appreciate you being here. Smash a like. Hope all is well. Everybody.
We should say hi. There's plenty of folks in the in the two chats. So we haven't been ignoring you. We're talking a little bit. We haven't talked in a week. Obi-Wan's here. Alex Fox is here. David Gorgie, of course. And I'm sure as we scroll up, we'll see lots of folks. Buggy Boo 22, CEH, of course. They're in the Twitch chat. You know, it's good to see everybody. Robbie Noble, Jimmy B. Oh, CH is in both chats. Look at CH living in both chats.
I know. I wonder sometimes if he has two apps open, or if he's doing the two, like when I have a computer in the tablet, or.
Well, I have both open, just two separate tabs.
Yeah, but I wonder, like the chat purposes, I feel like I would get like distracted.
It's a lot to keep track of, I would think.
Sure.
So I'm watching. I've got the All-Star game down here, just in the corner of my screen, and they're just throwing these interviews at guys. They're all warming up. That gym there in Atlanta, they've got the practice court attached. So all the All-Stars are in there warming up because they got the skills stuff set up on the court. And it's just interesting to see them all together. The LeBron team is wearing yellow with black warm-ups. Oh, the warm-ups are the same for both teams. They just say All-Star and have a Jordan logo. And then the team Durant is, or Team KD or whatever they're calling it, is
Blankenship.
Blue, all blue uniforms. I got Blankenship.
Man, he didn't hit it though. 52-yarder. We've been seeing get rid of him. Drop him from your price tag. We've been noticing this. There's been a little trend. There's been a lot of 50-yarders attempted recently, but these in the outdoor have not been hitting. So I'm gonna just put, even though there's no elements here, it's still just a little different than being indoors. Also, yeah, shout outs. I want to give Carl it might be, but I'm trying to give a little.
No weather.
Yeah, just atmospheric. You never know. It's the wind.
Okay.
A cold Green Bay night, even though it's probably 60. Okay. On YouTube, Carl says, hit the like if you're smiling all night. I love that. I love that, Carl. Hope you are. Or does it smell?
Oh, nice catch, Devontae Adams.
Yeah, he got it on the sideline. 142 and counting. Yeah, 26-yarder.
Hey, are they doing? Is DraftKings doing showdowns for the All-Star game?
I don't know. Honestly, didn't check. I would imagine yes. I'm gonna go ahead and make assumptions, but you know what happens when you assume.
Yeah.
I thought I saw people writing about it on DK Nation because I was looking at Moose's stuff. And I thought I caught that. There's another great catch down the sideline. Devontae bringing him down to the 2. CH says that Twitch stays open in the corner.
LBJ at KD.
At KD.
You can get in right now. Rossi, you want to split this? A head-to-head. 10,600. Winner gets $20,000.
Sure. Where is it?
Let's go featured. Oh, it's head-to-heads. $18 to win $500,000 is the prize pool. $100,000 to first. Let's see let's see the pricing on this. So the captain, Giannis is your most expensive. So who do you think? I like that Embiid and LeBron is still. LeBron just stays listed at questionable.
I think it's just permanent.
The Embiid and Simmons thing is because the barber cutting their hair might be positive. So I get that being a questionable designation. So
they're out.
Giannis is number one. Have you looked? You haven't looked at this yet?
I'm looking right now.
Why don't you tell me who? Oh, you're looking now because I was going to have you guess who's next.
Oh, okay. No, that won't look.
No, you're looking.
No,
So
no, I'm not. I haven't opened it yet. I like guessing. There's a touchdown for Devontae Adams, by the way. Well deserved. 3 catches on the way down.
Giannis is the most expensive, $14,700. It goes down from there. So who do you think is building a lineup here is tricky because you got to think who's going to play at the end. Like, well, you almost definitely have to get LeBron in your lineup even if you don't captain. Yes. There's no way he's taking himself off the floor at the end of the game.
Well, see, I want to say you're right, but part of me is also like, does he look at this kind of like, yeah, I don't really need this. Like, I'm not worried about this.
Here's where, look, they're off until Thursday or Friday. Here's where LeBron is, and this is what you can gather just by the way his minutes work. Because once he's in the game, he's in the game. Unless he sits the whole second half, which he's not going to do that in the All-Star game anyway. Like, once he's playing, he wants to close out the game. That's how he's wired.
Mm-hmm.
So I would bet that somebody like Steph, Dame time, right, at the end of a game. Like, you want guys that are definitely going to be on in the fourth quarter, but I think they're still doing that weird scoring thing. No, I would bet that, like, Damian Lillard's in ahead of Luka at the end of the game.
Okay, I like that. I like Damian. He's one of the, like, it's just without looking at everything, he was one of the guys I have at the top of my head I would have on a lineup.
It seems silly to pay up to captain Giannis when all these guys, not that he won't do great, but like you could also just captain Kyrie.
Well, that's it. Exactly.
This feels like such an even game. right? Like it might be worth it to. And there's no analytics on it. There might be.
No.
I don't want to hurt the analytics crowd.
No. Well, analytics is like, I think prognosticating is one thing. I don't think there's like a legit, like, you can't look at this like you look at a normal game on a Friday.
Yeah, Roland on YouTube says, for some reason, I think fading LeBron's going to be the chalk tonight, so I'm playing him based on my track record. I'm almost likely wrong. I can't even text Kaufman and see if we're going to go head-to-head.
And he didn't send out the NBA sent text?
No, and that's actually been my favorite part of this All-Star break, is not
getting a BS text. Love it. Over on YouTube, Dax Fixed Ankle, formerly James Farrell, says, "Hey BK, Captain Luka flexing Giannis, Irving, Lillard, Tatum, and Mitchell."
Yeah, I mean, no matter what your lineup is, you're like, oh, that could be the winning lineup.
Yeah, you're never gonna
unless somebody. I don't even know a player you could say that you're like, oh, that sounds stupid.
Well, I'm just trying to think of somebody like potentially like injured, like a Jaylen Brown, who like is coming into the game with like a knee issue that maybe doesn't play a ton.
Right.
And obviously, you mentioned, well, Joel Embiid, Simmons not playing. Some people might make mistakes.
Hey, you know how to make contests better than me. Why don't you make one that has all of us together? Drew, Emerson, Glash, Koff,
I know
me
how
and
to do
you.
that.
I know you know how to do it better than me.
Let's see.
Anybody else that wants in from behind the scenes? Not that we're trying to exclude the DK Sim fam. Just don't want to take everybody's money, and it's going to be $1,000 an entry. Not sure everybody wants to do that. So
2.2 million actually. Interesting. Kareem says, hold on. Kareem goes, if BK says don't captain Giannis, I advise you to play him. Hey, listen, you never know.
The only reason I'm saying not captaining Giannis is the value. Like, you want to, if you captain Dame Lillard for 5,000 less, you can just strengthen your lineup. And if you're going to tell me that Giannis ends up with a way better game, then I could easily be wrong.
Replace Tatum for Zion. Zion, he's getting the start too now, so that's...
Oh, Zion's getting a start now.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll probably give him additional minutes. Oh, big blitz coming off the corner.
Big sack for Alexander off the corner.
It's going to do it for the first half. So 14-7, if you're just joining us, obviously talking NBA All-Stars. BK was breaking down the unis, looking with those all yellow, kind of... I don't know.
Like the Warriors, they look like the Warriors city uniforms or whatever. That's basically what they look like. And then the other ones are blue, kind of look like the Mavericks uniforms. Exactly blue.
Not standing out here, for me at least. But the touchdowns in this one, Devontae Adams and Aaron Jones, one on the ground. And for the Indianapolis Colts, it was T.Y. Hilton from Phillip Rivers on a dime over on the left side of the corner of the end zone. If you're just joining us, appreciate you being here. It's Brandon Cristal, Jason Rossi with you. Madison is our producer. Our technical director, all things directing and technicalities, Andrew, and Jim with our ops team. Appreciate you guys taking some time out of your day to be here with us on a Sunday. Phillip Rivers.
Roger and Phillip Rivers having a good game. It's not that I want to gloss over the stats, but you covered the scoring. I'm looking down at the skills challenge bracket.
Yeah, what do you got?
Luka and Chris Paul got automatically placed in the second round. They just got advanced. Sabonis and Julius Randle square off, Vucevic and Randy Covington, and then they go to the second round. Also, why is Randy Covington even there?
Yeah, good question. Like, you would think this year of all years, like,
it's only All-Stars.
Just the all, yeah.
But
I want to know what your thoughts. Like, I'm all in on this one day thing. I love All-Star Saturday night, but I feel like I never care about the game. This will make me like kind of ping between the both. Like, I'll watch some of the game, come back for the dunk contest at halftime.
I think there's a chance they may do this, but actually that's not true. Here's why they won't.
Yeah.
Having been to All-Star Weekend probably a half dozen times.
Nice.
Why sell one, unless you double the price of every ticket, why sell one thing of tickets when you can sell two?
I get it from that side of it. I'm looking at it just as like a fan perspective. I like this, like, hey, starting it's like they own the night. And you have interest in all of the events for once, where like before I'd be like, the pre-taped celebrity game I'd watch like going to bed on Saturday.
No, that's live on Fridays. I watch it.
Yeah, but then they replay it.
They play that before, but then you have that at like wherever they do the Fan Fest, and they have the Rising Stars Challenge on Friday night.
That game I actually love. Because that's the one thing, like if you're an NBA fan or even like on the edge, like sometimes you don't watch every player everywhere and know every rookie or a second year guy. So that always it's a good education, I think. And that's why.
That's how I feel about the baseball all-star game. And I tend to be just okay in fantasy baseball and fantasy basketball. Always
Sure.
just okay. But when I was watching the all-star game, this is probably about 4 or 5 summers ago. And I remember I had gotten off the air and I had a softball game nearby. So I was just kind of killing time and like riding the exercise bike before I drove over to the field, and the All-Star game's on. And it was my favorite thing when I was a kid was watching them intro all the players, because all you maybe had was Sunday night or Monday night baseball mostly. You didn't have MLB at Bat app and all that. And so I was like, oh, this is cool, because you get to see whoever the one player representing the Rangers might be. Some years there's a couple more, and I loved it. So I'm watching this, and they named 6 players I had never heard of. I'm like, well, this is probably why I'm in last place in fantasy baseball, because there are 6 all-stars. I just never heard of these names. Like, you could have just made them up, and I would have thought that they were completely fake.
It's kind of funny when you think of it, right? Like, kind of like we were talking about with some of these players that aren't in the PA. Just create a name, throw them in there. Is that a real person?
Well, because I just think about the way I look at football. I understand that, that's my job, but there are the Naheem Hineses of the world that show up out of nowhere, right? You're like, oh, which one was that guy? But if you pay enough attention in the pre-draft process, there's very few people that come completely out of nowhere. You might get a guy from CFL or Arena League or AAF or whatever a couple of years ago, but there's not going to be too many guys that can't miss fantasy guys that turn into every week DFS guys or guys you want on your season-long team. Not the way there are in other sports, I don't think.
No, I agree.
Paying way more attention to football.
Well, that's obviously probably part of it, but I think that's more. Yeah, I agree. Overall,
because basketball's way less players, and I'm in this year-long league where I see guys adding and dropping guys. I'm in last place because KD's been terrible as my first pick, and other guys have been hurt and COVID and all this. But it's one of those things where I'm like, wait, why is that guy being added? Who's that? Okay, right. And who got hurt? That's why he's playing more. Like, okay.
That was me. That's me in fantasy baseball. Like watching The Wire, when will whatever outlet you're using add said player. Like especially in September when it's the Wild West, we have all the call-ups. So I just
cheat with baseball now. When I say cheat, I've got one of my best friends from growing up is fantasy baseball. He approaches that the way the rest of us approach fantasy football, and he's a good fantasy football player too. But he's way more into fantasy hoops or fantasy baseball. Sorry. So he'll text me like, pick up this guy.
No, that's
I'm like,
that's fine.
And I get it all the time. And he has no financial interest in I think he just likes being right. What's funny is we grew up together, but he's a huge Broncos fan. I don't know why. And his brother's a huge Dolphins fan, and he liked Elway, and his brother liked Marino. But I mean, they grew up around the corner from me. And so he'll send me an article. Like a couple of weeks ago, I wrote an article when the odds had shifted, and a couple folks had the Broncos as favorites to land Deshaun Watson. He's like, hey, did you see this? So I send back to him an article I had written earlier that day, like 8 hours earlier. I'm like, this is very similar. Because it wasn't even from somebody else in town. It was from like an aggregate service. And I was like, yeah.
I wonder where they got that.
It was a lot like the article that I wrote 8 hours ago.
Yeah.
Like, why don't you just text me directly? I'm like, just follow me on Twitter, dude. Just get an alert. Or he'll send me stuff from some of the other reporters that really cover the team. He's like, oh, I saw where he said this. I'm like, yeah, we were all in the press conference. It was said to all of us. The coach said it to all of us, or Elway or Drew Lock. But anyway, everyone's habits are what they are.
No, they are. And it's so funny. I've seen that a million times over. Like somebody, whether it was in the Boston area, wrote something, then you get like, again, those aggregate services, or like, I won't say any outlets here, but some of them as probably more than I do. And you just see like, not a copy and paste, but basically without citing, being like, yeah, look at this. Look at this report.
It took a while before Pro Football Talk would acknowledge me when I would have stuff, and they finally did. But even last summer, so somebody in the league sent me a memo, and it was a memo about like start dates or something related to COVID. And it was a Friday night, and I remember we were up camping because that was what we did almost every weekend last summer.
Nice.
But I get this text, and I'm like, so I go through everybody, Adam, Ian, Jay Glazer, everybody I can think of, and nobody has it. So I post it, and then I send it to the Pro Football Talk guys. So Florio writes the article, and it says, it appears that Brandon Cristal is the only person that I'm like, it appears because
it
it's
is.
True. Right. It appears that because that is the truth.
We get a touchdown here, but there is a flag, just like a flag on Florio's.
Winsky, is that a real person?
Yeah, I believe so, actually. Let's see.
I didn't realize
it is.
James Farrell changed his name again. It was
Dak's fixed ankle.
It was something related to maybe Juicy's coffee mug, maybe. And
Hey, that was recent.
His #1 fan.
Look at you. That's the most important part of this whole thing. And look, touchdown is going to come right back. No, we stopped short at the 2. By the way, didn't I gloss over this? Madison said, I went to the celeb game in Orlando when Orlando hosted the All-Star Weekend. She said she met Neo. And then she puts an LOL. Cool. But, like, do you have a picture? You don't have to post it. I'm just curious.
Neo from The Matrix?
Yes. She met a character. Oh, look at this. No way, Phillip Rivers.
Rivers saw an opening. How silly is that?
Watch this. This is like when we had Tom Brady recently run one in first time.
Fidelis Annie on YouTube says Watson to the Niners. John McClain, who is the authority on the Texans, is really doing the Texans' bidding, and this is not how the trade's going to work. I love John McClain. He's one of my favorites.
Same.
Covered the league forever. Covered Houston. Very plugged in there. But he was on... Let me see, because I texted somebody. He was on a podcast or a broadcast or something and said... Here's a quote. Let me find it. He said, it's not going to be the Bears or the Panthers or the Broncos or the Niners or Washington. It's got to be one of the other two teams. And to me, the only viable one is the Jets. But here's what keep saying.
Jets touchdown here. That one's going to stand. And there's your guy, T.Y. Hilton. Bad day for both of us, faded both him and Rivers. But I'm appreciating that. I'm interested in why he believes like it won't be those teams.
Because those teams don't have the best draft
package.
Capital.
Yeah.
But they can offer better players. And yes, the Jets can offer right now, they can offer 5 number ones. And if they wait until the draft starts to make the trade on draft day, they can offer 6 number ones. But they will have signed almost no free agents. You would think maybe they could land an Aaron Jones or somebody like that.
Yeah.
And so unless guys are just going to hang out and wait to see where Deshaun goes and maybe sign later, and nobody's really going to do that, I wouldn't think. Not if money's on the table.
No. The
Jets will be completely depleted. So they'll have Deshaun Watson. He'll be on a worse roster than he's on in Houston with no ability to recoup
anything. Like where are they going to get it from?
Now, I guess if they were to trade all those number ones and keep those 2s, you can try and turn some of those 2s into something. And you can trade Donald for some more 2s. But Deshaun Watson being aware of this, while it's nice that John McClain wants to see all those draft picks come to Houston so they can really restock, and I understand why you would think that and want to say that and want to put that out there, it's fine. I'm not mad at John McClain at all. It just feels a little narrowly focused. Because teams, if they really open up for business, these teams can offer players to go with these picks. And if I know that Nick Bosa's in the trade, if Nick Bosa's in the trade or Bradley Chubb's in the trade or Christian McCaffrey's in the trade, that's more attractive to me than an extra couple first-round draft picks. I think. Not every team thinks like that, and I don't know how Nick Casario thinks. Or Cal McNair, but
if I had a guess with Casario he thinks the draft capital.
Sure, but
Belichick camp.
But Casario, while he has a 6-year deal, he's not in charge of the ticket sales. I mean, he is indirectly.
Yeah.
So if Cal McNair's going, well, I just traded away my franchise QB at 25 years old. I need somebody to calm this fan base down. So let's get maybe the best running back in football, or a guy in the conversation, or let's get the best young pass rusher coming off an ACL, or let's get a guy that started in the Pro Bowl. If they decide to trade with the Broncos, and they probably ask for more than just that. They probably not only take Locke back, they'd also ask for probably one of the young receivers. I doubt it'd be Sutton. It'd probably be Judy, but maybe it's somebody else. And I don't know if the Broncos would do that, but
I get what you're saying from a Texas standpoint.
You have to. I don't know what the renewals are like on their season tickets, but it's going to be dicey, and you'll have people just calling up and canceling if they move Deshaun Watson and don't get a real package back.
Yeah, I still think it's crazy. Like you said, in these teams that these players are potentially going to, they're just hampering them for the next few years. But Frederick picking us up here says, cooking gumbo, watching Sims, chilling with the Sim fam. What a great day and game. Love it, Frederick. Also on YouTube, Herb says Burton and MVS going poo-poo in my lineup. And
Huff came back and beat me in NASCAR.
Oh, speaking of that, I was going to say, yeah, Simbala there says, thanks for the invite to the Sim fan group. I just came in second place in my first NASCAR competition with y'all. I appreciate it. And James
I had
Farrell.
a nice little streak going with Coffer. I'd beaten him 2 in a row after losing Daytona, and he beats me today. He texted me and he goes, I was just up, now I'm down 100 points. I don't understand anything about this effing sport.
I say that.
I said, I think it's good to
I'm the same
lead
way.
laps. I said, I think you want to lead laps and then have a bunch of guys in the top 10.
You go. Look at that. That's
But
much of a breakdown I would understand.
Yeah.
Funch is on the grab there. First down. Just about a minute left here in the third. Here's Aaron Jones. Like you mentioned, could be a free agent. I love the GM.
I'm in 127th place.
Oh,
I really
geez.
should not have faded Hilton and
I can't be
Bill
much
Rivers
better.
like I always do.
Yeah, I'm in 109th, dude. Don't worry. I did the same thing. Funch is in the captain. Rogers, Jones. Yeah, this is bad. Lineup's not looking good, but hey, you never know. Things could turn around.
A lot of football.
All the way.
Not that much football left. Come on, A-Rod. Look how open Funchess was on the backside post.
Do something, MVS, says Noah Moon. Alla Bills says Devontae, Mercedes, Lazard, touchdown. Let's go. Well, they can't all three score.
No, they'll take any of those guys. They're basically saying not Funchess or Tanyan.
Yeah.
Tanyan didn't get a lot of run on here.
No. They don't have a lot of those 2 tight end sets here for the Packers. There's a nice pass. Devontae Adams down the sideline. He's having a heck of a day. He's got to be close to the bonus here.
I'm really intrigued by this All-Star game thing tonight. I want to do a couple lines just for fun, a bunch of different ways. Now, I don't know if I want to do it at $18 a clip. I might do one of those.
You never know. Listen, this is like we joked about all week with the Super Bowl. We thought you might know something, you might not. With this one, all the best players on the planet in the league. Heck, just throw it out there.
Right. Here's what you have to assume, though, that some of these younger guys aren't going to play much down this. Like Julius Randle will not be in crunch time, I wouldn't think, or Sabonis, or Vucevic. And probably not Mitchell and Gobert because nobody likes the Jazz. Kawhi will sit himself. So,
Yeah, he's actually not playing. But he hasn't told anyone.
yeah. So, maybe Tatum is, because he's a starter now, maybe he is in late. Zach LaVine's probably not in crunch time.
There's a lot of things to debate.
Simmons is out. Booker's out.
Wait, Booker's out?
Oh, Embiid's out.
No, Embiid's out and Simmons is out.
And
Those
Booker's
guys, they said. Oh, I didn't know about Booker. I didn't look it up.
Next to him. So I would not roster him. If you rostered Booker, I would change that.
Good advice there. Here we are after 3. It's all knotted up at 14. You had 2 touchdowns for T.Y. Hilton. Who saw it coming? The smart ones. Aaron Jones has 24 on the ground. He's got a score. And Aaron Rodgers connecting with Devontae Adams, who is in close, very close. Him and T.Y. Hilton close to the bonus, should I say. 81 for Adams and almost, 90 for T.Y. Hilton. So we have a 2-way tie right now as things stand in the free contest. Jim is just incredible. Good point out. Thank you, Madison. Jim's crushing it in stats. So, all right, give a big smash on that like button. Tickle it. Elbow it. Give it an elbow drop off the top rope. Some wrestling tonight. You can give it a 3-pointer. I don't care. Whatever you need to.
Up to
Just
255 likes as I liked our own broadcast.
Look at that. What a guy.
I smashed the heck out of it.
Do it. Don't be shy, everybody. Get in there. You know what? I haven't even done it, and I've been on this my second one. I saved it. Let's go
Make
ahead.
it count. Make it count.
Where is it? There's the dream stream. And smashed. There it is, everybody. Be like us. Smash that like. We'll get here to the fourth quarter. Rodgers starting off in the gun. 2nd and 4.
Throw it to Funchess.
Looking for, that could be, but Devontae Adams.
I'll take it, though.
That's his second touchdown of the game. So 2 for T.Y., 2 for Devontae. One of the top 5 owned in this contest. Not so much for T.Y., but getting the job done. I think I'm going to start doing watch-alongs. Just sit in my room and film myself watching things. So many of those somehow in my YouTube generator right now, or whatever, algorithm. There's the touchdown. So nice drive there by the Packers. Response after the T.Y. Hilton touchdown. So as I said, 2 for T.Y., 2 for Devontae Adams. It's Brandon Cristal, Jason Rossi hanging out with you. He's at BK Denver Sports on Twitter. Give him a shout.
Who has a bigger All-Star game, do we think? Beal, Tatum, or Levine? As I'm finishing up this lineup.
I want to say Beal because I feel like this is his year, and I feel like that would be a nice cherry on top. That's just my gut tells me.
Yeah.
Madison says Levine or Beal.
Well,
I feel like this is his year.
And Beal could be getting traded here soon. Could be. Could be.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen, but.
Well, and they're doing that thing where the fourth quarter is weird, right? Where they reset the score back to 0 or do whatever they do, and of course they get to a certain point. Are they doing that again?
Yeah,
I hope not, but maybe.
Honestly, I didn't read about that. I thought that was such trash, but that's just me.
I guess Beal makes sense because he's starting, so that guarantees. All right, I'm in for $18, trying to win $100,000. I'll let you know if I do.
Let's go.
I'll let you know if I do.
Do it for International Women's Day. Do it for your anniversary.
And you know what? I might as well import that lineup. I'll try to play against Koff, see if I'll do it.
See, I'm wacky. I always do different lineups. I don't do the copy.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what it is because I like playing the field, if you know what I mean.
Okay, sure.
Bob Daddy says, let's go for 3 for TY. Oh, actually, it does it much better. I guess, let's go for T. Why not? Oh, look at you, Bob Daddy. You sly son of a gun. There's a catch out of the backfield. Hines, I believe, makes a grab.
I need to fill out a lineup for the next contest, too, for the sim Glash and I are about to do.
Yeah, Glash back in the simulated booth the other night was rocking a college football game here.
Simulated, he was in the booth. He was at the game.
No, I'm saying that's my point. He's returning to the simulated
returning.
booth.
Yeah.
Well, I watched yesterday. Yeah, I watched him the other night. It was good. It was funny. I said to everybody that's I've been on with watching him. I put it on. It was on our local NBC affiliate, and it was just weird listening to him call a game and not have like anecdotal stuff in between, like actually talking about like red shirts or.
He said he caught himself a couple times trying to say something related to Sims, like, "Hey, we're back in this game."
Yeah, it's like I could imagine it, and I kept wondering when he was going to try to reach out to the chat. But there is no chat when you're doing it real footballs. But yeah, it was cool. Glash did a great job. Honestly, like we could joke about people, but he does a great job at it. I've heard him call a couple of college basketball games in the past, but it was cool to hear him call a football game, especially calling simulated football games with him. But there's going to be a new segment on here, especially during the offseason, called What's in Your Algorithm on YouTube, because it is bizarre, some of the suggested things to me right now. BK's putting together that money-making lineup. 3rd and inches here. Big play. It's caught. It is Trey Burton getting down to the 25-yard line. They're trying to respond after Green Bay scored. Just one random thing, and this also shows where I am in life. One of the algorithmic suggestions is 7 lost Sesame Street skits. Like, what? 7 lost? Like, what do you mean lost? What does that mean? Here's Phillip Rivers taking the shotgun snap. 5 minutes to play. Looking, searching, time. Delivers the ball. Caught. Is that T.Y. coming back for it? Looked like it was.
Nice catch. T.Y. big day.
Yeah, in the bonus.
Hits the bonus. A bunch of catches. Scored twice. It's going to be hard to not make him the Krusty Krystal player of the game.
Yeah, I love it.
Koff sent me an invite as soon as I sent him one. So I wrote him back. I said, let's do completely different lineups.
Smart.
In each contest. Which means we'll probably just split. So really, we should do 3.
Look at that. Best of 3. It's like rock, paper, scissors. Here's under 5 to play. Rivers takes a snap. Has Burton, it looks like, wide open.
Who's going to win the skills challenge? Again, Luka and Chris Paul get a bye to the second round. Covington's in it again for some reason. I think it's because he went to Tennessee State, and this has to do with HBCUs, all the stuff this weekend. And then it's Randall, Sabonis, Vucevic.
I like Randall. Vooch, says Madison, not biased whatsoever. Here's the hand.
I wonder if Madison has a bobblehead of that weird Orlando Magic mascot that's kind of a Philly Fanatic ripoff, right?
Must.
Stuff. That's a cool gym. I worked a college game there for Westwood One a few years ago, and then went to a game last year when I was in town for the Pro Bowl.
I dig it. Stuff the Magic Dragon. That is ridiculous. Stuff. Get out of here. Third and goal.
Oh, he's a
here.
magic dragon, but he's inspired by the Philly Fanatic.
Hey, look, they're similar build. He was here's the shotgun. I mean, the snap. He
Whoa,
tipped
what
away.
a bad throw. That should have been a pick. That was terrible.
Pascal. Yeah, I remember I was down in Orlando at
Four down territory here.
Best mascot in sports. Get out of here. But when I was there, it was WrestleMania was down in Orlando 4 years ago. So me and my wife went down.
Camping World?
Yes, that's where the WrestleMania was, but the Raws and everything else. By the way, goes for it.
Look at that.
Look at the cojones on Rivers.
That Pascal. I got Pascal. That'll get me out of the 100 spot.
I'm probably going to dip even further down.
Somehow I keep going down.
And that's adjusting because Jim's really quick, so everything's going to move fast here. I'm dropping like a fly. But I was down there. It was a great arena.
Catch.
Yeah, look at that. 2 hands up, catches it, goes up to get it, gets
over
the knee
the
and
Pro
bounce.
Bowler, all pro Alexander, I believe.
Yes, he was this year.
Well, Sabonis is going to win. Whoever hits that pass in the skills challenge automatically wins. That little pass through the ring.
Yeah, with the net.
Yeah, the little net thing. It's almost impossible not to win like that. Yep, Sabonis beats Randall. There you go. You're updated.
Boom.
Jeremy Lin wins the skills contest.
Yeah.
So says BK's #1 fan, formerly James Farrell.
That's what you want out of your #1 fan right there. Pascal owned in this one just about 25%. Yeah, Orlando was one of my. Dallas, I think, was so far out of the arenas, what's the name of the Dallas where the Mavericks play and the Stars?
The American Airlines Center.
Thank you. Which is also because in Orlando, it's the Amway Center, I believe. So I get those confused. But Dallas was one of my favorites. I thought their concourse was the most spacious because everything's bigger in Texas, as you already know.
What are you talking about? Football or basketball?
Basketball. So I went.
Oh, the AAC is unreal. It's great.
So when I went down there for Mania 32, which was 5 years ago, obviously driving to Arlington, that was cool. Being in Jerry's World, but there's so much you can't see it all.
That whole situation, Jerry World's unbelievable, but it shouldn't be there. It should be in downtown Dallas at Fair Park, where the Cotton Bowl is, inside the fairgrounds, and it was going to be the anchor to the light rail and renovating the area, which is now getting renovated anyway, rejuvenating. But there was a terrible mayor, the worst mayor maybe in the history of Dallas, named Laura Miller, that thought it was going to create all these problems and put a strain on taxpayer dollars, even though
what happened in Boston.
It hasn't, right? And so now it's all the way out in Arlington, next to where the baseball stadium is.
I was going to say, at least you have where the baseball. Yeah, I was going to say,
but
at least
it's just there's only kind of one road in, one road out. There's a second road, but it's always super crowded. So
traffic was tough getting.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah, but I did love the American Airlines. The concourse there was just as ideal of a situation. The most food per walking distance ever. And TD Garden up here, they've redone a bunch of stuff, but it's still not the same. You did not have to wait in the line, but they sold out 20,000 people at any point in time, which I thought was cool. So that was my great. But I loved Orlando as well. I was surprised by what I got out of these locations, but that's why I love traveling and doing events and going to check out these things, because you are whether you're there for media purposes or a fan, when you're going somewhere new, it's different. It's just a different experience. So I thought that was fun. Like I said, Jerry's World though, dude, it was insane. There's pockets of places that feel like you're in a different arena. There was just too much going on.
And it's got all that crazy art that his wife picked out, and $25 million worth of art. No, it feels like a movie set. If you're going to have a movie set of a stadium. Oh, Sabonis is about to knock Luka off because Sabonis made the pass really easy. Vucevic did win his opening round, so he's going to go against Chris Paul next. But Sabonis is about to crush Luka here.
Smashland says, I need Funches and Lewis to eat in this next drive. Well, same here, bro. And that's Aaron Jones getting some nibbles in. 2 minutes.
Touchdown.
I love it.
Luka didn't take off his warm-up. It didn't look like he even warmed up. And Sabonis advances.
There you go. Energy.
Here you go. Vucevic.
Yes. Energy over on Twitch saying that
Who's
this
winning,
game
Vucevic or
is
Chris
stacked.
Paul? Everyone not named Madison.
Still need MVS, my captain, to score, says Eric Court. There's the handoff. Aaron Jones, under 2 minutes. Tie game. They're in field goal range. Old man, Mason, can come out. Boot this one in, but we want to see a score.
I'm picking Chris Paul. You can have Vucevic, Madison, and Rossi, you get Vucevic too.
Okay.
I'll let you know who wins.
Here's the shotgun snap from
Throw
Aaron
it to
Rodgers.
Funches.
Here's the give against Aaron Jones. Inching his way, they're going to call their first timeout. So tied up, 21-all. Colts will have time to, if they can make this stop here on a 3rd and 5, they call it timeout. They'll have one timeout, minute and probably like 20 left to play after a field goal. So big play here. Will the simulation have us run, or will they take the shot? Will Funches get a catch? Well, the bench it's either going to be a run up the middle or crossing routes.
So the finals are set. Vucevic against Sabonis. Madison's champagne on her head.
Aaron Jones has Madison. Yeah, just pouring champagne for a non-championship win yet. Let's go Rogers and Devontae, says DK Sim Fam. Smash Lana trying to help us out, saying Funches TD incoming.
Let's see it.
I don't think so anymore. I think let's see, just a couple runs.
They're going to run the ball, and they're going to let Mason Crosby win the game.
That's what it looks like. But you could get a fullback vulture here as well. It's always in play. Give to Aaron Jones. Up the middle.
That was easy.
Like the Super Bowl with the Patriots versus the Giants. Even referencing that makes me sick. But when Ahmad Bradshaw reluctantly scored. So we'll see. Aaron Jones, second touchdown of the game. Again, one of the highest owned in the contest, paying off. 122 remaining, one timeout. Will the Colts be able to make the comeback?
Have you watched any of the Inside the NBA documentary the last few nights?
No, I have them in my whatever DVR, for lack of a better term, of what YouTube TV gives you, my storage. But I've heard awesome things. So.
It's great. It's great. It's just what you thought it would be. But there's some fun stuff, and they remind you that of some videos that you may have seen back when they happened a million years ago, and oh yeah, I remember that. It just puts a smile on your face.
Because how long has that show been on?
It depends on who you ask, but 21 years, or 22 years now in its current form, I guess.
Okay.
But EJ has been doing NBA on TNT for 30.
Yes. Because I knew him when I was a little, I remember back when Marv Albert was on NBC on NBC. With
Kenny, it was 21, 22 years, and Chuck came a year or two into Kenny being there.
Nice.
And now Shaq's been there for a decade. They had Magic from 02 to 08.
I was going to say, that's why I always think of that. Because I loved Magic in that spot.
Well, so what's funny is Kenny, I did a show with him at Sirius. It was Jody McDonald, Kenny, and I was a producer / sidekick or whatever.
Yep.
Kenny would talk, because Kenny and Magic live in L.A. Chuck lives in Phoenix and Philly, depending on the time of the year. And Kenny,
fitting.
Magic is the best, and Magic flies everywhere on his plane. He goes, but I'd rather just go on the first-class flight that TNT paid for, because I get on the flight and I fly right home. He goes, Magic, while it's awesome to fly on his plane, he might be like, hey, Kenny, you want to ride? Let's go. Oh, by the way, we have to stop in Lansing. He's like, so then he has to go do a speech in Lansing for 2 hours. He's like, so I'm just sitting on the plane, messing around on my phone or taking a nap, waiting to get back to L.A. When had I just gone to the airport, which is a half hour from the studio, maybe less, I would be home by now. But it was funny to hear him crack like that.
Yeah. On the drive, it was the first down completion to T.Y. Hilton. There's another ball. Very bad throw there by Phillip Rivers. I don't know if he was pressured, felt the rush. 48 seconds remaining here. Down by a score. Need a touchdown.
By the way, that wasn't a top secret story. He said that on air.
You're letting out the secrets.
He told that story on air. But he also said that Chuck is the most reliable, that he says, hey, I'll meet you in the lobby at noon. We're going to lunch. Or he said that without fail, when he says it,
it happens.
Yeah.
One of those guys. The guy knows some people like that, kind of seems like an industry-ish type thing. People in media, some people probably in business. That's hey, I'm going to be here at this time, and this is when we're eating. It was that's it. You had no, there was no wiggle room, and I've been in that situation with a couple of people I worked with, and did that ball get out of bounds? It did not. Oh, that's a horrible play.
Rodriguez is going to have a shot here now.
No.
Hines should have let it go.
Yeah, or get out of bounds. We got time to take.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
They might have to.
Aaron Jones walked in.
Yeah, they might have to call the timeout here. No, they're going no huddle.
I think you don't call a timeout here.
I thought they got desperate. So Rivers going to need to get down the field.
Maybe. Okay.
There you go. Wide open. Plenty of room to go. Could he break it to the end zone? No.
Now you call your timeout.
9-yard line. Where was the defense there?
How about Pascal? Is he going to hit the bonus just on one play?
Seriously, well, he had the touchdown earlier. He had the touchdown over the top.
That crazy
so he's close. No, I think he had 80 something there. My eyes not the way they used to be. Got to get
Oh,
those
Kawhi
glasses.
was the
this
All-Star
week.
Game MVP last year. I forgot that. It's really easy to remember.
How dare you? How dare you forget that? Vital in the year of 2020.
I remember Kobe winning some.
Here's the shotgun form. Look at this. Travels around, goes to the end zone.
Oh!
Got a man! Touchdown! Wow!
Hines.
Hines in the back of the end zone.
Somebody earlier asked where Hines was. He's right there, tying the game up, sending it to overtime.
So look at the last 3 plays, BK. We had Hines going out, not getting out of bounds with less than 30 seconds to play. On a 3rd and 10, Phillip Rivers connects with Pascal down the sideline for almost 56 yards. And then there is, check yourself, Packers defense. Nyheim Hines gets to the back of the end zone, wide open. Wow, Hines in the late classic, 28% owned, 48 in the contest, the showdown here.
Barring a game-winning touchdown by Trey Burton, he's definitely going to be the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award winner.
Wow, Bert? Okay.
Oh, this is some breaking soccer news here.
Oh, just what I was expecting. What do you got?
CONMEBOL, which is where the U.S. plays, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we're CONCACAF. CONMEBOL is Brazil, Argentina, South America, all that. They've canceled a bunch of World Cup qualifiers.
Interesting.
How far they are, how far behind they are in the rest of the world and they've managed the pandemic.
Makes sense.
So I wonder how they're going to get teams into the World Cup if they cancel all these. I guess they can do them all later. Just do them kind of in back-to-back stretches.
So I know the news is out there. Finally, like I know everyone was saying, like, oh, you know, Blake Griffin going to the Brooklyn Nets break. I was waiting. I know it's weird. I was waiting.
Is it out there yet?
Yeah, Adrian Wojnarowski finally confirmed it. It was all rumor, innuendo, but Woj officially saying his Sam Goldfeder, his agent, confirms. Boo. We were talking about before the sim with Madison and Andrew, the director of all things technicality. Just stinks.
Well, in a normal All-Star weekend, especially in the David Stern era, they wanted you to sit on all news.
Yes.
Until afterwards. And the silliest was when Jason Kidd had been traded from the Nets to the Mavericks, but it hadn't gone through. He was having to play on the East.
Remember that? That was hilarious. That's actually one of my favorite stories. It's like he's playing on the East while knowing he's like been traded to the West. But anyways, we're here in overtime. Action-packed fourth quarter, 28 points total. And now we get here, 28-28. No break here. We're going to get right to it.
So, good and bad, if you want your skills update.
Yeah, what do you got?
Skills challenge. Domantas Sabonis, just like his dad, showing off his skills.
Oh, baby.
He and Vucevic both missed a couple threes, and then he makes his or whatever. It's a blessing and a curse, or whatever, a negative and a positive, because now Madison doesn't have to spray champagne all over her computer as she's celebrating. So her computer stays clean, but Vucevic, no championship. Maybe he'll win it All-Star MVP.
Good.
And help someone win $100,000 if they put him in their lineup.
Love it. By the way, speaking about that, I have not spilt a drink yet today, so I'm in a good place. I've kept my cup away because BK have been in a bad streak of spilling.
Yeah, I was about to ask.
Dude, last night was last night was brutal. I had a full cup of tea, poured all over my lap, my keyboard. Like I had to leave it like these, these Mac wirelesses. I had to just leave it upside down. There was a puddle left over. It was brutal. That was the worst.
You the whole thing of rice and just put it in rice?
I didn't need to.
All right.
It luckily wasn't like a phone. I don't know.
Well,
all the keys are working.
Unlike the keyboard, the little mouse that you get with those, just a little bit of some sort of liquid for my 2-year-old to ruin that mouse a couple months ago now. So instead we have this $15 replacement.
Yeah, same here, bro.
Cool $100 one.
I'm in the same boat because I've spilled many times. It happens. And DK SimFam has been telling me to get one of those like sippy cups, like my son has and stuff. And I think I might have to start using it.
Sure.
There's ones that wobble and won't tip over. Colts here on this opening drive. If they score, that will be the game as they scored on that final drive to get us here. 2nd and 9.
So are we going to see, because this is what I got double overtime yesterday with Glass in one of the games. But you got field goal, touchdown. Are we going to see that? Are we going to just see a touchdown? Or are we going to see a field goal, touchdown?
It's been a while since I've had the double. I remember Madison, and I think Andrew, you were there when we had a triple overtime that was nipping on the heels of the next game. That was like a Tuesday or like a Monday at like 2 one time. It was me and Reed, and we were really getting close. Things have happened.
I've never had double overtime, and I've had it twice in the last week and a half.
Oh, so you basically just confirmed we're getting double overtime.
Well, no, I don't think I'll get in back-to-back days, but maybe.
As Madison says, the most accurate thing ever. The ultimate move. Time in Simland is a blur.
So
You were,
Sabonis just held up his win, his trophy. I'm pretty sure the trophy they give for the skills challenge is basically the same one they give for the All-Star MVP. It's this huge gold basketball with, the plaque that says what you won. I'm in 115th place, so maybe I'll take a Funchess TD. I guess I'll take a Blankenship field goal. That's not going to happen now, and then a Funchess TD.
Listen, Pont, yeah, at this point, for my Green Bay,
Well, there we go. Now any score for Green Bay, and it is a wrap.
Yep. Don't have Mason Crosby. Rogers only 15. I'm in 111. Getting absolutely crushed. Got Mercedes Lewis, Aaron Jones, and Aaron Rodgers. So let's see if they can come through to get me over the 100 mark. Obviously, Lewis will probably be my biggest divider.
So not realizing Kawhi was the All-Star MVP, since I'm making another lineup against Koff, do I captain him? Does he go back to it? Usually guys don't go back-to-back unless they have a reason to. Like it's in their hometown or...
Yeah, that's such a crapshoot.
Okay.
West Streamer said he had Rivers in the Classic, but then went with Mahomes instead, which, hey, dude, no one's faulting you there. Even though Mahomes sometimes can be not fadeable, don't get me wrong, but it can have like those just like 15-point games. Coming up at 8, you'll be joined by Glash, as you mentioned. Cardinals at Saints, one of your famous teams.
Yep. I do Colts and Cardinals every game. I think Madison's doing it on purpose. Like, wait, where are the Colts? Where are the Cardinals? All right, BK, you're in.
Ooh, Rodgers gets sacked on a third down. We got confirmation yesterday. Madison does not create.
Well, and not only that, right? The schedule comes after.
The Saints.
Yeah, right. We are locked into broadcast time slots, and then the games get filled in after.
Yes, MVS Jones, says Tony. But we're gonna get another punt, so the Colts have another chance to win this pup.
So Rodrigo will kick a game winner unless my man Trey Burton finally shows up. Maybe someone got word to him that he's going to get the Babysitter Billing Out My Kid award.
Yeah, he's like, dude, I heard that BK's talking smack. I'm going to give me an award. Get me the ball. Here we go. Phillip Rivers in the gun. 3 wide. Hines in the shotgun with him. Takes the handoff. Nice run there. Gain of 8.
NBA on TNT already gave Blake a number and a Brooklyn uniform. They gave him number 31. Is somebody else already wearing 32, I guess? I don't have the Brooklyn roster in front of me.
Yeah, I don't know. Brooklyn's changed so much this year, I couldn't tell you.
It's funny to watch, especially, it's definitely people we know in media, but Knicks and Nets fans, New Yorkers fight.
Oh, like who owns the city?
Well, because the Knicks are trending up. They're playing better D, and they've got these young players. But the Nets have 3 of the 10 or 12 best players on the planet. And now Blake Griffin, too. So they're clearly the talk of the town, basketball-wise.
Oh, absolutely. And just wait, this whole week will be all the hype about the Nets and all the talking head shows.
I Google Nets roster. Here's what comes up. All their pictures. That's how Google works. Brooklyn Nets roster from NBA.com. Then people also ask, first question, does Jay-Z own the Nets? Is the first question. Who are the starting 5? Who is number 1 on the Nets? Who did the Nets just sign? Let's see who's wearing 32 for these Brooklyn Nets.
You know, if you have that.
Nobody.
So maybe, I don't know. It was also could have just been, obviously it's a mock-up, but.
Yeah, it's just weird that their graphics people wouldn't throw them in 32.
First and 10.
So you get DeAndre and Blake back together.
Yeah, it's the power duo. 4 wide here. You got Burton closest to the line. He's got him wide open. Goes that way.
Hey, look who showed up.
Look at that.
Still don't know that's
Catch
enough to not get him.
I don't know. He's still. It depends on that expectation. Just his 3rd catch of the game.
I'm looking to see anybody else that might even be a good candidate.
Here's the
Marlon
top
Mack. Marlon Mack. Now.
MVS, I guess would be because
Sure.
he was fifth highest owned.
Oh, okay. Oh, here's you in 114th. You're 5 spots ahead of me.
Yay, look at me.
No MBS for you though.
No, my team. If I need
MBS in the captain spots only got 9. MVS
9.
6, but you're right. 58% owned in ours, and I know the numbers, like you said, 5th highest owned. All right, 3-point contest.
40s.
Call out your winner. Conley, Jalen, Steph Curry, Levine, Mitchell, Tatum. So 6 All-Stars there.
feels like Mitchell. Feels like Mitchell.
It's hard to pick against Steph Curry in a 3-point contest, though.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just going with my vibe.
All right, I'll pick Steph. Anybody else? You guys can make picks. There's
Like, I didn't go with either one of my Boston guys. I think Brown's a better 3-point shooter personally, but
and Tatum.
yeah, just knees a little wonky right now.
Zach LaVine could be one of the few people that's won an All-Star game and a 3-point contest and a dunk contest if we can win this, right? How many people have won both? That list probably isn't very long. There was a year Kenny Smith competed in both, but he didn't win either.
Yeah, Dominique, I don't know if he competed in the 3.
Yeah, I doubt it. Still one of my all-time favorite basketball images from All-Star Weekend is Larry Bird hitting that corner 3 when he's wearing the warm-up and turning around with his arm in the air, knowing it went in.
Yeah. But that's swag before that was even a term. Bob Daddy says, it ain't over yet. All caps, Lazard. I don't know if he's calling him out. AE.
Right, well, Burton there again. Did Burton catch that? Did they count that as a catch or did it hit the ground? Hit the ground.
At the ground.
That should have been a catch.
But do they go for it here? Just with the game? I know it's... Nope, I'm not even going to try it.
Well, they know they're playing for double overtime here, which apparently I caused.
We'll see. Green Bay, nice punt. Where does it go out of bounds, though? The 14. Pretty good kick there. Sanchez. Getting puncher points here in my own head. All right, here comes Aaron Rodgers saying, all right, screw this. Let's go win this thing. Find Funches, baby. Here he is. Quick draw, snap, catch. Rodgers makes it to... It looked like that might have been Funches.
That was MVS.
No, MVS. Look. Everyone we're calling out is getting it.
It's going to make it harder for me to pick a Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award. Player of the game's still T.Y. Hilton unless something crazy happens.
Let's see, there's the bench.
Rivers in the captain spot, though, has got 49 points now.
He's playing well. Oh, wow.
But Hilton's got 57 points, and he's slightly more owned. And slightly more captained.
What a run stuff there by the Colts. So about a minute left here, 3rd and 4.
Mountain Dew sponsoring the 3-point contest, so all the balls are green.
Don't like that. Calling a timeout. What are we doing calling timeouts here?
Well, they want to win in this first overtime, I guess.
No, I don't like it. Foolish. Why'd you run the ball then? Mr. Hawk says, I can't shake this feeling that Mitchell's going to be in the optimal lineup. Dr. Hawk, I agree. Here's Aaron Rodgers in the shotgun snap. 3 wide. Aaron Jones to his right. Looks around. Going to get sacked. The ball is dropped, but picked up by Aaron Jones. I thought we were almost going to get a walk-off fumble.
That was going to be a wrap.
But nope. It's a hero instead. So we're going to get a punt here. Back to the Colts. Wow. Aaron Jones. What else, man? I see him just take that to the house. Jim would have just been like, what the heck? How do I score that?
Why did Rodgers switch hands then? Weird.
Rodgers, yes. Throw in the game.
Not a great punt. Oh, pretty good punt. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. That
was
thing
a
just
great punt.
took off. Will it stop? Wow.
Apologies.
No, but I agree. It was more the camera angle there. But that's the punt of a century.
We know I'm not good at math, but was that an 83-yard punt?
I don't know where they punted from.
The 19,
yeah, 19.
The other 2?
No, that would be... So you have 100
89.
yards there.
Yeah, 100 minus
22.
21.
Or 21, yeah.
So what's 100 minus 21?
100 minus 21 would be 79.
79-yard punt.
We could get a safety or 2. Could the punt play out?
That would be amazing, but...
Oh, no. Not at least on that play. They call a timeout, too. Thanks, everybody.
I don't think they know that this is rolling to another.
No, I know. It's actually, I play Madden, and this does happen. Like, even if you're playing, like, whatever. like not with your friends necessarily, but if you're playing like a computer, they'll do this. I don't think they've added all the nooks and crannies.
He's just going to roll right into the next sim. Glash is going to come in and join us.
Oh, don't say it. Don't you say it. Everybody but me would actually probably not. Oh, no.
Would love a safety. Come on.
Oh, he could. No. Are they going to call another timeout? They are. Oh, let's get it. Let's get it.
Great. Come on, Packers.
Blitz the house. Punt block.
Have we seen a safety win a game in overtime yet?
I'm going to refer to the DK SimFam in our production.
Do we have mainstream history here?
I have not seen it. I've seen pick six. I've seen fumble recoveries going the other way in overtime or walk off, but let's see here. In the shotgun, Phillip Rivers. They blitzed him earlier.
This would be great. Bring the house.
They're bringing 4. He's got time, delivers, and has a man open. And he gets out of bounds. So just keep the clock
There's
stopped.
Campbell.
So, wow. We thought we might have got a safety. We do not. SCH. I was hoping for that pump block formation. Too much time there for Phillip Rivers to pick him apart. DK SimFam over on Twitch says, too bad everyone has Packers D in the Classic because block field goal TD coming up. Well, see if you got that prognostication on fleek.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the other side of that. I'm gonna say not a block field goal. Win. Scoop and score. Oh,
dropped.
Hines.
So just delaying the inevitable here. Blankenship needing. That's not the right yard marker because he missed from much. They were closer than that.
He missed from 52, so he's probably not hitting from 89.
Never know.
Well, if it's windy there,
I
Lambeau.
was gonna say. I told you about that atmosphere.
Well, Obi-Wan's really on this Coming to America trip. Every time I look down in the chat, something Coming to America related.
I am probably not going to watch that.
I watched. So my wife realized she hadn't seen the first one, or she actually didn't really remember it. So we start watching it.
Oh, that's
and she fell asleep.
Yeah, that's
paused it like
sounds like my wife.
30 minutes in. We'll get to it.
Yeah,
I think you have to lower your expectations and just hope that it's an enjoyable ride.
Sure. I just don't like the laziness of Hollywood with a lot of these, and this one seems like one of those.
Here's what I'll argue against it being lazy. They did it 28 years later, or whatever this is.
I just I'm all set. Like I don't. Did we need that?
How many years it is?
Yeah, it's around there, right? It might be more.
Well, did that movie come out in '88?
Yeah, and it's
so 33 years later.
Flag on the play here. Listen, I'm all about it if people are entertained and they enjoy it, and we're still living in a little bit of a tough spot when it comes to new, fresh movies. So enjoy it, but not for me.
Arsenio Hall did a bunch of media around it and was talking about how Eddie Murphy loves Tracy Morgan and wanted Tracy Morgan in and wanted Tracy Morgan to play his son. Oh. And Arsenio said the way that he communicates with Eddie, he's like, you can't just come out and say this isn't a good idea. He's like, yeah, maybe Morgan Freeman can play your brother.
Jeez. I don't know. The one thing I have heard about this movie is that the barbershop scenes are over the top hilarious and everything else is rough. But again,
we'll see. I'm sure everything Tracy Morgan does will be funny. It's hard for him not to.
Hope so. Matthew says, holy, this game is still going? Sure is, dude. Get on in here. Babies were born in between the start of this game and to now.
Koff just tweeted his 3-point contest prediction.
What do you predict? I don't.
He predicted Steph Curry, Levine, Tatum, Brown, Conley, Mitchell.
Wait, in that order.
And then he said, this is based on nothing. #NBA.
Oh, cool. Thanks, Koff. Appreciate the characters. Here comes. Let's see. Can we get a W here? This drive started, don't forget, at the 2-yard line after a miraculous punt. After Rodgers fumbled. Here
the Mountain Dew balls were only for warm-ups, thankfully.
Okay, because that's an eyesore.
Yeah, they're shooting with basketballs in a normal red, white, and blue.
Oh, what about the money ball?
Apologies. Mountain Dew ball is for extra points from 2 feet behind the line. And they have them
Steph should just sit there.
In between both. They have them in between the top of the key shots, I guess.
Interesting.
So you get done with your second rack, you go to that. It's on a lit up Mountain Dew holder.
Ooh, do the dew, baby.
Oh, it's for 3. So everything's 1, money balls 2, and then you get to pick a whole rack that's money balls. So someone could score 38 in this or something.
Hey, look at this. Trying to give it a little flair.
I guess. Make it exciting.
Yeah.
Put that in quotes.
I'm trying to see if I'm going to order. There's a wrestling pay-per-view tonight. Now my timing is getting thrown off. And the
This from
fight-
Michael Silver a few minutes ago, NFL Network. Multiple teams have called the Eagles about a possibility for trading for 3-time Pro Bowl tight end Zach Ertz. The deal could happen in the coming days, according to 2 sources familiar with the talks.
Get him. I like it.
We're one
Preach, Eric,
touchdown away
preach.
from a Rodrigo Blankenship.
Yeah, because Eric Court says, come on, let's get this sim game over with so I can make supper. And Madison's all about it. I'm all about it. I'm sure BK would enjoy a few little time to himself.
I would.
So let's see if we can get it here.
Only still outside because sun will go down for another half hour.
Nice. Sun's long gone, hard to find over here in the East Coast. But Phillip Rivers, come on, baby. Oh, you stink, Rivers. Son of a
Roland
gun.
says, BK, hope you ate some dinner. Is this going to roll right into the next sim? I haven't even thought about dinner. We had a late lunch. I'm still good. Thank you, Roland.
Yeah, Roland cares.
And when I get done, it'll be 7 or 8, depending on how the next sim goes.
Yeah, you're the curse. And they're going to punt. Oh, cowards. All right,
Come
listen.
on, Frank Reich.
Jimmy B says I'm watching the Revolution pre-show right now. Yeah, Jimmy B. No, obviously no sports, but is it 8 o'clock when everything starts? I know we're talking about NBA here. And that's obviously much more important. But
What's the Revolution? Is that
so
wrestling?
it's wrestling pay-per-view for All Elite Wrestling.
Oh yeah.
Cena.
Is All Elite Wrestling legit?
Yes. Yeah.
I know Tony Khan's a part of it, and Alex Marbet.
He's the owner, and he won Booker of the Year for wrestling for 2020.
Awesome. Oh, look at the fumble. Yeah, Alex Marbez.
Yeah, he does some backstage stuff.
An NFL reporter first and foremost. He and Tony Khan have been really close for a long time, and
very good.
Their love of wrestling has materialized into this.
Yeah, Tony Khan is.
They keep signing some big WWE kind of talent, right?
Yeah, and then tonight there's going to be another, reveal, and the product's just good. It's 2 hours on Wednesday nights, TNT, which obviously you're going to see. No, I know it's pay-per-view though. Which it's just very weird why they're doing it on a Sunday. They've always done Saturday. They've been changing the game there. So
let me ask you this: as someone who goes to WrestleMania,
sure,
and certainly is a all-in wrestling fan, how often are you surprised by the outcome of matches? Not what happens, the setups, and other people coming in, but the actual winner and loser. How often are you truly surprised?
Truly surprised, not super often, truly oh my jaw on the ground. It takes a lot, but that also, I think it really comes down to how much am I buying into what I'm watching at the time.
Yeah.
Rogers gets sacked again, for the love of God.
What's that movie, Fighting with My Family?
Yeah, Paige. When
she won it all, was she not supposed to, or did they say, hey, anyone can win this match? How does that work?
No, that was a surprise because it was more like she was a shock to be there the night she entered, the
But then they
Federation.
told her, hey, you're going to win this?
Oh, yeah. They wanted the shock.
Her reaction, even,
I will say from interviewing a lot of wrestlers.
Video.
Yeah, oh yeah. When I talk to a lot of wrestlers, they always say the most real thing. I don't use the F word. Predetermined is what I use. They say the most real thing ever is with your first championship and your first time coming through on a big stage. So
because
if you were wrestling it doesn't when you win the count of 3, however you win that championship, the very first time it is it's a combination of everything that got you to that point. Especially on the big stage, not with all due respect, local in Boston or local in Denver, wrestling, but when you make it to a nationally televised event.
I'm not sure we have local wrestling anymore. I think it's been subbed out for MMA.
Well,
when I was
I'm sure there's something.
At the Dallas Sportatorium, the Von Erich family ran that show.
By the way, hashtag get him Madison. I see in the chat.
At this point, we're cruising towards my first ever triple overtime.
Oh, yeah, because we're in double overtime right now. I forgot. I was about to text my wife. I don't know if I'm going to order this thing or not because whenever it comes to money, I always get cheaper as we get closer. Maybe I'll just watch the NBA All-Star game, but then I feel like I can't not watch this event. There's going to be a barbed wire death match on this event. How can I not watch that? As I was telling Moose earlier.
I think it would be wild if someone in a death match actually died.
No, don't be foolish. No, nobody wants that. See, that's the thing about
nobody wants it. I said I think it would be wild.
I think wild's very underestimating the term. It would be Yeah, I get what you mean, though. But it's obviously.
What if you had 2 death row inmates?
No, I'm not. This is insane. Get out of here. There's a pass down the middle of the field. Oh, what a catch. Pascal's
Campbell.
turned into like.
Campbell
Oh, it's Campbell.
big.
Sorry. I thought it was Pascal. You're right.
No,
Campbell.
That's 2 big catches.
Yeah, he's had a nice impact in this game.
I'm in 102nd place, so I don't know.
No, we stink today.
Rivers,
But that's okay.
429 yards passing. He's coming up on catching Hilton.
All right. Let's see here, Rivers. How about win a game, dude?
Rivers may jump ahead of Hilton if he can complete a pass or 2 here.
The run by Hines going nowhere. Our guy Matthew says Madden Sims and NBA All-Star Game perfection. Hey, I'll take it. Rossi, have you ever seen Sam Stackhouse? Big guy. Edward Pride doesn't ring a bell. And Cena 427. Yes, I am a fan of Ring of Honor. Haven't watched in the pandemic era, though, I'll be honest. Went to a couple of their shows.
I heard John Cena in an interview, it might have been Howard Stern or somewhere, where he said as much as he's enjoyed doing movies and stuff, he realizes that the main reason he does all those movies is just because wrestling is his all-time favorite thing. So he makes a lot of money on those, and that allows him to just keep wrestling and focus on wrestling, not even have to think about.
Yeah, I think he was. Oh, please, this guy's.
Well, of course,
but he's stopped now. Like now he's been out of the game for about a year and changed like consistently. But obviously he did it. He was like, for a lack of a better term, to make a football. He was like the John Cena. I mean, he was he was the Tom Brady. Like he was just consistent for years and years. And then now that he's doing Hollywood, I don't think he's going to get the flack that like The Rock got and some of these other guys did when they made the jump.
The Rock seems to have gotten over it.
Oh, and I think the fans did too.
Are you enjoying Young Rock?
I love it. I'll be honest. I get a kick out of it. I'm glad to see the viewership is doing well.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. The interesting thing to me, I'm curious with his writers, is how much time has he spent having to talk to his writers to give him all these ideas? And I imagine they take some liberties on the conversations, right?
Yeah.
And then I wonder if he would be interested in it, and I don't know because I haven't paid attention, but some of these old-timey wrestlers that are still around that were at some of these events, I wonder if The Rock has put his cousins or uncles or whatever, or some of these older wrestlers who are still around, Junkyard Dog. I don't know who's alive and who isn't, unfortunately.
He's passed. Andre's passed, but
I know Andre's passed. But you know what I'm saying?
Alpha and Sika's still with us. By the way, Blankenship, we could get the end of this game.
This is going to be the game winner. But does he have them consult to sign up on these stories and get a couple bucks thrown their way? Why not?
I bet you they get some money, but I don't think
he's sure, talking. But because he wasn't there. He was an 8-year-old
He was a kid. Yeah.
And these guys can be like, oh, well, this is really what your dad was what we had going on, or this is a silly thing that happened. Like, at least to talk to them once and go down a list of stories. I bet that's not the most far-fetched idea.
Maybe it is. Listen, I'm all in. I love the show. If you haven't checked it out and you're like, oh, it's corny, it seems kind of weird, it's actually really funny. And it's just like a coming-of-age story, and it's The Rock, dude. Like, even if you don't like The Rock, you'll like this. But anyways, that'll do it here, BK.
So you tell me, player of the game.
I lean towards Rivers. I go
think Rivers too, because
he was unreal. Only 5 incompletions threw for 440. I can't tell you last time I saw her for 400 yards.
Not my kid award. Marlon Mack, 4.4 points.
You don't want to go with MVS, huh? He got it done for you. Top 5.
MVS had 6 or 7 points. It's more points, but he was fifth highest. Yeah. All right, MVS, you can get it.
Yeah, see you later. All right, listen, he's at BK Denver Sports. Go check him.
About 10 minutes.
Yeah, he's back real soon. I'm out of here, done for the day. For Madison, for Andrew, the director of all things technicalities, and for Jim in ops. We appreciate you guys. BK will be joined by Glash in about 28 minutes. Bye.
like you despise Devontae Smith. I'm just kidding. You didn't say that at all.
Again, I think he's going to be a good player. I just don't see him going.
I know. But who is your favorite split end?
It's a guy that didn't play this year. It's Jamar Chase. I mean, this is a guy who, he's right up there with Smith. You can make the argument 1A, 1B. Definitely more of a physical profile. But he's just that guy, so physical, and he's killed big time NFL guys. I mean, CJ Henderson, AJ Terrell, JC Horn is probably going to be a first round pick this year. Trayvon Diggs. I mean, he's a man among boys. He was the number one receiver with Justin Jefferson on the team. And Justin Jefferson is, the best rookie wide receiver statistically we've seen maybe ever. I mean, he's legit. I just made this big argument about how you don't pick receivers high, but Jamar Chase is a legit guy you can pick in the top 10 because he has that production and he has the physical profile, and his tape is there. I mean, he's just killing guys. He's a guy that I would prefer as the starting X if I were starting a team like this.
All right, let's get to flanker, Emery, and I want to know who your top flanker is in this year's draft.
It's Jalen Waddle at Alabama, but to Steven's point, Chase is my number 2 flanker because I just like how fluid that dude is. Dude just like here's like watching Penny Hardaway play football when you watch Jamar Chase. But when you look at Jalen Waddle, Waddle's speed does not make sense. It's Joey Galloway like explosiveness. It's Rocket Ishmael type speed in football pads. When you're talking about Jalen Waddle, he can really hit that second gear, and you give him any type of play, whether it's in the wide receiver run game or on these short quick passes, he can literally go the distance on any play. And so when you have that ability to ring the cash register up pretty quickly, I want you on my football team. I just think that he is one of the more polished guys at that position, considering he didn't get a lot of targets, because of what's going on at Alabama with all the targets, and you have Harris in the backfield. So he did more with fewer targets in his in Alabama, but he is tremendous, and I hope that ankle injury doesn't linger, because what we saw in that championship game was brutal to see him limp. I hope that doesn't affect him moving forward, and we can see him pre-injury at the NFL level.
What about you at the flanker position, Steven?
Yeah, I mean, Jalen Waddle for sure. I mean, if you can't get hands on this guy at the line of scrimmage, that's going to be a huge problem. But what kind of separates him, obviously Emery's talking about, his speed. He does have this tremendous ability to like gear down and then gear up to top speed faster than anyone around him. Like kind of a car, you see, I drive a Hyundai Elantra. That going 0 to 60 is much different than, I'm sure like a Ferrari or a BMW or something like that. That's kind of what you see with Jalen Waddle. But what makes him so interesting is he's also, despite his size, and he's a guy who's just under 5'10", like a little over 180 pounds, he's a guy who can make contested catches too. I mean, he made 10 contested catches on 15 opportunities, and he's a guy that can go get the ball. So he's an interesting guy that, despite the size, you see him able to, get in and out of breaks. He brings tremendous value as a returner, but he can also, go get those jump balls.
Let's move on to slot. Again, we talked earlier about the difference between slot and inside. Who's your top slot guy, Emery?
It's Tutu Atwell, and for someone like you talk about someone that's thin. I mean, he is legitimately built like a 8th grader, but the dude has speed that he can get legitimately anywhere he want on the football field. Like if he wants to get to that far corner from the far right hash, he can get there quickly. But also, like what you talked about with someone like Waddle, to be quite honest, Atwell, despite being small, doesn't play small at the catch point. So he's going up and trying to win those balls at above the rim. He's able to absorb contact while catching the football. He is tremendous. So I think he is the quintessential slot receiver. He's probably more of the deep threat from the slot position than what you'll see normally. Normally slot guys, you don't have the deep speed. You have more quick, shifty guys. But goodness, when they want that deep over route, they dial up Tutu Atwell, and he's able to win that one consistently.
This time each and every week, we are taking a look at the upcoming Major League Baseball season, going division by division, DFS, DraftKings Sportsbook. We're covering all bases here, pun intended, I suppose. With Steve Buchanan, Gary, and Thorne, I am Adam Kaufman. Today, it is the National League Central Division. And guys, the Cardinals, Buke, starting with you. You got them at plus 105, favorite to win a very tight division. What do you expect here?
Yeah, we're excited about this team, huh? Not on that train. Not on that train at all. I mean, I don't even think we've done, 3 or 4 spring training games yet, and I'm already so sick of how overhyped this Cardinals team is already. Last season, they finished dead last in isolated power at 137, which was tied with the Pirates, that horrific Pirates team. They have the same isolated power. You look at the pitching after Jack Flaherty. Who do they have? Adam Wainwright? I think he's going to be 50 by the time the end of the season rolls around. And then look, they got Nolan Arenado. It's great. He's a very talented guy, but let's also remember half of his games came in Coors Field. He was atrocious on the road last year. Will that continue this year? We have yet to see. It was a big move. Don't get me wrong, but come on. Nolan Arenado is going to put this team over the top. They have way too many glaring holes to be super excited about the Cardinals.
Gary, and I'd ask you if you're more excited about the Cards than Steve, but I'm not sure there's any way that's not possible.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not really excited about them, but I'd have to be more excited, I guess. And the projection systems are equally just sort of nonplussed with this team. Pacoda has them at 81 wins. Fangraphs have them at 80. I get that this division is very much up in the air, but it's just really hard to take the favorite in a division that I think is basically a coin flip that comes down to, even if you want to throw in the Cubs, which I'm maybe not willing to do, but at least 3 teams have a legitimate chance to win this division. I'm not going to take the one that's only paying plus 105. And for a lot of the reasons Steve laid out, I mean, this has been a very below average offensive team. And even if you don't want to use the small sample size of last season, they only had a 93 WRC plus in 2019, 94 WRC plus last season. They can't really hit. And as Steve mentioned, they added a hitter who could only hit in Colorado, which is not where St. Louis is located. So that's a bit of an issue. They don't have pitching. And I mean, what are we really banking on here? What is the path to St. Louis winning this division? Basically, you have to have both Dylan Carlson and Tyler O'Neill break out and be like the 95th percentile prospects we thought they could be at some point. Maybe one does it. I don't think both do it. And that doesn't solve the pitching issues. So I am steering clear of this bet entirely.
Let's stay with you here, Gary, and talk about Nolan Arenado. And obviously, you've both acknowledged the fact that, yeah, good player, but might not be the same guy in St. Louis as he was in Colorado. Even still, NL MVP DK Sportsbook has him at plus 1,200 odds. How do you feel about it?
I guess I see how they got there. I mean, if you're going to have the Cardinals as the favorites to win the Central, I guess the narrative is new guy in town, leads the Cardinals to a division crown. He's the best player on the team. He's a possible candidate for NL MVP. He's also, this shouldn't be ignored as we talk about the bat traveling to St. Louis. The glove's going to travel. He was a 99th percentile outs above average guy last season. You need to be a immaculate defender to win the MVP, especially with how a lot of voters are using WAR in the advanced sabermetrics we have now. So that's nice. But going back to the start of 2018, we've got a sample of over 750 plate appearances for Arenado, not in Colorado. And he's the picture of an average major league hitter. He's got an ISO just above 200. He's got a 106 WRC plus. He's just not going to do enough with the bat to win this award. So no, I won't be taking part in this either.
Bukes, are you at least more of a believer in Arenado than you are the Cards as a whole?
I mean, look, Gary kind of laid it out perfectly. And here's the big difference for me. Look at the American League MVP odds. It's Mike Trout at plus 200, and then the rest of the field. Alex Bregman is next at 10-1. Horrible bet, by the way. Don't take that. That's just a horrific odds. But then you look at the National League. 5 players, 5, are at plus 850 or less. Mookie Betts, Juan Soto, Cody Bellinger, Ronald Acuna Jr., and Fernando Tatis Jr. So Arenado has to beat all of these guys out. And that is just simply not going to happen. You're getting some decent value here. But again, we're talking about a guy who's been average at best on the road and, kind of on the road all the time now when you think of his time over in Colorado. So I don't like the odds at all. Do I think he's going to succeed in St. Louis? Sure. He's by far their best hitter there, aside from Paul Goldschmidt. Is he good enough to be the MVP? Absolutely not.
Bukes, disappointing year last season. The pandemic shortened campaign for the Milwaukee Brewers, sub 500. I don't think maybe that surprised anybody, but nevertheless, pitching a strength, hitting not so much. Can they get enough at the plate to overcome their woes last season?
So I think an underrated move this season was the Brewers getting Colton Wong. I mean, the leadoff spot for the Brewers was actually one of the worst in the league. He's a solid on-base guy, 350 on-base percentage at least over the past 2 seasons. And you look at what the Brewers did out of the leadoff spot last year, 299 on-base percentage. That was one of the worst in the league. So now you're getting a guy who can get on base, who doesn't strike out much at the top of the lineup there. It's going to make a big difference. But after that, it's a lot of question marks. This is why this division is so wide open. Yes, the pitching is okay. Let's not get too excited about the Brewers pitching staff, but they can do enough. But we need to see some other guys come into form. We'll talk about them in a second, like Christian Yelich and such. So not crazy about this year, but at least they made a good move to kind of get the table set with Colton Wong. I think that was a very underrated move this offseason.
Garion, any confidence in Milwaukee's bats?
I wouldn't say confidence, but I would say that I'm a lot more optimistic that someone like Yelich bounces back and is an MVP version of himself than, Nolan Arenado moving to St. Louis and being an MVP version of himself. And that's obviously a huge step towards the Brewers being a relevant team. And I think these odds are pretty good at plus 300 on the DK Sportsbook. The one thing I really like about this team, aside from the bullpen, because you could make the case they have the 2 best relievers in the National League in Josh Hader and Devin Williams. And that comes into play, especially with how bullpens have just been, the impact they have on games now is unprecedented. But Steve mentioned Colton Wong and how that sort of solidifies the top of their order. Not only does it do that, it gives them arguably one of the best defensive teams in all of baseball, because not only are you adding Colton Wong, you're also re-adding Lorenzo Cain, who only played 5 games last season. Lorenzo Cain is getting older, so maybe take this stat with a grain of salt, but even in his age 33 season in 2019, 22 defensive runs saved in center field. You've now got him in center. Colton Wong's a Gold Glove second baseman at second, and Orlando Arcia is going to either be playing shortstop or third base. I know he's taking reps at both right now in spring training. You build defense up the middle of the diamond. That is a great defensive team, and some people overlook defense. I get it. It's not like a sexy thing to talk about, but talk to the Tampa Bay Rays about how important defense can be and how that can lead to winning games. So I kind of like them as the dark horse in the NL Central.
You both acknowledge Christian Yelich, not great last year, obviously, so everyone hoping for a bounce back, most especially him and that Brewers organization. But, Garion, you have Yelich ranked at number 9 on the MLB Top 100 right now list going into the season. How close are we, or what needs to happen for him to return to being a must fantasy start again?
I'm not sure if there's a specific tweak he has to make. I think he's just one of those guys who, I know it's a generalization, but I'm going to put him in the bucket of 2020 was just a weird year, and we got a weird version of Christian Yelich. Now, I do think you can look at where his ground ball rate was again last season, up back above 50%, and say that, look, 2019 was the outlier. He's not a guy who's going to hit more fly balls than ground balls. That's maybe not the best from a fantasy perspective, but from a real life perspective where he adds value, that's fine. Because he's someone who, you look at zone contact rate, he was at 88%, 88%, 87%, 88% the 4 seasons coming into last year. Suddenly he drops down to 81.9%. He's striking out 30% of the time. But you look at the 12 qualified hitters in baseball who had a strikeout rate above 30%. He has the lowest swinging strike rate by a wide margin, and he has the lowest O-swing rate by an even wider margin. Like, it's crazy how much of an outlier it looks like his last season was. So I think he's just going to bounce back. I think he's a better hitter than this, and I think you can just chalk it up to small sample size.
Are you with that, Bukes? 2020 was an anomaly?
I was kind of chuckling here because I also mentioned how, had an uptick in his ground balls last year, but there really wasn't anything that was like, okay, this is the reason. Like, he wasn't chasing pitches out of the zone or anything like that. I think it was just a slump. But let's not forget either, he was still on pace. If this was a full season, he was still on pace for over 30 home runs. So if you want to call that a bad year, I'll take that any day. I'll still hit 30 home runs. Obviously his batting average wasn't great or anything like that. His power numbers weren't good, but I think it was just a bad year for him. He's consistently produced all throughout his career. 2020 was not a year that we're going to go back to 50 years from now and go, oh, look what happened to him in 2020. It's just going to be almost kind of erased from the mind. So I'm not taking too much stock into this. Christian Yelich will be fine.
parameters of this quarterback ranking was starting your franchise today, you have a 4-year window. The next 4 years, who do you want as your quarterback? So those were my 10 through 5. You can go back to part 1 to find Jeff's and find Tim's if you want to check those out. But I had Josh Allen at number 5. We've talked through Josh Allen already. Jeff, who do you have at number 5?
I have Russell Wilson.
Okay, I have Russell Wilson higher than this. Tim, what about you?
As do I. I have Russell Wilson at number 4.
I have Russell Wilson at number 2 on my list.
Okay.
I've always comped Russell Wilson to Aaron Rodgers. I think that they're the most two similar type quarterbacks to each other, just the way that, I mean, Aaron Rodgers' arm is a little bit better, but other than that, the decision making, and it's not like Russell Wilson can't make throws, but they've both been bogged down by a system that really works against them in so many ways. And the way, and not necessarily Aaron Rodgers at this point of his career, although he still does have some mobility, that we're seeing less and less of it from Russell Wilson as well. But, because of things and reasons, Russell Wilson was always put into this box of, oh, well, he runs. It's like, no, Russell Wilson doesn't run. Russell Wilson runs for first downs when it's there to go get it. He moves the chain. He is that type of quarterback. And Aaron Rodgers was always like that too, like 10 years ago. And he still does it from time to time now. If there's 2 yards to go and he can get 3, he's going to take his 3. But his primary focus is always look downfield, make those big completions. And no one is better really at extending plays than both those guys and keeping their eyes downfield. I still think that Russell Wilson has a lot left in the tank. He'd be my number 2 quarterback.
Well, he's got all that recovery water.
He does. Listen, maybe he can make it work. Does he still sell that stuff, the concussion water?
Haven't seen him hawk it in a while. He was at one point.
But I just, there's very little bad you can say about Russell Wilson.
Agreed.
And what's his age now? 32?
2.
Next 4 years?
And he's got a cheap, and he's got 3 years at $70 million left on the deal. And
no, he's got the third most expensive quarterback contract by average year right now with $35 million a year.
Yeah, but that's going to change over the course of the next 4 years. Where
yes, it is.
All of a sudden, we're going to look and $35 million is like 16th among quarterbacks.
Yeah, he's due up in 2024.
So there's nothing bad to say. I think he is kind of. It's an interesting sort of PR battle that has developed in Seattle at the moment. I think I did read that entire athletic story, and it was really disappointing to hear that, anytime he sort of comes into game planning meetings with suggestions and his own ideas, they are totally dismissed.
Well, they're not running the ball. If the plan was let's run wishbone, then they'd be like, oh, I'm all
that
ears.
Simply disgusts me. I look forward to the point where Justin Herbert's at home wanting to thinking in his head how to contribute the plays I like and wanting to go into the meeting preparing and wanting to play a role in implementing them. I'm not comparing Herbert to Wilson. Wilson's a freaking franchise superstar Super Bowl winning quarterback. He should have that. He should be able to have more control. I think he's unfair. I think it's unfair though.
I think that we run into a problem sometimes that everyone wants to be Peyton Manning. And not everyone is Peyton Manning. I do think that there needs to be a line between the guy that calls the play, the guys that comes up with the plays, and then maybe you consult with the quarterback on what works best for him and ideas. But then you get into a very tricky circumstance where if the players start believing you, then it takes away the power from the coaches, and obviously they don't want that.
You're the coach. You're in the huddle. You got to lead those 10 guys, man.
I agree with you, but I think that there's a difference between being completely boxed out and being like, no, here's what I want to do. It doesn't work like that.
So I'd like to continue, because I just mean I have so much to say on this, and that clearly we are seeing on many levels feelers being thrown out there by a lot of superstars in this league now, quarterbacks, to gauge just how far we can pull player empowerment, and all the power to them in doing that. I don't and Russell Wilson, it's well documented. He sat there at the Super Bowl beside the commissioner. He stood down there. He watched. Tom Brady is a lightning rod for a lot of these elite guys now. He got full control to sort of pick a spot. Yes, he was a free agent, but not only that, pick who he wanted to play with, full control of what goes on in his huddle. And now it seems like that's something that guys are angling for. Russell deserves to be far more respected in Seattle. And if I own the Seahawks, I tell you this right now, I would fire Pete Carroll.
That was the point that I wanted to make.
If it's one or the other, you fire Pete Carroll and it's over, and you make Russell happy.
All right. Hello, everybody. Good evening. It is a Sunday, March 7th. Very good. Arizona. First stop's Arizona. And New Orleans. Very good. Kyler Murray. Drew Brees. Thanks. Appreciate you.
I'm watching your TikTok right now.
Oh, nice. Yeah, man. Get it in.
TikTok. Yeah.
NBA All-Star game starting in
Fired
Monday.
up. Well, I got a couple lineups in. I'm trying to win $100,000. I'm trying to beat Koff a couple times. I wanted to get a contest with all of us DK Sim announcers and producer Drew and anybody else that wanted in, but Rossi couldn't make it, and I don't know everybody's. I'm only friends with Kaufman on my actual DraftKings, like whatever, where it's got your groups of friends. I've got 3 friends and 2 people I don't know who they are.
Oh, gotcha. Well, I'm gonna. I didn't make any lineups for the All-Star game, but you did. You can check out the DK Sportsbook. So I'm sharing the link on Twitch to get your betting preview in. It is 8 o'clock, so the game should be starting soon. You know how that goes.
It's they're going to spend 15 minutes doing intros.
Right. So try to get something in if you can, and of course you can live bet it as the game goes down. We have a sim to call though as the NBA All-Star game takes place. This is your final one of the night. We have the Cardinals and the Saints. Who do you got in that captain spot? Better yet, what's your lineup looking like?
That is a great question, and I will tell you now that I just clicked over on my DK Sportsbook app for a second to see what the All-Star game line was. I will tell you now that my lineup, which I am currently in – oh, wait, why didn't it go live yet? Here we go. Oh, this stupid app. It's not the app, it's me. I'll tell you in a second. I promise I'll tell you. Oh, here we go. I'm in 7th place, so I'm doing great. I captained – Kenyon Drake, Kyler Murray, who we know is good for a lot of stats and a fumble, Jared Cook, Emmanuel Sanders, Christian Kirk, and the Saints D, which is why I'm in 3rd place now. So.
Hello to Isaac in the Twitch chat. What's up as well to Smash Lanta, Banded Caterpie, Ashley Edwards, Ryan, Mr. Hawk, Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan, latest video is on TikTok right now, pal. Check it out. TikTok's been updated. Here's my lineup, Brandon. Kenyon Drake in the captain spot.
Oh, look at you copying me again.
Yeah. All right.
Twice.
Kyler in the flex with Kamara, Traquan Smith, Max Williams, and Will Lutz.
Okay.
I like Will Lutz being indoors here at his home stadium.
I thought about Traquan Smith, but he's one of those players to me that doesn't do it game over game, and since he just had a good game the last time you and I did a Saints game a couple days ago, I thought, let me go away from Traquan because I called him Taekwon, and I'm going to go Emmanuel Sanders.
Yeah.
Could backfire, but as you know, I am a Cardinals and a Colts unofficial announcer, just like you are with the Colts. I had Colts last game, and I have Cardinals again. My 2 favorite teams to call, whether I like it or not.
I mean, I like how you kind of threw some shade at Kyler there, saying he's due for a fumble.
Okay, if it happens, I'll look like he's fumbled every game that I've called, and if it doesn't happen, I'll look like an idiot. There's Jared Cook. I've got him in my lineup. Look at that.
Nicely done.
Chase Daniel's about to get traded, according to Adam Schefter. Well, trade discussions, other teams want Chase Daniel to be a good mentor for some young QBs.
Where's he going? Lions?
Oh, the
Lions on the line.
Yeah. That guy, nobody's made more money and taken less snaps than Chase Daniel.
Right? Didn't Philly give him like $7 million a year?
Yeah. Oh, well, because Peterson was his guy from KC, and then they go out and draft Carson Wentz. But here, I'll tell you Chase Daniel's contract first, and then I'll tell you how many. He's only started like 2 games, and he's thrown like maybe 100 passes in his career, something like that. But here, Chase Daniel, I think he still has a year or 2 left on this current deal. He's 34 years old. He has 2 years at $4.5 and $5 million. They could get out whichever team trades for him this year. Since he came into the league from the University of Missouri, he has to this point made $37 million. He's got obviously another 10, like I mentioned, which will at least be we'll call it another 4 or 5 this year, right? 4.5 this year. People are trying to trade for him. And his stats, very quickly. He won a Super Bowl with the Saints, by the way. I think that was either his rookie year or his second year. That was his rookie year. Is that right? No, because it was the 2009 season. So maybe he didn't win a Super Bowl. Apologies. But he has thrown 43 passes, 261 passes in his career, completed 178, so 68.2 completion percentage. So to this point, $37 million, 261 passes thrown, 8 TDs to 7 picks. And he's got 5 starts. 1 for the Chiefs.
Wow.
2 for the Chiefs in back-to-back years. Then 1-1 for Chicago a couple years ago. 0-1 in Detroit the year before last. 5 starts, 261 passes thrown, $37 million in the bank. Good work if you can get it.
Jared Cook catching another ball for you. Drew Brees looks really good on this drive, throwing the football. It's at the 14 of Arizona already. Smash that like button on your way in. It's good to have you with us on a Sunday night. Producer Madison with us tonight. Andrew, our technical director. Jim. Hey, Jim. Jim is updating scores. Brees rolls out, fires. Jared Cook another catch. Jared Cook was a monster in Madden 20. I don't know. He's not that consistent, I feel like, in Madden 21.
What do you think the market will be for Jared Cook, who's now a free agent?
He's 35, which I didn't realize that he was that old. But he still play, right?
Yeah, he looked like he could last year.
You said with the market? Oh, my goodness. Don't even tell me a fullback's going to score.
Touchdown!
Oh, my God.
His knee was down.
Down at the 1. Burton's at the 1.
Wow. 2 games before this, Rossi was complaining in the Seattle game. Their fullback, who may or may not be a real person, vultured a Chris Carson TD.
Rossi usually doesn't get mad, so.
Well, mad is
a
bit of an overstatement.
Okay.
Kamara. Oh, no.
That's Latavius Murray.
Latavius, your short yardage back. These are my favorite uniforms. Saints all blacks. This looks so cool with the gold helmet, gold sneakers. Beats.
They're sharp. All right.
What are Murray's ownership numbers? Probably pretty low.
Checking them out right
Good value, though.
now. Let's see. Latavius Murray.
6% owned.
0.1%. Alvin Kamara, the highest owned, just under 74%. Then you got Kyler at 66.7. Michael Thomas, 50.9. Traquan Smith, 42. Drew Brees, 41.5. Noah Moon, you're here, but Noah now is going to leave us. It's too bad.
To watch the All-Star game?
Maybe.
Watch the intros. They're having the Grambling State University band virtually play people in. That's kind of cool.
It is cool.
Did you see the story? And I didn't click on it. I just saw the tweet that IG models were staying in U-Hauls because of the lack of hotel space. All-Star weekend there in Atlanta.
I did not hear that.
Yeah. I guess you get in where you can, right?
I guess so. I don't really I don't really have a take.
Yeah, I
on
don't
that.
take either. Okay.
Oh, Latavius Murray scored a touchdown. Man, oh man. We had 158 entries.
Oh, not even Kyle fumbling. Christian Kirk on the kick return.
The Saints have it back?
No, but they pretended like they did.
Yeah. Wait a minute. They might.
Loose ball, maybe.
Wait a minute, no, they do.
That's definitely a fumble. Oh, yeah.
Ball's out. Ball's out.
That celebration seemed muted, but. Oh, Patrick Peterson. Patrick Peterson's returning kicks.
Wait, so now they're at the 22. My. Crazy.
At least you didn't say no dice on the fumble.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. Just didn't use those two words. Breeze's time. Breeze end zone.
Oh, almost picked off. Peterson. Was that Peterson almost redeeming himself? Yeah.
James on Twitch, are y'all asleep?
No, that was it looked like, I don't know. We just missed it. I mean, we saw it. At least we saw it this time.
Wow.
I'm glancing down at the All-Star intros. Very understated.
Is this the same play again? No, it's down to the cameramen. Well, Blake Knight turns this into a positive and says, well, there you go. Kamara gets another shot.
Who has Will Lutz? It's a good Will Lutz series, I think.
This is true. Wow. Saints defense recovering on the kickoff. Saints D, 12.6% owned. And
I got the Saints D / special teams.
Ain't that something? 3rd and 10. Kamara makes the catch. Inside the 10, a gain of 16 yards. Run after the catch, Alvin Kamara. CJ71, heavy on Twitch. What's up, guys? Banded Caterpie. Right, even the Vulture got vultured. The Burton, and then it went from Burton to Latavius Murray. But at least Latavius Murray is a listed power back.
I'm in 11th place currently.
Kareem says this is laughable. Well, Kareem, I'm glad you're having a good time.
So I've got Cook and Sanders. Those are the only Saints I want to see score. Mark that down. Well, yep, Kamara, no shot. Vance Joseph knew that was coming. Called the right beat.
Roosevelt in the YouTube chat says this is unbelievable at times. Luke Murphy, boy, that's annoying. Killa says I'm starting to hate these Sims.
And that's before the Kyler Murray fumble that's inevitable.
Robbie Noble. What's up? Mockingjay. Mockingjay, don't go. Drew Brees.
Oh, who was that to? That was to one of the fans. I get that Drew loves the fans, but come on.
Wow. All right, 3rd and goal. Got to capitalize here. Come on, Drew. Wrong team. Off the wrong helmet.
Wrong team.
Yeesh. So you did the 6 with Rossi.
Double overtime.
Double overtime, an hour and a half. Very nice. Yep. Seeing this NBA All-Star game like preview here, it's reminding me of the bubble, like what it looked like in the bubble.
For sure.
Even though, because just seeing everyone else on their own regular court,
yeah, it feels a little more normal. I get that there aren't fans there whenever they cut to wide shots. It's weird, but in game, you can't always tell when they've got the normal tight shot following the ball before they go behind the basket or whatever. And look, there's fans in some of these arenas, and that's going to keep going up. Certainly for the Mavericks, Rockets, and Spurs.
Right, I know. And then this whole thing with the Sixers today. It's too bad.
We could be trending towards some fans here in Denver, although if any of those kids that were hanging out in Boulder yesterday make their way down to Denver, the state's level isn't going to go down to blue from yellow. Did you see that picture? Did you see those pictures from Boulder?
I did not know.
It's like tens of thousands of kids partying by all the fraternity houses. I'll send it to you real quick.
Mark Mantelli. Hey, Mark, how are you? Good to see you here, Mark. Got 300 plus watching on YouTube. So, if you're just joining us, Latavius Murray scored the touchdown. Then on the kickoff, the ensuing kickoff, the Cardinals fumbled the football on the return. Saints gathered it at the 22-yard line of Arizona and settled for 3.
Ooh.
There goes Kyler.
Oh, he slid before he got hit, I think.
Oh, wow. Wow.
That's what you'd call a super spreader event. Potentially.
Yeah.
Bonzo says, this AI goes to great lengths to make sure I'm pissed off and disappointed every single day.
I know. Blame the AI. If you want to blame us, you can, though. It's fine. It's fair game. Out of the pistol.
There's my captain, Kenyon Drake, and your captain as well, picking up, 2 yards? 3 yards. It's 97 away from the bonus.
Will Lutz, 30.3% in the flex. Oh, by the way. Ended up with 10,659 entries in the public free showdown for Arizona
Nice.
New Orleans. Good number. Kyler, there you go. Fitzgerald on the slant.
These basketball lineups have locked. I made 2 lineups. One that I'm using against Koff, then I made a second lineup. But the first one I'm using against Koff is also the one I went ahead and plunked down the $18 to try to win $100,000.
So, you know something? So on Friday, or it was Thursday or Friday?
I'm in
before the
first place,
weekend.
by the way, for my shot at $100,000 somehow.
So there's a channel on Slack that you're not in.
But we're all in it. Yeah,
For our
you're right. I'm
content.
not in that channel. I don't know how I get invited.
So, long story short, I put in there on Friday at noon because I was done for the day. I was done for the week. I just said, everyone enjoy your All-Star weekend, a.k.a. you won't get any head-to-head sent to you from Adam Kaufman.
Admittedly, this was my idea today.
Okay, because
All-Star game.
maybe I offended him because he did not send me any NBA contests today. I
Right.
haven't heard
Well,
of that.
and he didn't ask Rossi either. I think he was just sitting back. But he and I
Oh.
went head-to-head in NASCAR, and I was beating him, and then he ended up sneaking out a win at the end.
Interesting.
So my two
Well,
race
I was just,
streak snap.
if he did end up playing, I would say, oh, all right, I hope I didn't rub him the wrong way.
Oh.
Andrew gets invites all the time. So he legitimately maybe just didn't want to play today.
Well, we ended up playing 2 separate lineups, which means we're going to probably split. But I am currently in a 20,000 way tie for first.
Rossi's Fat Cat, High Glash, High Crystal, Feed Me.
Sorry, 32.7 thousand way tie for first place. We're all winning $15.30.
First down pickup for Arizona on 3rd and 3.
But I captained, we were debating this in the last sim. Do you captain Giannis? I mean, the line is for lock, so do you captain Giannis or do you go somewhere else to not have to pay top dollar for Giannis? Harden was second. So I captained Steph, your 3-point champ. Then my first lineup, this is my big money lineup. Giannis, LeBron, because LeBron's captain. He's going to play at the end. Kyrie, Bradley Beal starting. And then you got to go a little cheaper. I went Chris Paul, figuring that he'll get some okay run. He's on Team LeBron as well.
I think aren't we at a point now with Chris Paul, with all due respect? He's been great, but this could very well be like his last one.
Maybe, and so
You know
that
what I'm
could be part of it too. But something tells me down the stretch he'll play a little bit. He'll play a fair amount.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he might want to get some run in case this is it. The only one I will not do that for is LeBron because I'm just like, this guy's an icon. He'll be in the game every year.
But not only that, the idea that LeBron's like going to sit. Once LeBron's loose and going, I think we see that he wants to play, right? He's ready to play. That's why his minutes don't go down as much as they probably should because he's in close games and he's going to play in the fourth quarter. They'll go down if it's a blowout.
Yeah.
But otherwise, he's playing.
Yeah. Jared Cook, great first quarter, 3 for 42.
Then my other lineup against Koff, not that you care, but I'll tell you because we went completely different players. I got that's almost Steph captain, so let's do that.
If you guys want to check out the old TikTok, in case you missed it, new video is up.
It was good.
Right before the All-Star game. Check it out. I put the link in the Twitch chat. You guys can check it out.
Dame Lillard, my captain, the other one, figuring he may get some run late too, in place of Luka. But Harden, Doncic, Jokic, Zach LaVine, Zion, my value play. Zion could have a big All-Star game just because people are going to want to be on, and people are going to want to be on the floor with him.
He's starting because of no Embiid.
Right. I'd love to beat Cuff in both, but it seems almost impossible. Let me see what this line is looking like.
The captains are the key to the whole thing.
Ooh, he
right?
captained Joker. So our lineup's almost identical. We have four players the same. Jokic, Harden, Doncic, and LaVine in the same lineup.
You guys are so disrespectful to the Utah Jazz.
Yep. Well, I disrespected him. We'll see if Koff did. Does he have any Jazz?
Kyler, all right. Nice catch by Hopkins.
Then he captained LeBron, Steph, Kawhi, Lillard, Beal, Zion. So no Jazz.
No Jazz to be found. CJ71, appreciate you, pal. Appreciate you.
Can't wait to click on this. Sorry.
What'd you say?
I can't wait to click on this later. You just see tweets that are like, oh, I'm going to go back and check that out. Kenny Smith saving Shaq from almost implying that HBCU classes were easier than LSU. So I can't wait after the game to go hear Kenny bailing Shaq out of.
Look, Shaq has had a cold couple of months here. I don't know how much.
It's been a rough go this year, and tonight's the episode all about Shaq on Inside the NBA's documentary.
How many episodes did they make of that? Because I did see a teaser for it.
Yeah,
Okay.
4. So the first one's about EJ, second one's about Kenny, third one's about Chuck, fourth one's about Shaq. And then they kind of play off it a little with other people behind the scenes and when they've come along and the roles they have. Look at Fitz on the little shovel pass there.
These every time I look up to my TV, these guys are still standing for the anthem. It's a long process here.
I think they're past. Oh, this is the anthem here. Okay, I can't tell because obviously my volume's down.
Yeah, it looks like a commercial.
Because it does kind of look like a commercial, but it's Clark Atlanta University, and they're singing the anthem.
Performing, yep.
Back to back, Fitz essentially run plays.
Jet sweeps, yeah.
Well, the first one was technically a shovel pass, so you got a catch. Or both of them? I guess both of them were because he has 3 catches.
Our buddy Derek is back for riveting relative commentary as usual. Hi, Derek. Can't wait to see you on cam soon, Derek. Say hi. Problem Kid Gaming needs Fitz, so how about Zane Gonzalez? That's easy money. First points of the night for Arizona.
Brown's in his 17th All-Star game. He's definitely going to get to 20 All-Star games. But what's the most? Did Kareem go to more? Let's see.
How many did Kobe go to?
A lot.
Is that 19?
Probably 18 or 19.
Yeah.
Most All-Star appearances in NBA. Somebody else has tweeted or Googled this today. Let's see here. Yeah, Kareem 19, Kobe 18, LeBron 17 after tonight. Kareem, in his entire career from 70 to 89, missed just the 1973 All-Star.
Killa says if you didn't put Zion in your captain spot, burn your lineup. Wow.
Kobe didn't go as a rookie, then went his second year. Didn't go in 99. I think there was a lockout. Missed in 2010, 2014, and 2015. One of those years he was hurt, for sure.
Chris B says, hello, Sim fam. I've been missed here. I have missed being here all the time, but I finally have a day off and I'm here to party.
Michael Jordan only went to 14. Overrated.
Derek says, talking NBA during a Madden sim. For shame. Derek, all good, dude.
If we were doing an NBA sim, if those were a thing, we'd probably be talking football. It's the All-Star game. Come on.
You know something? Did you notice? So I'll be honest. I'll take you behind the scenes of the TikTok production. Typically, There's Jared Cook again. Typically, aren't the jerseys Eastern Conference wears blue, Western Conference wears red? Now I know like they've got the Team LeBron, Team Durant thing, but this year they're doing blue and yellow.
I didn't know that the blue and red thing was a thing. I just thought they picked colors. No,
blue
because
and
one year
red.
they were in black and white a couple years ago.
Oh, they were? Okay, all right.
Yeah, and then for a long stretch they were wearing their normal uniforms.
I missed that. I thought that was cool.
Well, I just thought it was cool back in the day when they made cool uniforms that you wanted to go buy. And I'm not their target audience as an almost 43-year-old. So will a bunch of kids buy these yellow and blue jerseys? Maybe. But I liked when they were like some sort of variation of red, white, and blue. Jared Cook's going to have a good eye at the bonus. He's got 73 receiving yards on 4 catches. Glad he's in my flex.
Retease Did You Know says that's some low-tech TikTok, Lash. Whiteboards?
Whiteboards are great. What are you going to do, digital?
Sarah must have been at Crust's house. What's wrong with this whiteboards? I thought the whiteboards were creative.
Did Sarah find any places for y'all to stay in Cape Cod? Did she look at it, or are you going to wait a while?
I think she went and looked, but she hasn't reported back to me.
Well, you just keep an eye on the weather. If you're doing 3 games there, you pick the one that has the nicest weekend. You make sure, as you're looking at it, to probably make your Madden availability later in the day Saturday, or skip Saturday for once. Maybe probably not for once, but skip a Saturday.
Kevin in the chat says, just came here for Elmo and Marv Albert. Is Marv doing the All-Star game?
I think it's Harlan probably, but maybe it's Marv.
I think they let Marv do the All-Star game like all the time.
Maybe. I know Reggie's there. I saw him sitting up on the whatever that's called desk for the 3-point announcing. He went up to like the main desk where Ernie and Kenny are. The 3-point contest. We do have the dunk contest at halftime. Hopefully there's cool dunks. I don't know how they're going to pull this off in that short a time, but whatever.
Oh, nice dipping there by Alvin.
Gladys Knight singing now. She's still singing the anthem. I'm guessing she's singing something else.
Yeah, let me check it out.
Oh, no. Gladys is singing the anthem. So those kids from Clark University had to have been singing something else. No Pips, just Gladys.
Yeah, Marv Albert's calling the All-Star game.
They sang Lift Every Heart? Okay.
It's Marv, Reggie Miller, Chris Webber, and Allie LaForce.
Yeah, I saw Allie pregame.
Reggie Miller, Chris Webber, and
pretty
Allie
funky outfit on.
LaForce.
Allie's
Marv Albert.
She got some cool leather pants and big shoulder pad gold shirt on.
We're at State Farm Arena in Atlanta for the NBA All-Star Game. Team LeBron and Team Durant. I am Marv Albert for the NBA on TNT. Yes! Giannis for 3. Oh, man. Love you, Marv. I don't understand why he's doing this game. He can't keep up with the game.
Well, that's why he's got Reggie and C. Webb there to fill in the holes.
New York GOAT, Bob Daddy. What's good? Yeah, Bonzo. Pepper Brooks and Colton McKnight. That'd be good.
Brooks.
2nd and 10 from the 17. And that's a catch.
Almost looked like he was trying to throw it out of bounds.
Right? And Kamara bailed him out.
He's like, I'm over here. I'll just catch it.
Winter bold. Talking about Shaq, yeah.
I'm not sure I've seen an Arizona win on any of the sims I've done. I'm sure that's not true. It's just what it feels like. Touchdown.
Oh, down at the 1.
Oh, that was my man Sanders too. Emmanuel.
Yep. Muhammad in the chat says, honestly, voice impressions are the best part of this stream. Wow. We've definitely peaked.
I thought Emmanuel was scoring here. He slips through.
Might have to quit impressions after tonight.
Oh, that's a touchdown. I'd challenge that.
A touchdown.
I'm virtual virtual Sean Payton. Well, this is good for Kamara owners. Inside handoff.
All right. Kamara, come up. He's in. Touchdown.
Okay.
All right, that helps. Everyone's okay with that, I think, unless you have Sanders and you faded Kamara.
I faded Kamara, and I have Sanders.
Okay, that's you.
So that's why I'm in 93rd now and falling rapidly.
All right, Alvin Kamara, highest owned in the free showdown, as we mentioned earlier. Let's look at our contest. Captain Blood, first place, meager 66, tied in that first place spot. Kamara in our contest, 22.8% in the captain spot. For the public free showdown, my phone buzzes. We have a 6-way tie for first. Kamara,
vibrate there. You want
30%.
to hear when you get texts from Koff about silly stuff?
Like what?
No, I'm saying you don't just mute your phone.
Oh, usually I do. Forgot.
Yeah,
it happens.
How excited are you for these championship tournaments this week? I think it's because my Jayhawks have been so up and down this year that my college basketball enthusiasm's kind of whatever. I imagine come the day after St. Paddy's Day, first day of the tournament on the 18th, I'll be all in.
I watched a little bit of Michigan State today. Also caught
Michigan State won, right?
I didn't see the end. I mean, Michigan State won.
I don't know. I saw a tweet from Gottlieb that said you can't have the month of Izzo without Izzo.
Wow, that's only the third or fourth loss for Michigan.
Yeah, how about Juwan Howard?
Yeah, man.
Is he a better coach than he was a player?
Well, remember, that's not all about coaching. That's like program recruiting. You know how it goes.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Right?
That's
A lot about the coaching is the buy-in.
Look,
right?
this is only his second year, right? So
yeah, that's huge. Right.
How about John?
Yeah,
Beeline?
only the third loss for Michigan.
Do you think John Beeline takes a college job this year after he got all that money from the Cavs? Him getting fired in Cleveland was the least surprising news story of the basketball season last year. Even less surprising than Rudy Gobert shutting the country down.
Andrew, our technical director, throws out Boston College. Imagine. Jeez.
Yep, Marv, Chris Webber, Reggie Miller on the call.
Marv Albert, Chris Webber, Reggie Miller, and Allie LaForce live in Atlanta for the 2021 NBA All-Star Game. Here is James for 3. Yes. Giannis to the basket. Facial. Giannis Antetokounmpo. Curry for 3. Wow. Marv coming through our headsets.
C-Web and Reggie Miller both very sharp in their three-piece suits. But I don't know if this is an unpopular take or not. I feel like three-piece suits have kind of run their course. Do you really need the vest anymore?
Maybe because you really haven't had a chance to dress up in the last year that they're like, oh, I want to rock this thing.
No, but these guys have been doing games for a while and wearing suits all season. I'm not picking on them specifically. I'm saying in general. Fashion, whoever. There's Hopkins.
Oh, D-Hop.
Your fashion designers, why are they still making three-piece suits?
Joe Johnston, Marv just popped in, so hope you didn't miss him. He'll pop in throughout the course of the night.
Ooh, Allie has a nice gold mask to match her gold leopard print top or whatever. Allie's one of my favorite. Allie's one of my favorite people. She used to do that show with Gottlieb that wasn't very good, but I'd go on it with him all the time. And then she did a bunch of college football, and now she's, all TNT all the time. So she does tournament stuff, and obviously their biggest NBA game every week. But I'm a big fan. She's cool.
Noah Moon asking Marv for what are the new rules of the NBA All-Star Game? Well, Noah, first you gotta smash the like button. Hit it 3 times. If you can.
As Andrew points out, this is Allie LaForce's time of the year now. Between NBA stuff and then the 2 weeks of the tournament and then into NBA playoffs, typically. I know it's going to start a little later. You get a lot of Allie LaForce and a lot of Marv and a lot of Reggie and a lot of C-Web. It is cool that C-Web can. It is cool that C-Web can call college games again.
A lot of Nance coming up too.
Yeah. In fact, a couple of years ago at the Final Four, one of the more awkward things ever, the announcers in Indianapolis said, "Let's all give a round of applause for Jim Nance, the first announcer to call the Super Bowl, the Final Four, and the Masters in the same year," or something. And he'd done it for a while. But it was, and so he kind of stands up reluctantly and waves. There wasn't an award for it or anything. It was just like filler in one of the TV timeouts. But you could tell that Nance didn't need that praise. His $10 million a year check probably does the trick.
Kareem is calling it, what did we call the accent the other day? I mean, that is the name of the free roll. Skip Perkins. We met our good friend Skip Perkins on.
Madison didn't.
Oh, I don't know. I think we're going to save that. Madison's going to have a headache.
Maybe you save it for a second half of Madden After Dark, depending on how it's going.
Our good buddy Skip Perkins. Nice guy. No, he was here. Yeah, Skip Perkins was yesterday. That feels like weeks ago.
Yesterday. I know. Face mask. Oh, first and goal on the one, or half distance to the goal.
Madison
doesn't
be
good
know
for our
Skip
captain, Kenyon Drake.
Skip Perkins, really nice guy.
Oh, 8 seconds. Never mind.
Come on, from the floor. No
Throw it.
timeouts.
Backside. Kyler, you had him.
Just run.
Oh,
Just
okay,
run it
that
in.
was-
What are you doing?
Whoa, he's across the line.
He's across the line. Oh, my
That was a touchdown.
God. That is terrible.
What a way to end.
That is terrible. Terrible.
That's worse.
Ernie, let me tell you something, Ernie. That is terrible.
Wow.
Terrible, Ernie.
That is worse than a fumble in some ways.
Kenny, listen, Kenny. You can't do that, Kenny. That's not how it goes, Kenny. Back in my day, you couldn't do that, Kenny.
No Chuck tonight.
But
His
Jack,
daughter, I think his daughter got married yesterday.
I guarantee the Portland Trailblazers are going to win the West. I guarantee it.
He does guarantee that a lot.
That was terrible. Wow. Terrible. Terrible, Ernie. You can't do that. Oh, man. Breeze, 11 of 15, 152. No touchdowns, no picks. Murray, 12 of 14, 90 yards, no touchdowns.
Maybe he would have had a touchdown run there. A chance if he just, ran it.
Alvin Kamara, 7 carries, 11 yards, 1 touchdown. Tony in the chat is not happy with Murray.
The All-Star game was supposed to start at 8 Eastern.
8:30
Pacific. It is, it's 35 after, and they're tipping it now.
Wow. I'm so happy Zion's starting. DFS Queenie says, got to bring that voice a little lower, Glash. Oh, doing the Barkley. Yeah.
Oh, they're doing this quarters one thing. So dumb.
Oh, I forgot about this format they did last year.
Joker. I think Joker's going to have 15 assists.
Court looks pretty cool.
It does look cool. There's a lot going on there.
There's a lot going
on. They look like they're human highlighters.
The uniforms look like there should be your planetarium projector should be the ceiling.
That's close to the shady yellow of those Warriors third jerseys.
B-Don Walker, FedEx me, whatever.
I wonder if there's an all-star record for alley-oops, because Zion may set it one of these years, but not tonight. Everyone's just going to want to throw it to him,
Yeah.
These teams played for real, LeBron's team would dominate. I guess if Durant were healthy and could play on his own team.
Yeah, I think a big reason, too, why these guys wanted to play this game, I mean, it's in their contracts and stuff, but I think the Kobe effect, too,
Yeah.
Because they did play the game last year after the fact. Jeffrey says, is Zion your boo? No, I just think Zion's the next face of the league.
I don't know if that's true, because I don't know if he'll hold up physically.
You might be right, but I think popularity-wise, I think he could dominate.
He's really fun to watch.
Zion's more popular than Giannis.
Probably.
When LeBron's done, who's the face of the league? Steph?
Kyrie? No, okay. LeBron may play longer than Steph. LeBron's only like 4 years older than Steph. And in much, I don't say much better shape, but he physically
Maybe Luka.
Luka could be, but this league has never really had a true foreign face of the league. And I understand that he's awesome, but you've just never had that. Dirk was great, but he obviously played in the Kobe LeBron era.
Yeah.
Andrew wants to know if we're saying face of the league best player. No, like, I think what you're saying is the marquee guy that everyone is excited to watch on TV. You had Michael Jordan. You had Michael Jordan, you had Kobe and Shaq, and then you had LeBron. So that guy that everyone wants to watch every game.
Who's fighting? Like ESPN, TNT? Who's fighting to get X player on TNT?
Right. They want to max out those Sunday games, Thursday night games, whatever it is. I don't have a good answer because I'm just not sure. I think there's a lot of entertaining players, and I think Zion's at the top of that list. I think Steph's going to retire too close to LeBron for it to ever really be Steph.
There goes Drake, and down he goes at 37.
Devin Booker? I don't know if there's enough. Look, he's awesome. But I think there has to be a uniqueness to your game. And I don't know if he has that.
Barb says, Braun, you fool. Yes, Barbs. After LeBron's out of the league.
Right. LeBron will continue to be the face of the league until he's out of the league. But we're saying once LeBron's done. If it's still LeBron, what if it's LeBron Jr.? Ronnie. Putting a lot on that kid. I'm not going to do that.
Hit that like button, guys. We're only 16 away from 367 watching on YouTube. How are we doing on Twitch? We've got almost 50 people on Twitch. Here is Tyler. Takes off.
Ooh, hit again. You want to know how close I am to winning $100 grand right now? I'll tell you.
Tell me.
Out of 32,000 people, I am in, I don't know what place, but I'm winning $50. $49. I am in 1900th place.
Kenyon Drake. Nice move.
That's our captain. Okay, so right now, as it sits, we are 7 minutes into this All-Star game, and I'm in 1,879th place, winning $40. Will I win more or less than $40 when it's all said and done? Here's my lineup again. Steph, captain. Giannis, LeBron, Kyrie, Beal, Chris Paul. What do you think? Do I win more or less than $40? There's Kenyon. Oh!
Probably less.
Yeah, probably the safer bet. The safer prediction. But maybe I'll win $100 grand. If I do, I'll buy you a digital board for your TikToks to upgrade from the whiteboard.
Second and goal from the one. Drake, touchdown. Bam.
That's good for us. Good for us. Get me back into the top 100.
I got him in the captain, so I don't mind it.
You and I both
They
do.
play both quarterbacks. I'm in 27th now.
That's better than me. I'm in 28th, right behind you. Just kidding, I'm in 55th. What's fun about if you're doing a DFS lineup is that there's so much scoring that as long as you're playing anyone that plays in the game, this All-Star game, you're going to get some points.
Yeah. They just tried an alley-oop, Kyrie and Zion, and poor Zion didn't get up high enough.
Yep, he's overrated. There was a stretch, by the way, where LeBron, because Cleveland was Cleveland, even though he had Kyrie, and with what they were doing, that I think Steph was as big a ticket in the NBA as anyone.
Oh, for sure.
With how they were playing. And you can make the case that Steph has changed the game in the last couple of years more than any other player. Because you can't do what LeBron does. You can't do what Kobe or Michael Jordan did. You can do what Steph does. I mean, he's 6'3", he weighs 180 pounds, and he's the best shooter to ever walk the earth.
Here's where...
Now, he's a hell of a ball handler, but, again, that's something you can work on. No one can stop you from dribbling and practicing your handle.
So I don't... Look, I'm with you 100%. I think this is unfair to Steph. I still think there's a chance he has more to give when Thompson comes back.
Yeah, sure.
And, you know what I'm saying? But I think Steph was like the new shiny toy, changed the game, and now I think folks don't give him a chance to return to be the face of the league. And
Well, their team's is not good
we
enough.
didn't even mention his name yet. If Durant stays healthy, Durant can take it.
Yeah, he's younger than both of them, right? Durant's what, 31?
Is he that old already? Not that
He's
old.
32. Wow. But Steph's like 35.
But see, I don't know if Durant wants that. I don't know if he wants that spotlight.
Oh, sorry.
He's the guy-
Steph's also 32. So Steph and Durant are both 32. Steph will be 33 a week from today.
I think low key Durant's like, I'm good. I just want to hoop. I don't want all the attention to be.
Yeah, right. He's not right. I don't think he's seeking it, but that's very few people are really seeking it. I think Kobe and LeBron can.
Okay, maybe not seek it, but embrace it. I don't know if he wants to embrace it.
Yeah, that's a good.
I think Zion embrace. I think Zion is such a likable dude, but he can embrace it. Even Luka, I think, would embrace it. I don't know if I think Giannis wants to, but he's not that good at it.
Do we think? Look, Zion's leading the league in points in the paint. He's as unique a player as there is in the league, just like Giannis, just like Curry, just like LeBron, in terms of there's only one of him, right? And you have a hard time comparing him to anyone, right? A cross between Barkley and Malone with a little bit of this, a little bit of that, right? Or whatever. But can he get to a point where he is, and it's hard to say, I mean, kid's 20, right? So, but is he going to take over games and win playoff games? Can he carry a team on his back? You know who it could be, who has the talent, is Anthony Davis. But, again, the best ability is availability, and that kid just misses too many games for my taste.
Yep.
Because he can't do much
I'm
more than
32. They don't get the
27.
first.
How old's Anthony Davis? He's
Hey, we
27.
see you guys-
He'll be 28 this week in 4 days.
28. Wow. Hey, we see you guys in the chat. We're going to work on the camera thing. We see it too. Full disclosure. So our tech team's on it. Can be a little distracting, understandably. Ducey's bunk bed says Marv Albert just said yes.
Well, it's bound to happen in a game he called.
Jordan K says, anyone notice how it seems that Glash has an irrational dislike of any Wisconsin-based sports player? Oh, because I said one thing about Giannis and Aaron Rodgers. So apparently I hate Wisconsin now.
If you start talking about Yelich here in a second, we're going to throw down.
Christian Yelich, man.
Or J.J. Watt.
That guy, Christian Yelich. Can't deal with him. Giannis just can't shoot, man.
It's a problem.
Ashley says the camera is fine. Don't change it. Oh, Muhammad says don't change it. The AI has responded favorably to this camera change thing. All right. So we're moving to the fourth quarter. Now it's something happening on our tech end here, guys. So they're working on it. They'll have it fixed. CJ71 on Twitch. Glash hates me too. Why does I hate you? I don't hate you. I think you're a very nice person, CJ. I actually know your first name, but I won't say it on the air because I don't know if you want me to.
Is it Michael?
No. Oh, CJ. It's
Well,
probably
okay,
B.
but you would think, but
the running backs, Drake and Kamara. Drake's been decent, 51 yards, touchdown. Kamara, 29 and 1 touchdown.
49 yards away from the bonus. How about those bonus watchers there for Hopkins and Cook? More realistic.
Hit that like button, everybody. We're almost at 300 likes. Would appreciate that. Good number for us to hit here on a Sunday night. We know you got NBA All-Star games on first quarter.
Madison's not paying attention now because Vucevic is in the game.
Ooh. Vooch. Madison, are you going to be sad if he gets traded? Will he get traded? He probably will be, right?
No, I think he's part of the core of what they're trying to build.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Vucevic, it's Cole
Grant
Anthony.
traded.
Yeah. And now Blake Griffin's in net. Madison, you can't secretly become a Boston fan just because you live there.
Meager 66. I'm in a head-to-head with Koff. He didn't even have the decency to roster Tatum. Don't tell your mom, Glash.
Steph Curry,
I don't
I'm
want to
not giving
spend
you
too much time on this.
I don't give you play-by-play real quick, but Steph Curry's made a shot from about 48 feet, top of the key. Like 2 steps inside the mid-court line.
Oh, wow. I can't wait to see it. I don't
That'll
want to spend
go
too
to
much
Twitter.
time on this, but apparently,
Wow.
Kenny Ducey's mom got on Twitter today.
In real
and
life.
got in a beef with Reed Fowler. She basically broke up a war between the two of them.
Oh, she split it up?
Kenny Ducey's mom is on Twitter.
All right.
That's
My mom's on
public
Twitter.
information. I'm not
My mom's on
breaking it
Twitter,
news.
but she doesn't tweet.
I couldn't
read
believe
stuff.
I was blown away. Blown away. So I guarantee it that Emerson's going to bring this up on Monday. It's just freaking crazy. All right, first down and then some. Almost a touchdown for Traquan.
Traquan. Here comes Kamara again for all you Camaro owners. Shotgun inside handoff.
Oh, speak of the
He had
devil.
about an hour to throw it there.
Adam Kaufman has arrived.
You know who loves the All-Star game is James Harden because he didn't have to pass it all. He can just shoot every time. In his new role, he has to pass a lot more.
I think he likes passing.
Well, I think he likes it when it helps him win games, but this is the All-Star game. Hey, look, Kamara, inside handoff. Touchdown.
Attaboy, Alvin.
Are you excited about Space Jam: A New Legacy?
It looks pretty cool.
Any original? Will we see cameos from Jordan or Barkley or anybody like that?
I don't know. I haven't even looked at the cast.
Well, it won't. Hopefully, it doesn't tell you, right? You want those secret cameos to be just that.
Koff, you didn't play Tatum? If you're still here? I can't imagine Jaylen Brown's going to play much tonight.
No, I didn't roster him, but I'm hoping that I beat Kopp in both my lineups somehow to redeem myself for NASCAR today.
So, yeah, I still can't. I couldn't get over that thing from earlier today. Yeah, Blake Griffin to the Nets.
Yeah, Blake Griffin to the Nets. Yeah, Kopp is against playing all of us in like a bigger contest, even though you could potentially win more money. He'd rather play each of us in an individual contest because he likes those odds better, which I get. Like, say all of us played for $100.
Right, so he's just interested in your money. He's not interested in having fun.
Right. But he did say if any of us will make it, that he'll join it. But none of us have made it. Make the contest. But if somebody had the wherewithal to make a nightly NBA for whether it's 100, 1,000, $5, whatever the number is, he would be in. He said none of us have the wherewithal to do it. And he's kind of right. But I don't have anybody else's. I guess I have your screen name and Rossi's, and that's it. And I know that Michael, our producer, is New York 1.
Hey, I want to shout out New York Goat. Appreciate you. Jeffrey, also Nathan, enjoys listening to us. Thanks, Nathan.
There's a commercial on right now for Curry's new shoe, the Curry Flow 8. Is that part of the reason Steph Curry can't get over the hump is because his shoes have been questionable that Under Armour's put out for him? That the Nike signature shoes are just significantly better?
Koff has responded to you and says, we've been over this. You cannot win more money. It's the same money, better odds.
Well, right. I guess the way you win more money is if none of us agreed to play you head-to-head and you could only be in that one.
Right. He's against fun.
Should we do it tomorrow? I'm not part of that other Slack channel, so I can't get it together. I guess I could send an email.
He just wants your money, man. He just wants your $5, and that's it. Doesn't care about you.
$5 for you. It's a lot more for us.
I gotta be honest. I want to keep talking about what I just brought up 2 minutes ago, but I don't think I should. I really can't. I could spend a whole sim on it, but I can't. I can't do it.
Why don't you wait until you're doing the sim with either Reed or
Yeah,
Ken?
I think I'm going to. 2-touchdown game. New Orleans leading Arizona. DFS Queenie, that is not true. I will not stand for this. Here we go, Kyler.
Ooh. I thought he was about to spin right into a sack. That was a crazy move. Watch that again here on YouTube. What a move. Still waiting for that Kyler fumble that I promised.
It could happen. I mean, they're indoors.
More plays like that. What does that mean? It's when he gets hit. Not weather related.
Yeah, but I mean, the weather doesn't help.
Well, sure, but if he fumbled all the time in the rain or the snow, but he fumbles in good weather all the time.
Yeah.
He waved, too.
If you guys want to know what I'm talking about, you got to go to Twitter. And I can't put links in the YouTube chat. It was pretty funny. Like, nothing inappropriate. Just, I don't know if it's my place.
Here you go. Next Sunday, Kenny and Emerson.
Yeah, that's going to be must watch. Kenny and Emerson, March 14th. Nathan Olsen needs a Drake touchdown. Here we go. Come on, Kyler. Nice run.
Oh, look at that.
Touchdown.
Running through the defender and flexing his muscles. Now we're going to get an onside kick, maybe? No, I guess I kicked deep. A lot of people tweeting about this Oprah Meghan Markle interview. I'll just wait for the highlights.
CEH 1300 is posted in Twitch. I already did. Twitch fan has the advantage here. I'll post it again in case you missed it.
No lie, Steph made a 3 from 35 feet, top of the key. And
35 or 48?
It was deep. It was, so it says All-Star at midcourt. It was on the tee in All-Star.
Wow.
Then there's a gap between R and the top of the three-point line. It was basically at the circle. His heels were on the circle.
All right, so the Cardinals are not out of this yet. Still plenty of time. Guys, only 8 likes. 8 from 300, so please smash that like button.
This is a very random, stupid stat that ESPN Stats and Info shared.
Of course.
Steph Curry became the 4th player with multiple MVPs and multiple victories in a single NBA contest. He joins Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, and Steve Nash.
Michael Jordan. Say it again.
Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, Steve Nash. All multiple MVP winners have all won more than one All-Star contest. 3-point contest, dunk contest, skills contest.
Wow.
I guess. It's a slow news day for the folks at ESPN Stats and Info.
Hey, what do we? Where do you think who's going to be the next quarterback of the Saints next year?
I think smart money's on Jameis, and they have no cap space. I guess Taysom Hill's already under contract, so maybe he's even smarter money.
He's still in a rookie deal, right?
Taysom? No, he signed that weird 3-year, $30 million deal or whatever. He's making like $16 million this year or something. His contract's super weird. Here, I'll tell you because I'll get it up here right now. They need to restructure him because he's a huge cap hit this year too.
Yeah, Bonzo.
Taysom Hill, he's 30 years old, by the way. a 1 year, $16 million deal with an $8 million signing bonus, 16 guaranteed. He signed that last year. It kicks in this year. The bonus was split. But he's set to make $12 million this year and count $16.5 million or $16,159 against the cap. If they cut him, it's $12 million. So they can't really cut him. They need to restructure him. They'd love to be in on Deshaun or Russell Wilson or any of those guys, but it doesn't seem realistic. They're picking way too low to draft a quarterback. Maybe they could get on Darnold.
Possibly, yeah.
A couple seconds for Darnold, and you could get that done.
Wouldn't rule it out. Nathan Olson says, having a sad day on The Sims today, any given Sunday. Hey, man, it happens.
Kyler just missed
Jeffrey
a wide
says
open
start
Fitz.
Hill.
Huh? Wide open Fitz. Missed. I'm in 94th place. I'm going to keep an eye on my shot at 100 grand here.
I'm in 26th. I'm still hanging in there. So I got Drake. That Kyler touchdown was huge.
I'm winning $109 right now. We'll see if that continues. A lot of basketball there.
Wow.
Still not 100 grand, but I'll take it.
I will be honest. Like, I give Koff a hard time. The head-to-head thing is fun, and I like...
Sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, like, he actually sent me a text the other day that I've kind of closed the gap on, like, the last 30 days. He's won, like, I think it was... Last 30 days, it was like a 5-win difference. He had 5 more wins than I did, but it was closer.
I need football to come around in a bad way.
See, at the beginning of NBA, I wasn't reading articles or you have to read up on stuff if you don't follow every team. NFL, I feel like I have a good feel for everybody.
No, because I don't know the nights at whatever.
With rest.
Not only McCollum's out, but Gary Trent's out, so you got to play Portland's 4th guard.
Right. So I'm like, oh, you actually need to get the value picks right. You can't just get studs right and be okay.
No, but then there's nothing worse on the nights that you play Giannis or Luka or Joker or Harden or Kyrie and they just are average, or LeBron.
Right. Yeah, but see, at least with that, you're like, okay, the stud didn't play well enough.
Well, right.
You're value.
Right. That's right. That doesn't. Yeah, it's not going to blow your mind when LeBron has 30 points instead of 70 points in a night.
Right.
But unless it's the Nuggets, because I just have so many Nuggets people in my updates, or I see something flash across, hey, somebody's a late scratch. Steph was, I was way too late. But then once you tell me Steph's a late scratch, then I have to go look up who's starting at point guard in his place. I just don't have that off the top of my head.
Right. So
I know that means it's probably a better night for Oubre or Wiggins all of a sudden, but I don't know who's playing for Steph that you can get for $3,400.
Sure.
I don't think Koff does either. I think he's just doing a lot of the same research that you need to be doing.
Right. Well, and he does a good job covering it with Osimo as well.
Yeah, sure.
All right, Arizona, what do you got from the 49?
Good throw.
Nice throw. Now, Zane Gonzalez, he's not bad. He's not great, but he's not bad.
Well, he's going to have to make 3 field goals and an extra point to tie it up. Or 2 field goals and an extra point.
Or a touchdown.
Right, or Zane Gonzalez is going to have to kick a touchdown.
Oh, right, yeah, they're down 7. Duh. I'm like, wait a minute, what is he saying? And I realized I sound like a moron. Kenyon Drake.
I did that last game too. I called out Blankenship for my team, and Rossi goes, "Oh, well,
they need 7, Brendan. They need 7." Oh my
God! I probably wouldn't have done that to you if it didn't happen to me last game. Or I would have been nicer about it.
I'll be here for the Madden After Dark sim with Matt LaMarca. 31 seconds. From the 30, 1 timeout remaining for Kyler. Yeah, that's not going to move the needle.
No,
hey,
you got to call it, though.
though.
You got to call the timeout now, Virtual Cliff. Oh, this is so dumb.
Okay.
You ever hang out in Atlanta?
I have once, actually.
Yeah, it's a cool town.
Want to know something cool about my first time in Atlanta? I met Jason Varitek.
All right.
In the airport at 6 o'clock in the morning on like a Monday morning going back to Boston.
Does he just live there?
He lives there. He was flying to Boston because it was the beginning of April and the Red Sox were opening up their season at home, and he's an assistant coach. So I think he was making his trip for the year, like from.
Oh, so he was in spring training, went to his house for a day or two, and then was flying up.
Right. So he's not with the team full time, but he'll go for like 6-game trip, like 6-game homestands or whatever. That was the game. That was it. Wow. Turnover on downs.
At least they used the time correctly.
Yeah.
All right. Victory formation. As much as I'd love single overtime or double overtime, I'm not that sad. I do have to pull up my terrible lineup just to see who we should give these awards to. Kenyon Drake's still not bad in the captain spot. Got us 32 points.
No, I climbed up to 28th. I fell to 35th and then moved up a little bit. So
I am in 85th. Not my kid awards. There's definitely going to be some candidates. Emmanuel, 4.4. Christian Kirk, they're just low ownership numbers. Feel free to throw one or two my way. Michael Thomas, his ownership was 51%. He only got 10. I'm just clicked on a lineup where he's 10% or 10 points, 10.5 points in the captain spot. Michael Thomas could be a captain there. Our player of the game, though, which we got to do that first. Let's see. The captain in the winning lineup, Kyler, 30 points, but he's 74% owned. Was he the captain in the $250 free showdown as well?
let's see. I'll tell you right now. He was not. It was Drake.
Okay. Drake's on 74%. Or wait. Drake is on 50%. All right, then Drake's your player of the game.
Okay.
The Krusty Kristall player of the game, Kenyon Drake. And the Not My Kid Award, who do you settle on? Oh, Michael Thomas, right? When you're that highly owned and you do nothing?
For 30, yeah. I mean, it's pretty bad.
Right? That's 7 points or 10.5. Not great.
Yeah. 51% owned.
Yeah, so it's easy. So if you're keeping score at home in the All-Star game, Team LeBron won the first quarter. So if they win the second and third quarter, do they not play the fourth quarter?
I think they still play it. I don't remember. I forgot. I totally forgot about this. I totally forgot about this.
This is silly. I just want to win a lot of money on DraftKings. I'll let you know how I'm doing so far.
No, because see, at the top right of your screen, it gives you the total score. Total score matters for something. I mean, it matters for people that are betting on the game. It's important. They add up the first three. There you go. They add up the first three.
I'm winning $200 right now. I'm winning $200 and counting.
There you go. So they add up the first three, and then they put up a number, and whoever reaches that number first wins. So I think, in theory, if you have the lead after 3, when you add them all up, you have less points needed to win.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
I guess I should follow Kenny Rogers' rules and not count my money in the second quarter here.
All right, buddy, you are done for the night. I'll be back at 10. Good stuff. When do you return to the land?
I want to say Tuesday. Tomorrow is my anniversary, so
that's right. We talked about that yesterday.
Yeah, no games for me tomorrow. I will be here Tuesday night. I'm doing a game with Kenny, and then you and I, Madden After Dark.
There you go.
Bucks and Raiders. So I will see everybody Tuesday.
All right. I'll be back here with Lamarca at 10. I'm looking forward to seeing Big Lamarca because I have not talked to him lately. So we'll get to catch up.
Talk about the Jets.
Talk about the Jets. Talk about this basketball game maybe a little bit. I want to go watch some of it. So enjoy. I'll talk to you. Enjoy your anniversary on Monday.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, producer Madison, Andrew, also Jim from Ops. We will step aside. We have some stuff coming your way though between Sims. Stick with us here on the DraftKings Dream Stream to find out what else is going on at DraftKings and the DK Sportsbook. I'll see you at 10. Christelle, good night.
Hughes, we spent some of the offseason wondering for the Reds, will Sonny Gray get traded? Will Luis Castillo get traded? Well, it turns out two of the top pitchers there for Cincinnati still around, and it's fair to wonder, obviously, if this Reds team is going to go anywhere in 2021. What are your expectations?
You know, coming into the last season, kind of felt like the Reds were going for it all. Like they made the moves. They had a sexy lineup on paper. I was a big backer of them. That kind of blew up in our face. But I think the first couple months are going to be very telling because this is a team that, even though they were trying to go for it all last year, I feel like they're on the cusp of a rebuild. And you look at that, some of their contracts that they have right now, they have a brutal contract still left for Joey Votto. They owe him $95 million over the next 4 years with a full no trade clause. Whoops, probably shouldn't have done that one. But you look at guys like Sonny Gray and Luis Castillo, they're very affordable assets for a team that are going to be in contention once the All-Star break rolls around. $10 million for Gray, $4.2 million for Luis Castillo. Castillo specifically under team control until 2024 when he becomes an unrestricted free agent at age 31. So I feel like the Reds are basically going, how do we look when June 1st comes around? And that's going to dictate where this team is going to go. They get off to a slow start. They're absolutely going to be sellers at the deadline.
Gary, and as Buke said, a couple months to kind of wait and see, feel things out here for the Reds once the season gets going. Well, a couple months, that was last season. That was the entirety of the thing. So how do we get this team above 500 this year?
Yeah, I mean, it's really, like Steve said, about a hot start because they can go a lot of different ways with this. I'm taking sort of if there's smoke, there's fire approach to just the amount of rumors we heard about Castillo and Gray this offseason. Like, I know their GM came out and said, like, those guys will be Reds this season, but that stuff doesn't happen without there being some sort of conversations being had. So, like Steve said, if they get off to a rough start, those guys are clearly on the table to get future assets, and that's kind of what the Reds have been known for. Their lineup is a little strange. They've got so much power potential. They probably have more power potential than 90% of lineups in baseball, but at the same time, they've also got the potential, as we saw in the playoffs, to just not score any runs because sometimes the ball doesn't leave the park. And maybe they're one of the teams most hurt by the new baseball if that really does play a big factor in home runs and home run to fly ball ratio and things like that. But, Gray, Castillo, Molly, maybe Nick Lodolo comes up mid-season. Like that's the makings of a really good rotation. So I can see it happening, but I've got more faith in the Brewers keeping their team together this year. So I think that's the better bet for me.
DK Sportsbook, Garion, has the Reds at 82.5 wins this season, which is perfectly mediocre, quite frankly. So, for this team to obviously get over the hump, you going over or under?
I'm going to take the under, and I think I'm going to do that because, again, there's a lot of variables with this team. They need a couple things to go right to get over this number, and even if those things go right, there's no necessary guarantee that they're going to have 83, 84, 85 wins. Also, to kind of tie up my last point with the Brewers, this could be the worst defensive team in baseball. They are atrocious at every spot on the diamond, and their only change, really, to last year's defensive unit was extracting Freddie Galvis from shortstop, their only good defender, and replacing him with, no one, basically. I think Kyle Farmer is who we have penciled in right now, and he has 86 career innings at shortstop. At shortstop, the key defensive position on a baseball field. So, I mean, things could get hairy really fast. Even Luis Castillo, ground ball pitcher, not a great thing to be when you have this infield playing behind you.
Steve, we haven't seen the Reds hit 83 wins in almost a decade. Will this be the year?
I don't think this is going to be the year. And quite frankly, this is a bet I'm just steering clear from. The Reds are the National League version of the Athletics for me. If they get off to that slow start, they're going to start selling off assets because they need to go more youthful. And according to the DraftKings Sportsbook, if you're going to win this division, it doesn't sound like you're going to even need 90 wins to do so because the Cardinals have the highest projected win total here, and they're at 86.5. So for me, this could be a division where any team could potentially sneak in, except the Pirates, because they're a disaster. But the Reds and Brewers are at 82.5. The Cubs are at 78.5. It doesn't sound like it's going to be a very competitive division. It's really just a matter of who gets hot at the right time. So at that win total, they could honestly easily go over. But if that slow start happens in the beginning of the year, like I said, they're going to sell off those assets and they're going to be a team that's going to be under 500. So they're right at that cusp already. that slow start would just solidify that. So I would be on the under for this one.
You just mentioned it. The Chicago Cubs projected anyway to go sub 500 after winning the division last year. Yu Darvish is gone. There's still lots of talent there for Chicago. So what needs to happen for this team to be above that break-even point?
So here's the thing. The Cubs have a stellar lineup. Like, they literally have 4 or 5 guys that could hit at least 30 home runs. And the addition of Jock Peterson kind of puts them into that group where they have 4 or 5 guys that could do that. The problem is they're also going to give up about 30 runs per game. You look at that rotation, like, that is a double-A rotation, it feels like. Let's just say the Cubs made the playoffs, and they're in a 3-game series. They'd be rolling out Kyle Hendricks, Zach Davies, and, I don't know, Jake Arrieta. Like, ooh, that's a free pass for whomever they're facing to advance to the next round if that's the rotation they're going to throw out to them. So barring some big move during the season or at the trade deadline, this team is not going to go very far because their pitching is not going to be able to sustain how much offense that their lineup is giving, but the pitching is just going to give it right back. And the bullpen is not going to do them any favors either. So great lineup. They are desperate need of pitching help, and it's not going to come from anywhere, from the minors, from the bullpen, whatever. So they're going to be a team that you can beat up on.
30 runs a game, not great, Garion.
No, pretty bad, but I would say an accurate projection of what this rotation could be. It is slim pickings. It gets gross after Kyle Hendricks. And even Hendricks, like someone who's not, your prototypical strikeout, mitigating contact kind of pitcher. He's worked his magic for long enough now where you just believe in it. But I mean, you asked what has to go right for this team to win the division. I think Steve basically outlined it. It's Jake Arrieta has to turn back the clock about 6 years, and Davies has to continue to just completely obliterate FIP and XFIP expectations of how he's pitching. I don't think both of those things are going to happen, and all the projection systems agree. If you look at Steamer, they have 5 Cubs pitchers projected with 20 starts this season. Aside from Hendricks, none of those 4 guys have an ERA below 4.8.
Oh boy.
It's bad. And this is a season too. Again, we are coming off a 2020 campaign where no one threw more than like 75 innings. So pitchers are going to be treated with kid gloves this year. So who's their 6th guy? Who's their 7th guy? Like, this could get disgusting. So I just don't think they're going to score enough runs.
Let's move to the Pirates, guys. Reluctantly, I suppose. We have to talk about this team, Garion, and not projected to do a whole lot in the standings, as we know. Those other teams that we talked about already, all with a shot at least to win the division. Pittsburgh, full rebuild mode. Ke'Bryan Hayes, he's got a couple of things going for him. 1, he might be the only person in the world named Ke'Bryan. And 2, plus 400 odds to win Rookie of the Year in the National League. Can he get there?
Well, he's got another thing going in his advantage. His clock has already started, which means the Pirates, there's not a lot of guys on this team who we can say, if he's healthy, he's going to play 162 games. But the Pirates have no reason but to stick him out there and see what he can do. And another thing going for him, it's not as important when it comes to Rookie of the Year as it is for MVP, but he is a potential Gold Glove, Nolan Arenado level defensive third baseman. So he's going to at least be giving it to you on one side of the baseball. And, he's not going to have a 450 BABIP this year. And he's someone who struggled at AAA to hit. Like, that's been the big question mark. So I do have concerns about his bat and whether that can carry him to an award like this. But among position players in the National League, he has the clearest path to 650 plate appearances, which is important. That volume means something. But I still think I like someone like Ian Anderson at plus 800 a little bit better. Like, he's just going to be playing for a team that's competing for their division, competing for a World Series, and I think that's going to end up meaning more in the eyes of voters. So I'd probably steer away from the favorite here.
You think Hayes will excel there, Bukes?
Yeah, you look at the makeup that he had last year, it looks like an impact player. But, the short stint, the numbers he put up was a bit unsustainable. Like 5 home runs and I think it was 24 games that he played. Like, that's not really the type of player that we saw in the minors. He has power, don't get me wrong, but that's not the pace that you're going to see from him consistently. And then once pitchers start to get acclimated to him, how do they start adjusting pitching to him? Is Hayes able to adjust to what they're adjusting to? That's going to be the big question here for me. And then also, quite frankly, it's not like he has a lot of protection in that lineup either, even if he starts hitting well. So it's an easy free pass too if it's look who's batting below him or above him. There's no one you really fear in that Pirates lineup. So there's a lot going against him too as well. But at least from a talent perspective, at least there's something the Pirate fans can watch during the season.
Bukes, DK Sportsbook has the Pirates at 58.5 wins, which last year would have been sensational. This year, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, maybe remove the 8 from that number, and that's the win total you can maybe project for the Pirates this season. But, there's a reason why the under their win total has the most juice out of all the win totals on the board at minus 130. This team is absolutely going nowhere. Like, there's a rebuild mode, and then there's like something after rebuild, and that's what the Pirates are doing right now. It's like there is no path to any type of competitiveness for years to come, it feels like. So in no way would I want to take the over on this one. Granted, I'm the person who was highly touting, taking the over on the Marlins, which hit, by the way. You're welcome, everybody. But this is not one that, like, you want to be bold on and be like, I'm taking the over on the Pirates win total. Imagine trying to sweat that out for 6 or 7 months. Like, what an atrocious bet to take. Take the under if you want. Otherwise, just steer clear of this one.
How about you there, Thorne? Over or under?
Yeah, I'm going to go under. And I think we can all agree that baseball, I mean, it's been weird with the way money's been handed out in free agency the last couple of years and how stingy some teams appear to be. And it's kind of the last 3 years we've gotten to a point where the tanking model has sort of crept in to Major League Baseball. And you go back to 2018, 2019, combined, we had 7 teams lose at least 100 games in those 2 seasons. And I think the Pirates are a shoo-in to lose 100 games this year. That doesn't quite get them to this number, granted, but I'm looking at like 109, 110 losses this season for this team. Their pitching is absolutely terrible. And anyone good, like there is no way that Polanco is still on this team in August. Any reliever who comes out and pitches really well in the first 2 months of the season will be traded for some sort of future compensation. Like, this team is going to be they're already unrecognizable. I'm not even going to know 4 players on this roster by the time August rolls around. So
I don't now.
Yeah, like it's crazy to think how much worse this could get. So yeah, there's no way I think this team wins 59 games.
Last one for you, Gary. And speaking of pitching, which player do you think just across this division will have the biggest DFS impact this season?
So I think the DFS aspect is important here because you could make a case that like Flaherty is always a huge pitcher. He's actually probably the one being drafted the highest right now out of all NL Central pitchers. But DFS, it's got to be Corbin Burns or it's got to be Brandon Woodruff with Milwaukee because they strike out everyone. And the big question mark with both those guys is, can they pitch more than 20 times in a full season? And they don't have to in DFS. If they ain't starting, you don't care. So I think from a DFS perspective, those 2 guys are just the perfect archetype of pitcher, the guys you look for every single time a slate opens up.
What do you like, Bukes?
I don't even know what the slate looks like for like April 3rd, but I guarantee you are not drafting anybody from the NL Central for your DFS lineup. Like, this is not a strong division for pitching for a DFS purpose. Like Gary mentioned, Woodruff, Burns, Flaherty, that's probably it. Like, there really is not a lot of pitching in this division. Kim from the Cardinals might be something that you can look at. He has some nice upside, I think. But, man, this is a brutal division for pitching. Certainly not from the Pirates. Certainly not from the Cubs. So we're already down to 3 teams already. DFS-wise, it's going to be Woodruff. It's going to be Burns. It's going to be Flaherty.
Isn't that a law firm? Woodruff, Burns, and Flaherty?
Somewhere in the Northwest.
Yeah, just close this segment, please. Thank you.
All right, Division Tour continues this time next week. Gary, happy birthday, buddy.
Thanks, man.
I have Deshaun Watson at number 3.
I'm a number
same
2.
spot I have number 3 for Deshaun Watson.
2.
You have him at number 2.
Yeah, I think the world of him. If Tim gets him, our shows will be incredible. If the Dolphins get him, that will add a dynamic to my life that will be different.
Well, at least per Tim's view, Watson will no longer be any good if he goes to the Dolphins.
Not true. Not true. I'm terrified of it. The Dolphins are head and shoulders above Buffalo in the AFC East if they get Watson. They went 10-6 this year with no quarterback play.
If they had
quarterback play,
if they
go
had
13-3 with it.
To think of all like the amount of quarterbacks in the league, Miami probably makes the playoffs with last year.
I mean, they should have made the playoffs anyway with their record.
Yes, that's what I mean. And they had no help at quarterback. You add Deshaun Watson, that team goes from 10-6 to 13-3.
They're amazing. Their program is amazing, but the sustainability, like what that defense and special teams did, was unconscious. Like,
True, but
props to them,
but
man.
part
Props to
of
them.
both Fitzpatrick and the way that he was playing early on, and then too into the latter part of the season, was they asked them to do certain things because they felt like their defense was awesome.
Awesome.
Like you don't need to be doing these things, and maybe it kind of harkens back to some of the stuff that I talked about with Lamar in part 1, where maybe I'm not giving him enough credit. Just when almost like when Tua fell behind in those games, like game's over. That's going to be it.
Because all Tua can do is hand the ball off. Tua doesn't know how to throw the ball forward.
But I mean, Lamar's way better than Tua, but those are the same sort of arguments you make him. It's just at the next level. When you get into the playoffs and you start falling behind by 10 points in a game, are you then screwed? And that it kind of feels that way with both those guys. Like you really need to make improvements. And for record, Tim has Lamar Jackson at number 2 on this list.
I don't want to be the Dolphins trailing the Chiefs or Bills by 2 scores in the big game.
No, but if I had
or
Watson,
even
I had Watson, that's why I don't understand like the Lamar over Watson type deal, or even over Russell Wilson in this. Like we know those guys can come back and win games.
Yeah. And even like I said, like I hope I'm part of this, but like I said, look, between Mahomes and Allen and the cluster expletive of Lawrence, Herbert, Burrow in this conference, there ain't no butter. There ain't no butter knives, man. There ain't no butter knives.
Miami should pay whatever cost the Texans want, pretty much.
Agreed.
There's no price too high.
My question about Miami is, let's say Watson's not traded. They make the offers. They do try to trade Watson or for him. What is their plan for, because by all accounts seems like Fitz is gone. No, but what kind of backup do they get? A backup that says, whoa, like,
no,
they're
I think
Alex Smith maybe now that he was cut today. Like what sort of backup would you think they need now to bring in based on what happened last year?
Is Mariota still going to be with Vegas?
But if he's traded, he's going to like the Patriots or somewhere where he gets to start.
No. The interest
Oh,
in
he's
him
traded.
The interest in him dried up very quickly.
Mariota would be a nice backup for the Dolphins, 100%.
But Mariota was a good backup for the Raiders. Like that was a fine spot.
But he's like he signed like a 2-year, like $14 million
Was it a
deal.
2-year? I thought it was like a 1-year plus something.
It's
so
2,
he would have to be good.
And there have been trade
if I were
rumors.
Miami, I would sign Cam Newton as my backup. He's
I don't
not going to
think-
start anywhere else.
I don't think that's that
for
bad.
Sure.
I mean,
he's available. You get him at a good price.
I think that Cam makes the most sense in Pittsburgh, but that's me.
I think
Maybe.
I think that makes sense in both places.
But Ben's coming back, so
yeah, but that's fine and everything. But if Ben is like decrepit like he was for like the final 4 games of the season, I mean, maybe Cam Newton's decrepit like he looked in the second half of last season too. But I would more than be willing to say, hey, Cam, you're in as our backup. If you look like old Cam Newton, you can be the starter and lead this team. That's fine. Like,
yeah, I mean, beating Tua out for the job is no great challenge. Can you throw the ball forwards? You win.
Do you think that there's a possibility that Tua gets so reverse cursed that all of a sudden he's Tua that everyone thought he was a year off an injury? Are you scared of that?
Yeah, sure.
That all of a sudden he's good?
There were a lot of there were over 200 attempts. So the data boys
no
tell
matter
me
how much I don't like him, Jeff likes him even less.
No, I actually disagree. I think you like him way less.
Yeah, but you want to say that the data will show you that he's been very bad. I mean, just watching him, he look pretty bad. But you also, at the same time, don't always believe in the numbers when they don't suit your needs, too.
Are you talking to me or Tim?
Both of you.
Okay, sure. I will say my biggest concern about Tua was the stats on passes that traveled 15 yards in the air. It was either non-existent or numbers that are like Gradkowski-esque on a...
Oh, but you see, Jeff, he came off a hip injury, and so we have to write the entire season off as if it didn't happen.
I don't think that anyone has said that besides Tim.
Is
that,
who spent the time on
Jeff?
Dolphins Reddit that I have?
No, I will say.
So Tim is. You're going on Dolphins Reddit, and you don't think that he lives rent free in your head.
Hold on, though. I do want to say, in defense of Tua, in this like old world, and by old world I mean like 7 years ago, his rookie season was like fine. Right?
Yeah,
like a decade ago, like totally fine. But now, sort of like in golf, like kids are just...
you are expected to be
kids
great.
are ready to slay. Like in golf, how we talk about all the time. They come out of like the tunnel, like they're ready to play a football game. It's incredible. But under the old
guard... What are Tua's MVP numbers for next year?
But under the old system of like how we thought of quarterbacks...
Other number is?
Pat, under the old system, we wouldn't even like evaluate Tua without 16 games.
So let's dive into this year's crop, and heck, I don't know. We might have to do 2 weeks of this because it seems like
we
there's a lot
easily.
of really good ones. But we'll start at the top, Greg. There does seem to be some disagreement as to who the best wide receiver is in this draft. Was there a guy that you liked the most breaking these kids down?
Yeah, I felt that Jamar Chase, and of course he didn't play the 2020 season, but I watched him last summer. I thought his tape was really, really good. And I thought that he possessed all the high-level traits to easily transition to the NFL. He's got size. And when I say size, not Julio Jones size, but he's physically built. He's got play strength, hands, body control, balance, burst, acceleration. He can run after the catch. He's physical. He's mentally tough. He's highly competitive. And boy, he'd beat press coverage in college football really nicely. And that to me is an important point because he's going to get press coverage. I really enjoyed watching him last summer. I think that he's a really strong prospect.
Yeah, it seems that way. Everybody, it's kind of crazy, Greg, to think about the fact that he was clearly LSU's number one guy ahead of Justin Jefferson, who just absolutely tore up the NFL as a rookie.
I know. I know. And I mean, I think to me, Jefferson's a little bigger than Chase. I think Chase has overall better traits. But again, now it depends on where he goes and how he's used. That is such a big factor in terms of putting up numbers. So, but I think Chase has pretty much every trait that you look for other than big size in a wide receiver coming into the NFL. And he was tough and competitive, and he really embraced the physical nature of the game. And I think that's something that's overlooked. I think, for instance, Michael Thomas, who's bigger than Chase, but I think that's one of the things that makes Michael Thomas what he is he came out as a second-round pick and was not viewed as a truly high-level prospect, but he is so tough, mentally tough, and physically competitive, and that factors into the equation.
You know, I think most people believe Chase is the best. There's a lot of disagreement as to who the second best receiver is. And it's the two Alabama guys, Greg. It's kind of unbelievable. Like, people go back and forth whether Waddle is a better pro prospect than Devontae Smith, or Devontae Smith a better pro prospect than Waddle. Is there a guy that you think, watching his video, whose skills translate more readily or easily to NFL success?
Well, I think Jalen Waddle's fascinating because Jalen Waddle to me is very similar to Tyreek Hill in terms of the athletic, the explosive traits, how he can be deployed in the context of an NFL offense. He is dynamic at all three levels: short, intermediate, vertical. I think he's an explosive playmaker. I mean, what consistently stood out to me, and I watched him last summer from 2019, and then, of course, I watched him this year. He only played, 4 full games, and he did come back against, I think, in the championship game, but for limited snaps. But he is so controlled in his movement. He's so movement efficient, yet he plays at such a high velocity and speed, and that's rare. You know, usually guys that play at that velocity and speed don't have that kind of balance and body control. But when you start thinking of how he can be deployed, not only as a pure receiver who can line up anywhere in your formation, multiple locations, but then you have the jet sweep element, you've got the orbit reverse element. I really think Jalen Waddle, again, you have to think of the offense in which that he'll be placed, but I think he's the kind of receiver that you could put in and move him around, and he's a dynamic, explosive weapon. And we know, Ross, in today's NFL, that's what teams are looking for.
Just out of curiosity, Greg, while we're talking about it, is there a guy that Jamar Chase reminds you of a little bit? I mean, you mentioned Waddle. You said similar to Tyreek Hill. Jamar Chase, 6'2", 210. Is that like DJ Moore-ish? I'm trying to think who else has that type of body type.
I would say stylistically, he kind of at times reminded me of Steve Smith.
I knew you were going to say that. Now, Steve Smith's shorter. But I knew you were going to say stylistically,
just in terms of competitiveness and toughness. And I'm curious to see what Chase actually measures. But I thought there was a little bit of DeAndre Hopkins in him too, and his competitive toughness on slants, on shorter routes. Jamar Chase to me was a really impressive player on tape.
Dukes, we spent some of the offseason wondering for the Reds, will Sonny Gray get traded? Will Luis Castillo get traded? Well, it turns out two of the top pitchers there for Cincinnati still around, and it's fair to wonder, obviously, if this Reds team is going to go anywhere in 2021. What are your expectations?
You know, coming into the last season, kind of felt like the Reds were going for it all. Like they made the moves. They had a sexy lineup on paper. I was a big backer of them. That kind of blew up in our face. But I think the first couple months are going to be very telling because this is a team that, even though they were trying to go for it all last year, I feel like they're on the cusp of a rebuild. And you look at that, some of their contracts that they have right now, they have a brutal contract still left for Joey Votto. They owe him $95 million over the next 4 years with a full no trade clause. Whoops, probably shouldn't have done that one. But you look at guys like Sonny Gray and Luis Castillo, they're very affordable assets for teams that are going to be in contention once the All-Star break rolls around. $10 million for Gray, $4.2 million for Luis Castillo. Castillo specifically under team control until 2024 when he becomes an unrestricted free agent at age 31. So I feel like the Reds are basically going, how do we look when June 1st comes around? And that's going to dictate where this team is going to go. They get off to a slow start. They're absolutely going to be sellers at the deadline.
Gary, and as Buke said, a couple months to kind of wait and see, feel things out here for the Reds once the season gets going. Well, a couple months, that was last season. That was the entirety of the thing. So how do we get this team above 500 this year?
Yeah, I mean, it's really, like Steve said, about a hot start because they can go a lot of different ways with this. I'm taking sort of if there's smoke, there's fire approach to just the amount of rumors we heard about Castillo and Gray this offseason. Like, I know their GM came out and said, like, those guys will be Reds this season, but that stuff doesn't happen without there being some sort of conversations being had. So, like Steve said, if they get off to a rough start, those guys are clearly on the table to get future assets, and that's kind of what the Reds have been known for. Their lineup is a little strange. They've got so much power potential. They probably have more power potential than 90% of lineups in baseball, but at the same time, they've also got the potential, as we saw in the playoffs, to just not score any runs because sometimes the ball doesn't leave the park, and maybe they're one of the teams most hurt by the new baseball if that really does play a big factor in home runs and home run to fly ball ratio and things like that. But, Gray, Castillo, Molly, maybe Nick Lodolo comes up mid-season. Like that's the makings of a really good rotation. So I can see it happening, but I've got more faith in the Brewers keeping their team together this year. So I think that's the better bet for me.
DK Sportsbook, Garion, has the Reds at 82.5 wins this season, which is perfectly mediocre, quite frankly. So, for this team to obviously get over the hump, you going over or under?
I'm going to take the under, and I think I'm going to do that because, again, there's a lot of variables with this team. They need a couple things to go right to get over this number, and even if those things go right, there's no necessary guarantee that they're going to have 83, 84, 85 wins. Also, to kind of tie up my last point with the Brewers, this could be the worst defensive team in baseball. They are atrocious at every spot on the diamond, and their only change, really, to last year's defensive unit was extracting Freddie Galvis from shortstop, their only good defender, and replacing him with, like, no one, basically. Like, I think Kyle Farmer is who we have penciled in right now, and he has 86 career innings at shortstop. At shortstop, like the key defensive position on a baseball field. So, I mean, things could get hairy really fast. Like, even Luis Castillo, like, ground ball pitcher, not a great thing to be when you have this infield playing behind you.
Steve, we haven't seen the Reds hit 83 wins in almost a decade. Will this be the year?
I don't think this is going to be the year. And quite frankly, this is a bet I'm just steering clear from. Like, the Reds are the National League version of the Athletics for me. If they get off to that slow start, they're going to start selling off assets because they need to go more youthful. And according to the DraftKings Sportsbook, if you're going to win this division, it doesn't sound like you're going to even need 90 wins to do so because the Cardinals have the highest projected win total here, and they're at 86.5. So for me, this could be a division where any team could potentially sneak in, except the Pirates, because they're a disaster. But the Reds and Brewers are at 82.5. The Cubs are at 78.5. Like, it doesn't sound like it's going to be a very competitive division. And it's really just a matter of who gets hot at the right time. So at that win total, they could honestly easily go over. But if that slow start happens in the beginning of the year, like I said, they're going to sell off those assets, and they're going to be a team that's going to be under 500. So they're right at that cusp already. That slow start would just solidify that. So I would be on the under for this one.
You just mentioned it. The Chicago Cubs projected anyway to go sub 500 after winning the division last year. Yu Darvish is gone. There's still lots of talent there for Chicago. So what needs to happen for this team to be above that break-even point?
So here's the thing. The Cubs have a stellar lineup. Like, they literally have 4 or 5 guys that could hit at least 30 home runs. And the addition of Jock Peterson kind of puts them into that group where they have 4 or 5 guys that could do that. The problem is they're also going to give up about 30 runs per game. You look at that rotation, like, that is a double-A rotation, it feels like. Let's just say the Cubs made the playoffs, and they're in a 3-game series. They'd be rolling out Kyle Hendricks, Zach Davies, and, I don't know, Jake Arrieta. Like, ooh, that's a free pass for whomever they're facing to advance to the next round if that's the rotation they're going to throw out to them. So barring some big move during the season or at the trade deadline, this team is not going to go very far because their pitching is not going to be able to sustain how much offense that their lineup is giving, but the pitching is just going to give it right back. And the bullpen is not going to do them any favors either. So great lineup. They are desperate need of pitching help, and it's not going to come from anywhere, from the minors, from the bullpen, whatever. So they're going to be a team that you can beat up on.
30 runs a game, not great, Garion.
No, pretty bad, but I would say an accurate projection of what this rotation could be. It is slim pickings. It gets gross after Kyle Hendricks. And even Hendricks, like someone who's not, your prototypical strikeout, mitigating contact kind of pitcher. He's worked his magic for long enough now where you just believe in it. But I mean, you asked what has to go right for this team to win the division. I think Steve basically outlined it. It's Jake Arrieta has to turn back the clock about 6 years, and Davies has to continue to just completely obliterate FIP and XFIP expectations of how he's pitching. I don't think both of those things are going to happen, and all the projection systems agree. If you look at Steamer, they have 5 Cubs pitchers projected with 20 starts this season. Aside from Hendricks, none of those 4 guys have an ERA below 4.8.
Oh boy.
It's bad. And this is a season too. Again, we are coming off a 2020 campaign where no one threw more than like 75 innings. So pitchers are going to be treated with kid gloves this year. So who's their 6th guy? Who's their 7th guy? Like, this could get disgusting. So I just don't think they're going to score enough runs.
Let's move to the Pirates, guys. Reluctantly, I suppose. We have to talk about this team, Garion, and not projected to do a whole lot in the standings, as we know. Those other teams that we talked about already, all with a shot at least to win the division. Pittsburgh, full rebuild mode. Ke'Bryan Hayes, he's got a couple of things going for him. One, he might be the only person in the world named Ke'Bryan. And 2, plus 400 odds to win Rookie of the Year in the National League. Can he get there?
Well, he's got another thing going in his advantage. His clock has already started, which means the Pirates, there's not a lot of guys on this team who we can say, if he's healthy, he's going to play 162 games. But the Pirates have no reason but to stick him out there and see what he can do. And another thing going for him, it's not as important when it comes to Rookie of the Year as it is for MVP, but he is a potential Gold Glove, Nolan Arenado level defensive third baseman. So he's going to at least be giving it to you on one side of the baseball. And he's not going to have a 450 BABIP this year. And he's someone who struggled at AAA to hit. Like, that's been the big question mark. So I do have concerns about his bat and whether that can carry him to an award like this. But among position players in the National League, he has the clearest path to 650 plate appearances, which is important. That volume means something. But I still think I like someone like Ian Anderson at plus 800 a little bit better. Like, he's just going to be playing for a team that's competing for their division, competing for a World Series, and I think that's going to end up meaning more in the eyes of voters. So I'd probably steer away from the favorite here.
You think Hayes will excel there, Bukes?
Yeah, you look at the makeup that he had last year. It looks like an impact player. But, the short stint the numbers he put up was a bit unsustainable. Like 5 home runs and like I think it was 24 games that he played. Like that's not really the type of player that we saw in the minors. He has power, don't get me wrong, but like that's not the pace that you're going to see from him consistently. And then once pitchers start to get acclimated to him, how do they start adjusting pitching into him? Is Hayes able to adjust to what they're adjusting to? That's going to be the big question here from me. And then also, quite frankly, it's not like he has a lot of protection in that lineup either, even if he starts hitting well. So it's an easy free pass too. If it's like, look who's batting below him or above him, there's no one you really fear in that Pirates lineup. So there's a lot going against him too as well. But at least from a talent perspective, at least there's something the Pirate fans can watch during the season.
Duke's DK Sportsbook has the Pirates at 58.5 wins, which last year would have been sensational. This year, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, maybe remove the 8 from that number, and that's the win total you can maybe project for the Pirates this season. But, there's a reason why the under their win total has the most juice out of all the win totals on the board at minus 130. This team is absolutely going nowhere. Like, there's a rebuild mode, and then there's like something after rebuild, and that's what the Pirates are doing right now. It's like there is no path to any type of competitiveness for years to come, it feels like. So in no way would I want to take the over on this one. Granted, I'm the person who was highly touting, taking the over on the Marlins, which hit, by the way. You're welcome, everybody. But this is not one that, like, you want to be bold on and be like, I'm taking the over on the Pirates win total. Imagine trying to sweat that out for 6 or 7 months. Like, what an atrocious bet to take. Take the under if you want. Otherwise, just steer clear of this one.
How about you there, Thorne? Over or under?
Yeah, I'm going to go under. And I think we can all agree that baseball, I mean, it's been weird with the way money's been handed out in free agency the last couple of years and how stingy some teams appear to be. And it's kind of the last 3 years we've gotten to a point where the tanking model has sort of crept into Major League Baseball. And you go back to 2018, 2019, combined, we had 7 teams lose at least 100 games in those 2 seasons. And I think the Pirates are a shoo-in to lose 100 games this year. That doesn't quite get them to this number, granted, but I'm looking at like 109, 110 losses this season for this team. Their pitching is absolutely terrible. And anyone good. Like, there is no way that Polanco is still on this team in August. Any reliever who comes out and pitches really well in the first 2 months of the season will be traded for some sort of future compensation. Like, this team is going to be they're already unrecognizable. I'm not even going to know 4 players on this roster by the time August rolls around. So
I don't now.
Yeah, like it's crazy to think how much worse this could get. So yeah, there's no way I think this team wins 59 games.
Last one for you, Gary. And speaking of pitching, which player do you think just across this division will have the biggest DFS impact this season?
So I think the DFS aspect is important here because you could make a case that like Flaherty is always a huge pitcher. He's actually probably the one being drafted the highest right now out of all NL Central pitchers. But DFS, it's got to be Corbin Burns or it's got to be Brandon Woodruff with Milwaukee because they strike out everyone. And the big question mark with both those guys is, can they pitch more than 20 times in a full season? And they don't have to in DFS. If they ain't starting, you don't care. So I think from a DFS perspective, those 2 guys are just the perfect archetype of pitcher, the guys you look for every single time a slate opens up.
What do you like, Bukes?
I don't even know what the slate looks like for like April 3rd, but I guarantee you are not drafting anybody from the NL Central for your DFS lineup. Like, this is not a strong division for pitching for a DFS purpose. Like Gary mentioned, Woodruff, Burns, Flaherty, that's probably it. Like, there really is not a lot of pitching in this division. Kim from the Cardinals might be someone that you can look at. He has some nice upside, I think. But, man, this is a brutal division for pitching. Certainly not from the Pirates. Certainly not from the Cubs. So we're already down to 3 teams already. DFS-wise, it's going to be Woodruff. It's going to be Burns. It's going to be Flaherty.
Isn't that a law firm? Woodruff, Burns, and Flaherty?
Somewhere in the Northwest.
Yeah, just close this segment, please. Thank you.
All right, Division Tour continues this time next week. Gary, happy birthday, buddy.
Thanks, man.
I have Deshaun Watson at number 3.
I'm in number
same
2.
spot I have. I have number 3 for Deshaun Watson.
2.
You have him at number 2.
Yeah, I think the world of him. If Tim gets him, our shows will be incredible. If the Dolphins get him, that will add a dynamic to my life that will be different.
Well, at least per Tim's view, Watson will no longer be any good if he goes to the Dolphins.
Not true. Not true. I'm terrified of it. The Dolphins are head and shoulders above Buffalo in the AFC East if they get Watson. They went 10-6 this year with no quarterback play.
If they had
quarterback play,
if they
go
had,
13-3 with it.
Yeah. To think of all like the amount of quarterbacks in the league, Miami probably makes the playoffs with last year.
I mean, they should have made the playoffs anyway with their record.
Yes, that's what I mean. And they had no help at quarterback. You add Deshaun Watson, that team goes from 10-6 to 13-3.
They're amazing. Their
better.
program is amazing, but the sustainability, like what that defense and special teams did, was unconscious. Like,
True, but
props to them.
But
man.
part
Props to
of
them.
both Fitzpatrick and the way that he was playing early on, and then too into the latter part of the season, was they asked them to do certain things because they felt like their defense was awesome.
Awesome.
Like you don't need to be doing these things, and maybe it kind of harkens back to some of the stuff that I talked about with Lamar in part 1. Where maybe I'm not giving him enough credit. It's just almost like when Tua fell behind in those games, like, oh, game's over. That's going to be it.
Because all Tua can do is hand the ball off. Tua doesn't know how to throw the ball forward.
But, I mean, Lamar's way better than Tua, but those are the same sort of arguments you make him. It's just at the next level. When you get into the playoffs and you start falling behind by 10 points in a game, are you then screwed? And it kind of feels that way with both those guys. Like, you really need to make improvements. And for record, Tim has Lamar Jackson at number 2 on this list.
I don't want to be the Dolphins trailing the Chiefs or Bills by 2 scores in the big game.
No, but if I had
or
Watson,
even
I had Watson, that's why I don't understand like the Lamar over Watson type deal, or even over Russell Wilson in this. Like we know those guys can come back and win games.
Yeah. And even like I said, like I hope I'm part of this, but like I said, look, between Mahomes and Allen and the cluster expletive of Lawrence, Herbert, Burrow in this conference, there ain't no butter. There ain't no butter knives, man. There ain't no butter knives.
Miami should pay whatever cost the Texans want, pretty much.
Agreed.
There's no price too high.
My question about Miami is, let's say Watson's not traded. They make the offers. They do try to trade Watson or for him. What is their plan for, because by all accounts seems like Fitz is gone. No, but what kind of backup do they get? A backup that says, whoa, like they're like
I think
Alex Smith maybe now that he was cut today. Like what sort of backup would you think they need now to bring in based on what happened last year?
Is Mariota still going to be with Vegas?
But if he's traded, he's going to like the Patriots or somewhere where he gets to start.
No. The interest
Oh,
in
he's
him
traded.
The interest in him dried up very quickly.
Mariota would be a nice backup for the Dolphins, 100%.
But Mariota was a good backup for the Raiders. Like that was a fine spot.
But he's like a really, he signed like a 2-year, like $14 million
Was it
deal.
a 2-year? I thought it was like a 1-year plus something.
It's
So
2.
he would have to be done.
And there have been trade
if I were
rumors.
Miami, I would sign Cam Newton as my backup. He's
I
not
don't
going to
think-
start anywhere else.
I don't think that's that
for
bad.
Sure.
I mean,
He's available. You get him at a good price.
I think that Cam makes the most sense in Pittsburgh, but that's me.
I think I think that makes sense in both places.
But Ben's coming back, so
yeah, but that's fine and everything. But if Ben is like decrepit like he was for like the final 4 games of the season, I mean, maybe Cam Newton's decrepit like he looked in the second half of last season too. But I would more than be willing to say, hey, Cam, you're in as our backup. If you look like old Cam Newton, you can be the starter and lead this team. That's fine. Like,
yeah, I mean, beating Tua out for the job is no great challenge. Can you throw the ball forwards? You win.
Do you think that there's
Hey, just want to take another look at you. What's up? How are you, Lamarco? Good to see you.
Starting at play-by-play from Syracuse University. The man the sim chat loves the most, smoother than the butter that you put on your toast. Number 1, Brandon Glashy. You got that him up after.
Wow, that just happened. That was great.
I'm in the All-Star Game mood, so I wanted to hook you up with the All-Star Game intro. I feel like that might be the best part of the All-Star Game. I like it a lot. You know, and today was right up my alley. They had the marching band music going. It was awesome.
Yeah, those marching bands were good. Had some of it muted because we were doing the 8 o'clock. Do you want to tell everyone your lineup? Did you make a lineup?
Yeah, I didn't get it into the SimFam contest, but I do have a lineup.
All right.
I put Tyreek at captain, with Travis Kelce, with Patrick Mahomes, with the Chiefs defense. Then I went with Darius Slayton and Golden Tate.
Wow. Darius Slayton. All right.
Yeah, dude.
I just realized that I stacked the Chiefs, but Saquon is my captain. Saquon captain. Saquon captained, and then I got Mahomes, Kelce, CEH, Clyde Edwards, Elaire, Robinson, and Ricky Seals-Jones. So there you go.
All right, let's do it.
The chat is here. They loved the intro. What a start. What a start. It has been a bit since we've done a sim together, so
yeah,
looking forward to it. Might have been the last one we might have done together was Super Bowl night.
Yeah, maybe. My memory's not good enough to remember that.
Maybe it's Longfellow. Maybe it's Greg. Maybe. I don't know. All right, here we are. Let's do it. What'd you think of the dunk contest? That was kind of fun. Yeah.
I thought the judging was weak. I didn't get it at all. I thought that the best dunk was from Cassius Winston, who went first and kind of got jobbed, in my opinion. How does my audio sound, guys?
You sound crystal clear, kid.
Okay, turning it up. I think I turned it up a little bit. I can also move the mic a little closer to my face.
There you go. Get in there nice and deep, like.
We haven't made any money except for that one guy who keeps paying Justin to wash his truck.
Justin! I love you! I love you! All right. Giants have the ball first in Madden After Dark version of DK Sims here on the Dream Stream. Oh, the freak of nature. I knew someone was going to bring this up. I got to get the disco light out. The disco light would have been perfect for the intro.
Would have been. It would have been.
Golly! You might have to do it again at the quarter break. Do you mind?
Yeah, well, next time I'll give you the heads up that I'm going to do it. But
I had no idea that was coming. CJ71. Kyle is here. Hey, Kyle. What's up, buddy? How are you? Deucey's bunk bed says Cassius Stanley got robbed.
yeah, the thing is, like, I don't think the dunks were that bad compared to what we've seen. Like, we've had some really good years recently with Aaron Gordon and Zach LaVine. Like, the year they squared off was the best. Was that last year? I can't even remember at this point.
That was funny you bring that up. I was going through, you know how sometimes on Facebook, like, you'll randomly get like highlights from like NBA on TNT or just NBA TV. Like, that was 2016.
Oh my goodness!
Right?
All right.
Feels like that feels recent.
It does. It really did feel recent. And oh no, right? Because Gordon was back last year, but I don't think it was against.
And LaVine was on the Wolves.
Right, it wasn't against LaVine, and he got jobbed again, and he said, I'm done with the dunk contest. So anyway, I think that the quality of dunks is still pretty good. You know, maybe that's a hot take. Like, the athletes are getting better. It would make sense that the dunks are good. It's just kind of boring that it's all these no-name guys. You know, I mean, the biggest name was Obi Toppin, who's averaging, like, 15 minutes a game for the Knicks.
This is true. And Simons was only getting playing time because of C.J. McCollum being out.
Yeah, I mean, Simons is fine, but, I mean, the guy Cassius Stanley, I think, has played. They said he hasn't even dunked in an NBA game yet. Like, he has spent way more time in the G League than he has with the actual Pacers this season.
he had actually a pretty awesome dunk. I know this because my buddy that I know who does broadcasting as well, he called the game on ACC Network, Mike Monaco. He had a great
I went to high
couple
school
of
with a
dunks.
Mike Monaco.
Say that again?
I said I went to high school with a Mike Monaco. Not the same
maybe
one,
it's the same guy.
No, it's not.
Okay. Yeah, you're probably right. It was a Duke. It was a Duke when Cassius Stanley was a Duke, and it was pretty sick. But that's college. That's not NBA. So I don't know. I mean, your hot take of the night is we should have robot dunk contest judges.
Yeah, I mean, it was more of like, people are always complaining that we should have robot umps now for baseball, which I wholeheartedly support with, but I just thought it was funny to go with the robot dunk contest judges, because I think that those were some pretty egregious scorings.
Yeah. Happens. Hey, Rossi's Fat Cat. Hi, Glash. Hi, Lamarca. Feed me. Yes, Kyle. I'm on Madden After Dark all week, Monday through Friday, coming up. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, we're together Thursday. I was looking at the schedule. But we're here tonight. We have a sim on hand. 5 minutes left, first quarter. Giants just punted. It's 3rd and 9 for the Chiefs. I made a lineup. I put we talked about that already. How about the public showdown? We had 172 entries in the DraftKings gear on the way.
Yeah, you got to tell everybody about our special delivery.
So I want to know who sent this. That's the next question. So full disclosure, we had a meeting on Thursday, a company meeting, and our manager opened packages that the SimFam has sent to the DraftKings Boston office that had my name on it, but there was one that had, now it wasn't, the name on it was Brendan Glasheen and Adam Lamarca.
All right, nice.
So maybe it was meant for Koff, maybe it was meant for you, but seeing what was in the package, it was 2 sets of giraffe ears that you can wear on your head for DraftKings. So I'm excited.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna have a giraffe stream.
No, because one person said you sound like you say DraftKings. It's amazing. So yeah, we have giraffe ears in the Boston office at DraftKings. So I need to make sure I get my hands on those, and I'm not sending them to Kaufman. I'm sending them to you. This is meant for you.
Of course.
Yeah.
He's not the Giraffe King. We know who the real Giraffe King is at the DraftKings office.
Gordon Hewitt. That's right, buddy. Smash that like. Brian Anderson needs Slayton. LFG. Bill Hamilton thinks Kelsey's going to go off. There's Saquon in the passing game. Good to have you guys with us. Hey, how about I brought this up a little bit. We'll just get this out of the way as an icebreaker for this sim. How about Kenny Ducey's mother hopping on Twitter and going after Reed today? Oh, that was hysterical.
It was really great. And I'm never going to let him live that down, especially since my mom's not on Twitter. I don't have to worry about that. But, like, later in the day, Kenny tweeted at me, like, yo, Lamarca, check your Slack. And I said, normally I don't check Slack when I'm not working, but I'll do it for you, Kenny. I don't want any smoke from your moms.
That might be a first in my life. Someone I know has their mother go on Twitter and go after someone who's giving her kid a hard time.
I don't think he made her do it. I think she just saw it and chimed in, you
Sure
know?
about that?
I think so.
Okay.
Wow, Saquon making stuff happen out there.
Wait, first though, I had to confirm. Wait, is this actually his mom, or is this like a burner account? I couldn't believe it. So then Emerson does classic Emerson things and tweets at Kenny's mom and says, by the way, I Venmo'd your son a $20 Venmo request and he didn't pay me. I gotta find this exchange. It was too good. I read it like 10 times. I'm like, this can't be real.
It was a good one. And the best part now is Kenny's mom follows me on Twitter.
Wow. This world is wholesome now. This all started with a fellow named Reed Parker. Question at Twitter. This was last night. How does at Kenny Ducey, with Kenny not tagged, it was just an at sign, then Kenny space Ducey, have a blue check mark and Reed T. Fowler doesn't? Does his mom work at HO? CC Emerson Lancia. And then Kenny says maybe if Reed followed me, he'd find out why. And then, moments later, Carrie Ann Ducey, no blue check mark for the mom, says, "Hi, I'm Kenny Ducey's mom. How can I help you? Or more importantly, help Reed Fowler."
Right, tag the wrong Reed. Which I'm just noticing now.
Yes. So then Emerson says, "Carrie, your son owes me $20. I love him. We're like best friends, but can you help me there?" I mean, it was just, and then your response was great. Is there anything better than Twitter? It was amazing.
It was great. You know what? Shout out to Mrs. Ducey. Like, just for being tech savvy like that. My parents are scared to death of technology. My mom just signed up for Facebook like 3 months ago.
Like that is, I've never seen that. Just have your parent go on and troll whoever's giving you a hard time. It was phenomenal. But you might be right. She could have just come across it. "Hi, I'm Kenny Ducey's mom." That's like stuff you do in middle school. "Excuse me, I'm his father. I'm his mother." You cut that now. You cut that nonsense. So good. Producer Madison says, "I just went back and read through the tweets. That's A+ content. I wish we could show it on the stream. It was that hysterical."
Right, and she used GIFs.
Used GIFs too. Went
Madison
right at
says
Reed.
not many parents even know what GIFs are. It's a fair point, Madison.
If I was Reed, if I was in Reed's spot, Reed Fowler, I'd probably log off Twitter for a week. I don't know how I'd recover from that.
He caught a stray in a random thread from Kenny Ducey's mom.
Kenny Ducey's mom just body slammed you. Oh. Wow. Chicken Club, you're right. Mahomes, we have to call Patrick Mahomes, not Pat. Mom, speaking of moms getting upset, that's a great segue. Yes, Patrick Mahomes' mom calls out the announcers on Monday Night Football. We're not calling him Patrick. So good. I popped open the app this morning, like, whoa, timeout. This is Kenny's mother.
Yeah, seriously. Edward Pride says, "Thanks, Matt, for calling her Mrs. Ducey. Emerson has zero respect calling her Carrie." I agree with that. If it's somebody's mother or father, it's Mr./Mrs. Like, if I were to meet your mother, Brendan.
Kathy.
No, it's Mrs. Glasheen or
Okay.
Ms. Glasheen.
Okay.
I would not call her, what do you say, Kathy?
Kathy, yeah.
Yeah, I would not call her that.
Yeah, you're probably right. Emerson's a bad guy for that. I wish she said that to him. "Excuse me, it's Mrs. Ducey to you." Venmo me that. Oh, wow. Anyway. Hey, Graham Gano just kicked the field goal. Oh, fantastic. So what's up with you? You're really into Top Shot, I hear.
All Top Shot and trading cards at the moment. Tried to get in the pack drop today. Struck out again. I'm like 0 for the last 10 drops. I feel like it's not fair. I've turned so many people onto this product that now I can't get packs anymore. So it's rough out there. It's rough in the
movement. Yeah.
Kenny got a pack, though. That's why he hit me up on Twitter, because he wanted advice on what to do with the cards. So Kenny got a pack, but I can't get no pack.
Maybe you should ask Mrs. Ducey for help. Kenny, now you share with Matt, okay? But Mom, it's mine.
Yeah, I didn't even come close today. It was like the first 32,000, because it all gets randomized. Like everybody joins and then you get randomly assigned a number. And you needed to be in like the top 32, 35,000 today, and I was like 165,000.
Oh, wow.
Way out.
Daniel Jones, 7 of 9, 60 yards. First quarter's over. That went by fast. Mahomes, 1 for 3. Saquon, 4 for 23 on the ground. CEH, 2 for 4. And Barkley's got 5 grabs for 39 yards. Wow.
Yeah, big quarter for Saquon.
I feel good about the captain spot, but defense is playing well too, both sides. And also, having Jones. We've got Jim from our Game Ops team here with us. Producer Madison, Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Smash Lanta says you should read the Ducey's mom Twitter exchange in his Cookie Monster voice or the Elmo voice. I don't feel bad bringing this up because it is public consumption. Like, she put herself out there. I couldn't get over that. It was phenomenal.
Wow, it's just a damn cough, man. Says he got in and pulled a LaMelo. That is humongous. That is humongous. That card is going to go for thousands of dollars.
He's pretty legit, huh?
Yeah, and he's clearly very, very good, but it's also like his first rare card. So there's
Tyreek, sir.
He's his first rare card, and there's obviously a lot of hype with him, so people are going to be hungry for that card.
It's just a damn Kaufman ads. I might have to send you some royalties.
All good, man. No, you don't need to do that. I'm happy that people are enjoying their experience on the platform. I've had a ton of fun with it. So if you guys are having fun, and certainly getting packs is part of the fun, right? If you guys are enjoying it, then I'm glad that I have shared the information. I just don't want to catch any strays when, if it's like, oh, you told me to buy and then I bought and now I'm down and I can't pay. I'm not telling anybody to do anything. I'm just sharing the information. So I can't take any credit, but I also don't want any blame.
Hey, I hear you on that.
That's the official company policy here, Flashing. That's the LaMarcus stance right now.
Jeffrey says, let's get in some overreach Boston accents in tonight.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes. This guy used to be on the cover in 2020. Yeah.
I'm telling you, Belichick, he picked off that pass because he knew he was going to get Russell Wilson, kid. That's why they called that defense in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he
They're
totally.
playing checkers. He's playing chess, kid.
Yeah, his buddy Pete Carroll used to coach in New England. He totally knew what he was doing. Poor guy. Hey, there's Kelsey. Yeah, is he better than Gronk? No way, kid. No chance. Gronk outclassed him in the Super Bowl, head to head.
Bro, not to mention, Gronk will score 3 touchdowns, and then he's out on Bleecker Street I don't know, what's the big Boston street?
Yeah, he's at Boylston Street, kid.
Boylston,
Yeah. Yeah, Gronk's way more fun. Here's Butker. Great kicker. Nice form.
Still my all-time favorite Glash Boston was when when they had that one random kicker during the preseason.
Oh, Rawwasser.
Oh, Rawwasser, kid? You seen the leg on this guy, kid?
Yeah, Bill found him in the 5th round. Guy's a stud. He can even raw. When he goes and kicks the ball, he raws at the ball like a Rawwasser. Try finding one of those cards on Top Shot, dude. A Raw Wassa
Take
card?
it from 75, kid.
Yeah, NFL Top Shot. If you get a Raw Wassa card, you're gonna make millions, bro. Yeah, the kicker that they took in the 5th round, he didn't even make the team.
Right, they ended up cutting him.
The Blankenship made the team, and he was a stud. Blankenship was drafted after the Raw Wassa. Should have saved your money for a ship, kid.
By the way, NFL Top Shot is coming at some point.
I got Kelsey. I'm feeling good about my lineup. Let's go. 39th place. Yeah, deleg on these kids. Obi-Wan. Anakin Skywalker. That guy's coming for you, dude. Imagine Star Wars with Boston accents.
Anakin, I got the upper ground, kid.
Bro, Anakin. I'm not trying to join the Sith, bro. What are you talking about? I'm going to throw you in this lava, all right? You don't... Shut up. Oh, yeah, bro? I'll kill you. Yeah, okay, Anakin. You can barely see with all the smoke in your eye. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to have Skip Perkins today, Edward Pride. We had a new member of the Sim fam join us. His name's Skip Perkins. He's a 1914 beat reporter. And he talked like this the whole sim.
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am.
I'm on deadline. I'm on deadline. Wow. Nice catch. Wait a second. That was good. Sterling Shepard, I just laughed out loud at this comment from Peace of Mind. Anakin, get in the car! Anakin, get in the hoverboard. Where's R2? It'd be R2, AH2. Not OR2. Where's R2? Yeah, I'll give you R2. Yeah, where's Darth Maul?
Yeah, I heard about Darth Maul.
Yeah, Darth. Wait, who's the other bad
what
guy?
What kind of man paints his face red, kid? Unless he's at a Pats game.
Yeah, ooh, Darth, you really got me there. Yeah, Lord Sidious. Count Dooku. Yeah, okay, count. Yeah, count to 3, you're dead.
Hey, count the number of Pat's rings, kid. How about that?
General Gravis. That guy has like 7 arms. Holy crap, dude. He could hold like 7 Dunkin' coffees if we made a big order. General Grievous. Would have loved that guy at the party.
Sterling Shepard with another big catch.
Big time. Peace of mind. That was great. Anakin, get in the car. Oh, man. You guys are great. Thank you for being here. We're in the second quarter. Kelsey has a touchdown. It's 1st and goal from the 4 for the Giants.
Obi-Wan saying he doesn't paint his face. It's a birthmark. See, I'm not a Star Wars guy, to be honest.
Oh, man. Penny, fullback. Easy. Easy. Have you enjoyed? Did you do anything DFS wise with the NBA All-Star game tonight?
I didn't play. I did write up some content, and a lot of my picks are doing well. I had Curry as my MVP, and I had Giannis obviously as like those were like the 2 guys that I wanted that I suggested paying up for. and they have obviously gotten off to pretty big starts. So
Curry was great. Curry had 22 in the first half.
he put on a show. He shot one from like basically from half court.
I did an NBA betting preview tonight on the old TikTok machine as Barkley scores. I mentioned Steph. His points 18 and a half. That already hits. So that was good stuff. Barkley, meanwhile, scoring the touchdown. Bam! Feeling good about this Chiefs stack Barkley captain strategy.
Yeah, that was a walk-in for Barkley, literally.
Edward Pride, Chewbacca, your freaking hair! Like, do something with that hair, dude.
Cut your nails, Chewbacca.
Oh my God, Chewbacca! I'm gonna get a lawnmower for you. Jeez. Big Kev, Luke, I'm your father. I'm telling you, maybe we should produce a Star Wars remake in Boston Excellence, Star Wars.
Can one of the producers hook us up with the Madden After Dark schedule for tomorrow? Who is Mr. Glasheen with?
I think I'm with Brandon Cristal.
So Brendan and Brandon.
Yeah, we were together at 8. No, tomorrow I'm with Tommy Freeze Pops.
Tom Ace.
Yeah, who loves you, by the way. When we had our company meeting last week and you were there.
Yeah.
You made his first impression of you was you in the dark during the meeting, and he loved it. He's like, I think I would love working with this guy. I'm like, I think you two would get along really well.
I completely agree. He followed me on Twitter, so I followed back, and I've been, I took a little peek around the streets, and he seems 100% like my type of dude.
Oh, you guys, it's kind of frightening what you two could be like on a stream together. So, yeah, you have that going for you. Freeze Pops loves you already. Yeah, Kyle, that's the deal. That's the deal for tomorrow. Now I'll be with Christian at 2. Lamaka comes back on Thursday. After tonight, of course. All right, Mahomes, what do you got? Yeah, there's the cheetah.
Yeah, I did my hours all by myself this week. Madison slacked me and said she was so proud of me. I said, yeah, I'm a big boy now.
Daryl Cunningham, wow, you guys get paid for this. And OMFG talk about football. Well, you want to talk about Chase Daniel potentially being moved and who you could back up for, LaMarca? Any thoughts on destinations for Chase Daniel?
No. Literally don't care about Chase Daniel. Chase Daniel has not been good when given a chance recently. I don't know how he's developed this reputation as being one of the best backup quarterbacks in football. So, yeah, I don't see it. The more important one, as we get a long Tyreek over the top for a touchdown.
58-yard score.
I think the more important one is that the new report is Ryan Fitzpatrick might be hanging it up.
Ooh.
He's somebody that, maybe not as you want as a full-time starter next year, but if you, draft a quarterback, similar to, what the Dolphins did this year, I think that's the perfect way to use Fitzpatrick at this point. And there are reportedly teams that are interested in him, but the latest report is that he is leaning towards retirement.
I'm seeing also from Michael Silver, who covers the NFL at Sports Illustrated. This was 3 hours ago, tonight. Multiple teams have called the Eagles about the possibility of trading for Zach Ertz, and a deal could happen in the coming days.
Cool. Ertz seemed like he fell off a cliff big time last year. I wouldn't want him. I don't know what his contract is. Let's take a peek.
there's a lot of criticism, like, because before this past season, isn't it fair to say, like, he's top 3 tight end? Kittle, Kelsey, Ertz, whatever order you put him in. Probably Kelsey 1, Kelsey, Kittle 1A, 1B. And then Ertz was, like, kind of that guy. That's the hype. But anytime he caught a ball this past year, injuries, of course, caught up too, but he doesn't do much after the catch. Just catch the ball and he go down.
Yeah, and his contract, it looks like it's just 1 year remaining, but it's a $12.5 million cap hit, roughly, with the signing bonus included. So, I don't know. Not looking like a guy that I would want on my roster.
True. All right, man. Jordan, Lindenbaum, just leave Kyle be. All right.
Yeah, be nice, Jordan.
You know, he's just this is his way of doing it. You know, and this is fine. All right, it's fine. Saquon Barkley, he's fine too. 6 catches. What a start! What a start to Madden After Dark. We went into the grand entrance was fantastic. Star Wars Boston version. Now we're talking football. Kenny Ducey's mother.
The highlight for me.
I just say, Kenny, I can't wait. I want to tune in the next time Kenny's on. I want to hear more about this. This could be. Talk about a guest commentator. We should get Ducey and his mom to call Sim.
I don't know if the internet could handle that.
Yeah, maybe not. We have about 430 people watching Madden After Dark on a Sunday night. We are 3 weeks away. 3 weeks from hitting the anniversary. 1 year anniversary of Sims. Wow. Saquon, another catch. Ooh. Shaved off a defender in the red zone. Wow. How am I in 150? Oh, I don't have Tyreek Hill, that's why. It's too bad. Who's the best backup quarterback of all time? Kareem says John Kitna. Good one.
That is a good one.
Does Alex Smith count? No, he's been a starter. That doesn't count.
Yeah, he's been a starter for most of his career.
Yeah. Yeah, what am I saying? Yeah, he really hasn't been a backup. What am I saying? Who's been the best backup quarterback of all time? If this backup has started, not a lot, but a decent amount, but they've been a backup primarily, does that count? I can't even think of someone. Drew Bledsoe doesn't count.
No. How about Josh McCown?
Ooh, I like that one. That's fair. It's a good one. Ooh, Jeff Garcia, says Garrett.
Yeah, again, I think of him as a starter from the 49ers days. That's going to be real close to a touchdown. That's prime Saquon Barkley territory.
Yeah. Like, I don't think Nick Foles counts, Tynan. I don't know if that counts. Does Foles count? Foles won a Super Bowl. This is as the starter.
I think Foles counts. He's just not good.
Yeah. Saquon.
Oh, buried. Yeah. They're going to have to use that last time out here.
Don't just settle for 3. Frank Reich.
Well, Reich was the Bills' backup quarterback, right? Who engineered that incredible comeback.
Yep.
And he also had like a historic comeback, I believe, when he was in college. Let me pull this up.
You know, I guess the more I think about Foles, though, second and goal. Wow, way to throw it away, Daniel Jones. I mean, to be fair, it's not like Nick Foles earned his way into the lineup to win that Super Bowl. Like, he did his job as a backup. He stepped in for a guy that got hurt. So I guess that counts because he's doing what he's supposed to. He came in and he won. He was fantastic.
Bill Hamilton, I will read this right when Lamarca reveals his information, his studying. Daniel Jones. Oh, get in, man.
This is, he took over against Miami, down 31-0 at halftime. At the start of the third quarter, they outscored them with Reich at quarterback 42-9 in the second half, won the game 42-40. And then he had that famous comeback during the regular season. Final game of the regular season. No. Sorry. That was when Jim Kelly got hurt. And then Reich started the wild card game the following week. They were down 35-3 and won the game. Unbelievable stuff.
Bill Hamilton says, Glash, did you hear that Tommy Freespop's dad taught him and his siblings how to ride a bicycle by pushing them down a hill? I can see Freespop being like, what the hell, Dad? Like, what the hell? Poor guy. He's probably got all bruised up as like a 9-year-old. But Dad!
Oh no, not this voice again.
Oh, you've heard that? Were you looking around to see if anyone's watching?
I'm just peeking at the All-Star game from time to time.
You're giving that look like, oh, he's doing it again. Take cover. Beat on walk. Well, no, I mean, Foles was not a Pro Bowler with the Eagles.
Did I not say the Oilers, guys? Yes, the comeback was against the Oilers.
Oh no, I think he might have been talking about. No. He was with the Oilers. Yeah. Beat on walk mentions Oilers. Okay, I just saw the next comment. There we go. How did we get on this subject? Oh, it's Chase Daniels, right? Did you ever figure out what the Ertz contract was?
Yeah, it's like $12 million for next year, $12.5 million, something like that.
Ew. Could be worth it though, right? Maybe.
Yeah, I guess.
Could have a bounce back year. But like, could he go to an elite team with that kind of money, right? Like what team wants to commit $12 million to him if they've got a loaded roster elsewhere?
Yeah, very fair point. It would have to be a team with like a rookie quarterback.
A team that needs a tight end and is willing to roll the dice.
The Jets will trade for him. Miami was the college game, guys. He came back against the Miami Hurricanes in college. The pro game was against the Houston Oilers. So Saquon Barkley, huge first half. He might be pacing for the double-double, kid. Going for the 100 rushing yards and the 100 receiving yard bonus. He's got a chance at it. And the Giants are keeping this game competitive. Jordan Lindenbaum says Tyreek has 25 points already. Sneaky 25 because he had that long touchdown. We're getting ready here for the start of the third quarter.
Got the lights out, Lamarca.
And Glash has got the disco ball going.
Yeah.
Jared Marquardt says, how about a shout-out tied for first in your free roll, tied for 16th in the large free roll? We'll give you the shout-out for now. But in the future, we don't celebrate at halftime, Jared. We celebrate when the whistle is final.
000 on the clock.
That's right, baby.
Roland Catet is also in the first place tie. Scott, Viper, Stud. We have a 6-way tie for first in our free roll. Wow. Crazy. We'll look at the larger free showdown between New England and the Giants. Kansas City and the Giants. D Smart 44, first place right now in the $250 free contest, 11,045 entries. Hill and the captain, Mahomes, Barkley, Kelsey. Oh, never mind. D Smart dropped off. And look at this! Oh, this green grass for Sammy Watkins. 70
There was
yards.
nobody within like 40 yards of him.
Wow.
Big time blown coverage.
That just happened. Lisa Robinson, I have a blanket on my legs because I have shorts on.
I also have a blanket. We're the Blanket Brothers today.
Yeah. It really is a phenomenal.
Blanket Brothers, great for Madden Sims. Terrible name for a wrestling tag team. What are you going to do when the Blanket Brothers come for you?
To clean that blanket. I'm going to squash you.
We bring our blankets to the rim because it's bedtime for our opponents.
I got nothing. That's good. What you gonna do when it's bedtime for you? Wow. Pretty good. Wait, have you actually heard someone suggest Blanket Brothers as a wrestling?
No,
event?
that was just kind of what came to my mind when I said it. I was like,
Oh, that's very good.
Blanket Brothers. That's like a wrestling tag team.
Rossi's fat cat Glash beat up Santa and stole his blanket. What? Jared says, Lamarca, you're definitely in my top 2 Jets fans.
Oh, wonderful. Is Deucey the other one?
Yeah, who's the other?
Producer Drew says, Devon, get the blankets. Does not have the same kind of ring to it.
The Blanket Brothers. The Blanket Bros. Evan Engram, first down. Wow. Yeah, Tom says he came out with that with gold. Yep. You can call your finishing move, Brother Phil, the final cuddle.
Rossi's fat cat probably loves a nice blanket.
Bill
You know,
Hamilton.
you curl up on it.
Bill Hamilton. We're just not a blanket. We are a weighted blanket, and we will heat you up. Wow, we could market our own wrestling tandem.
Vince McMahon, if you're out there listening, Blanket Brothers is available for trademark.
Not available on NBA Top Shot. Top Shot. Wow. Banded Caterpie says, what the hell happened? I clicked away for a couple of minutes. My finishing move would be the subject, the opponent to Ducey for a few seconds. Careful. Careful. Don't want to upset Mama Bear.
Oh, we got a fumble.
Picked up by the Chiefs.
And I think that was a legitimate fumble.
Yep. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. Ball's out. Maybe not. It's close. I think it was out. Yeah, it was out. Clash holds up the blanket. Lamarca runs through it like a bull delivering opponent a choke slam.
And you got a spear. You spear through the blanket. That's not bad, actually.
Random thoughts just taking over. It's too good. It's too good. Oh, the NBA All-Star Game fourth quarter is commercial free.
Fonzo says the Dutch oven is the finishing. Oh man.
Trying to think of some more.
I'm tapped out. I came up with the blanket bros. That's
Yeah.
it. You guys have taken it from there. I'm just enjoying the ride.
Enough of your crap! It's time for a nap! All right, I got nothing else. Play action for Mahomes midway through the third. Bonzo, that was pretty good. Pretty good. Hit that like button, everybody. Good to have you guys with us for Madden After Dark on a Sunday night. Producer Madison with us. Jim is updating scores. Good energy in the sim. It's good energy here in the sim.
Rossi's Fat Cat says Rossi would be a blanket, bro. I could totally see that.
Oh, Rossi and our buddy Billy, babysitter Billy, they love their wrestling, their pro wrestling.
Yeah, I was aware of that.
Okay.
I was into it back in the day, for sure. My era was like the Dudley Boys. I was basically like the Rock and Stone Cold era, WWE.
Yeah. Brother Phil, the bedwetter. Don't spit out your water.
I almost just did a spit take.
Lamarco was just taking a big chug of his water and almost spit it out.
That's the Blanket Brothers' biggest arch rival, the bedwetter.
Yes, we get paid to do this. Yeah, sip your water now before someone else comes up with something.
Yeah, that wrestling voice really takes it out of you. A little scratchy.
Yeah. Tyreek Hill just caught another touchdown. Mahomes has tossed 4 touchdowns, 1 to Kelsey, 1 to Watkins, and 2 to Tyreek Hill. Killa, you should be happy because you're going to see it very, very soon. A touchdown for Tyreek Hill in your life. Well, yeah, Team LeBron is going to probably win this thing. They're up by 20. Man. They only need to score 17 more points. Held the flying elbow off the top bunk. He used bunk beds as a prop at an event. Wow.
Off the top bunk. That's pretty good.
Rossi could be a blanket brother. He already has a sippy cup. Oh, you guys, man, this is too much. It's a good time. You might lose me here in a second. Beat on walk. The Swaddle Slam!
We got beatings of all size lined up for you. Single beatings, twin beatings, queen size and king size.
Sterling Shepard makes another catch. Yeah, Robbie, good one, pal. The bunk bed backbreaker. The bedwetter makes me think, this is the water bed. We'll drown you in the bed with the blanket. Steven, great question. What is the finishing move for the bedwetters? Okay. Anyway.
Saquon with some tough running.
Yeah, who do you guys need? That's our segue. Who do you guys need in your lineup? 1:20 left in the third. Oh, see ya! Go! Go! Extra speed, ludicrous speed! Nice run. Yeah, Joe George, man. The finisher is the sleeper hold. Ooh, the futon fold. I like that. Comfy. Here comes the fold by the futon. Saquon 7 yards from the rushing bonus, but not coming now. Darius Slayton touchdown.
Ooh, easy.
Way too easy. He was wide open.
And this game is not over.
No finishing move just yet. CJ71, Glash has the giggles again. Oh boy. I will not hide from the giggles. It's been a while since I've had an eruption of giggles on the stream. All right with it.
DraftKings was a giggler.
Giraffe Kings night, the night of the Super Bowl, that was good. That was fun. Steph is just feeling it, man. Wow. I think he's going to win MVP. You think give it to Giannis or Steph?
I mean, again, I haven't really watched the second half, but from what I saw, it would be Steph. He's making it look too easy with some of these bombs that he's hitting.
Also, I just looked. Giannis has not missed a shot. He's 16 and 16.
Yeah, the first half, he literally had like all dunks and then a banked in 3.
Wow. Steph has made 8 threes. Jaylen Brown, 22 off the bench. That's pretty good.
Yeah, him and Tatum kind of went at it for a little bit in the first half. That was cool.
Oh, yeah. Tatum had 21. Did they actually go? Did they guard each other?
Yeah, that's a nice wrinkle of doing the draft. Like, you get some teammate on teammate crime.
I know. I wish Durant didn't pick Kyrie and Harden. That would have been cool to see them face each other. But, you know.
Diving catch.
Our health says the double bonus coming for Barkley. Yeah, probably.
At one point in the first half, Harden got matched up against Chris Paul, and you could see he was like, "Oh, I'm going to torch this guy."
And did he?
Yep, he did.
Nice. We had a flag on the play. And Marv Albert is on the call for this all-star game in Atlanta. Surprised they have him do it still.
Yeah. When I heard Reggie, or not Reggie.
Chris Webber
and
my partner.
I don't remember who the other player was, but I was like, man, this is a terrible booth.
Oh, Reggie Miller's here tonight, so. Let's look at the stats from the first 3 quarters in this sim between the Kansas City Chiefs and New York Giants. Patrick Mahomes, 278 yards passing. Saquon Barkley, 93 yards on the ground and a touchdown. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, still shy of 15 rushing yards. And there's Barkley, 8 for 88 in the air. Tyreek Hill, 6 for 136 and 2 touchdowns. Sammy Watkins for 3 receptions in the 30s and a touchdown. And Darius Slayton delivers a facial on the secondary of Kansas City for a touchdown. And Kelsey has a score as well as we make the turn for the fourth quarter. Chiefs leading the Giants 28-20.
Oh, my God.
What happened? What did I call?
Lillard just hit a three from half court to end the game.
Damian Lillard from downtown.
Let me tell you something, Marv. You can't teach range like that.
Oh, Lillard for the ball game. I want to see this. Damian Lillard.
And he has alerted us all that it is, in fact,
Dame time. For our entire crew, Chris Webber, Reggie Miller, Allie LaForce, I'm Marv Albert saying so long from Atlanta. The Team LeBron defeats Team Durant in the 2021 NBA All-Star Game. Catch you next Thursday, wherever I'm broadcasting the game.
Thanks, Marv.
Hey,
Let's send it
Marv,
back
thanks
to
for
Ernie
stuff.
and the guys.
Ernie Johnston, Shaq, Kenny, Dwayne Wade. Shaq, what'd you think of the performance by Team LeBron?
The big men got to step up. Not enough guys in the league these days want to play with their backs against the basket. In my day, Chuck, you know this, we used to play from the inside out. Now we got guys shooting it from 45 feet. I would average 97 a game against this competition.
Oh my God, that was good. But Shaq. The game has changed.
You ain't got no All-Star games, Kenny. Don't be talking to me about the All-Star game. It's like Chuck trying to tell me about my championship rings.
That was good. We need a buzzword. That was Shaq. That was his Shaq. We need a buzzword, everybody. Who wants to do a buzzword? We got to think of something.
Oh, we got a pick.
Oh, pick! Mahomes. A rare mishap.
Blake Martinez.
Is bedwetter inappropriate? I'm asking my producer. The fact that I have to ask probably means, oh no, okay.
Well, let's be fair. It was ... No? Question mark?
Oh, no, meaning no, it's not appropriate.
Beat on Walk says I sound more like Mark Jackson. No, young man. This is Mark Jackson. Hand down, man down.
Mama, there goes that man. All right, here we go. Buzzword, bedwetter. 3, 2, 1, go. Bedwetter. Bedwetter.
Bedwetter.
Bedwetter. Bedwetter. Bedwetter. Bedwetter. Bedwetter. Bedwetter. Bedwetter.
Wetter.
Bedwetter. Bedwetter.
Bedwetter.
Bedwetter. Yeah, you bedwetter. Bedwetter. Betwetter. You betwetter. 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 What? Yeah. Oops. I wet my bed on a betwetter. 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 Bedwetter. 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 Bedwetter.
End time.
Bedwetter. All right.
End time.
Mike Avery, nice job on the accent. Blanket Bros probably would have been good too. Bad weather. That's pretty good. That was a good Shaq. It was pretty good. Producer Madison says the buzzword minute is longer than the treadmill minute. 1,000%. I
Not
totally
possible.
agree. Oh, you disagree?
No, nothing's longer than treadmill time.
I know, I'm kind of a nut in terms of the treadmill. I use the treadmill a lot, and It doesn't bother me. I'll run 40 minutes on the thing. It doesn't bother me. I like that more than going outside. I don't know why. I know, like, okay, get on, get my time done, boom, done.
Do you have a trick? Do you put like a towel over the thing or something?
No, I used to, but whoa, nicely done.
Get off me, little boy.
Golden Tate. Saint Golden Tate, who is a free agent, by the way.
Yes, sir.
Who's going to scoop him up?
A lot of receivers out there.
No, I mean, I used to do that towel thing, but now it just becomes a point where I know, because sometimes I'll do sprints, but more so I just do a couple miles, and I kind of know by like X minute mark, I know where I'm at. Like at this point, I've got so much of a feel for it that I don't really.
That's fair.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, all right, I still know, even though I cover. I guess I could cover the towel. I'm not thinking about it. 2-point conversion, and we're tied at 28. Wow, what a sim to wrap up this Sunday. Sterling Shepard. Wow.
Oh, boy.
What?
I saw somebody say, it was Bonzo, said, LOL at the name of Emerson's Nooner contest. So I just went and checked it out.
Wait, hold on. Don't tell me. I want to see it.
Yeah, I'm not.
Is it? Oh, God. Is he in the chat now? Oh, we got in the chat. Hey, guys, make sure. Oh no. I don't know. I don't know if I want to read that.
Oh, it's Emerson in the Twitch chat.
Oh, he's on Twitch. Hey guys, make sure you want to join the Lazio Kenny's mom wants me contest at noon tomorrow. We have a lot to discuss. I'm going to bed. Love y'all. Make sure you
my goodness.
Make sure you get nice and comfy in that bottom bunk, Emerson, or the top bunk. Good God. Who's he working with tomorrow? Don't even tell me it's Kenny. Don't tell me it's Kenny.
It's not. Oh. Kenny is on tomorrow, though, with Rossi at 6 o'clock.
Ooh. Oh, it's Emerson and Christian. Wow. Wow. What the heck, man? What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
I don't know. Wherever the line is, Emerson's close to it right now. I'm not sure which side of that line he's on, but he is close to it somewhere.
I don't know what to say. Mahomes, look at that arm. Oh, going for it all on first down.
Addison says Emerson and Kenny are together next Sunday at noon. Must-see appointment television.
Yeah, that's going to be good. I would love if Kenny could get on with Reed. 3-man booth, that one. Yeah, wow. Then again, as I mentioned, his mother did put herself out there, so I don't know. In terms of defending Kenny. So this is Twitter. It's all about Twitter. It's great. 28-28.
I'm staying silent.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Giannis MVP.
Giannis MVP.
You kind of have to give it to him, right?
Curry was robbed, kid.
I don't know about that. You didn't miss a shot.
That is pretty impressive.
16. I mean, normally in an All-Star game, you chuck 30 shots and make 10. He made every shot he took, and he scored 35 points. Team LeBron was
including 3 threes. Wow, good for Giannis.
They were stacked, man. I was like, there's no way they're losing that game.
I feel pretty good about my DFS process. Again, I didn't play, but I said LeBron was going to take it easy. He only ended up playing 13 minutes. Chris Paul was a miss. That guy just keeps going. He just keeps playing. Like, I thought he would kind of take it easy as well, but he did not.
He had 16 assists. Wow. Yeah, but you know something with Chris Paul? The only exception to this is LeBron. But Chris Paul's got to be thinking, I don't know how many times I'll be back here.
Fair.
And I don't mean that as a disrespect to Chris Paul. I mean it more so because he can't rely on fan vote. He actually has to be good to make the All-Star game.
Yeah, true point.
Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, Carmelo was Carmelo was good enough to get fan votes, but Carmelo doesn't belong in the same sentences like LeBron. But like Steph Curry will always make it. LeBron will always make it. LeBron will be in it every year until he's done.
Yeah.
You know, no matter what. I don't know if Chris Paul's that popular. He might be. Am I wrong?
Nah, I don't think he's in the same tier of those other guys. Let's check out the fan voting for this year.
I'm just talking popularity. Like, I'm not saying that's fair. But Chris Paul's got to be thinking like, hey, I might not be back in an All-Star game, so he'll give it everything he's got. We're talking All-Star game. We're not talking all-time greats here. I think Chris Paul's really good. He has not won a championship. I think he's done an amazing job. He was great with the Thunder, great with the Suns this year. He looks good when he goes from place to place. Say what you want about the guy if
every team he joins gets better.
Yeah, say what you want about how it didn't work with him and Harden, but I don't know. Chris Paul kind of, outside of not winning a title, which is important, we do talk about that quite a bit, he kind of walks the walk, you know?
But to your point, he was only 7th in voting among Western Conference guards. He was like 175K behind Ja Morant, who, no disrespect to Ja, he's a very promising young player.
Yeah.
He is not Chris Paul at this point in his career.
Yeah, Chef Duke, same. Durant's got enough popularity across the country and in the world. He'll make the All-Star game. I don't know if Chris Paul has that, so he actually has to keep being good. He's not just recognizable enough to get in because he's Chris Paul. The only guys that have that are LeBron. Right now in the league, I think the guys that have that are LeBron, probably Durant, which I didn't even realize Durant wasn't playing until like the other day. I'm like, wait a second, so you get to draft the team, he's not playing? That's kind of silly.
That is pretty funny because he drafted all of his teammates and then didn't.
It's kind of. Well, I figured he was playing because he did the draft, and then I heard he wasn't playing.
It would have been a little sketch for him to play after missing like 7-8 straight games for the Nets to end the first half of the season.
Yeah.
That would have been a little bit of a slime move to then suit up in the All-Star game.
Yep. Oh, no. That's true. You're right. I give him credit for that, actually.
Yeah. That's
a good point. We see it all the time. Kyrie. Kemba Walker played in the game last year, and that actually did the Celtics in. That's why people were here in Boston were not happy. What are you doing? Just score! Oh, my goodness.
They got the timeouts left.
DEH. Yeah, I know. I guess they just don't want to give the Giants time to score. Folks in Boston were not happy with how Jaylen Brown wanted to play in the game. He's from Atlanta. He's 24 years old. If he's as good as he says he is, he's going to get back in the game. So, I don't know. These guys love playing in that All-Star game. I don't know what it is. So, but, and there's CEH, bam. So there's still time for the Giants.
Sniper.
Giants, how many timeouts do Giants have left? None.
They've got 19 seconds with 0 timeouts.
None. Yeah, Tony says in the chat, they should have let him score. You're right. They should have just let him walk in, but I don't think CEH was trying to score until then. Yeah, I'm not surprised that LeBron picked a squad. That was a loaded team. His first 2 picks were Giannis and Steph.
Yep.
And he got Dame.
And then Jokic and Doncic. It's unreal.
Loaded.
He's now 4-0 as team captain with Curry, Durant, and Giannis a combined 0-4.
Wow. Didn't
So-
LeBron, wasn't Durant on LeBron's team last year?
Durant didn't play last year.
I thought no, right. He was out for the season hurt. That's right. Maybe the year before that, because it was LeBron and Team Giannis.
I believe that is correct.
Yeah. Yeah. What was I going to say? I was going to say
Right. In 2018, it was LeBron, Durant, Westbrook, Kyrie, and AD were the starters against Harden, DeRozan, Curry, Giannis, and Embiid.
LeBron had Simmons, and for this year I'm talking. So Simmons was, of course, out with the contact tracing. Embiid
Correct.
was missing from Team Durant. So
yes.
Okay. Man. You go down the list of who LeBron had. You're like, what was Durant doing? Like,
Well, he had to take Kyrie with his first pick for political reasons. And then in the reserve round, he had to take James Harden first.
Right. So the question is,
That's caught, but it's not going to matter.
Evan Ingram. Wow, to the 30. Those are some garbage points. Yeah, you know something too, though. I mean, here's where the criticism should be in. Well, he didn't know this would happen, but Durant's second pick in the first round was Embiid.
Yeah.
So his first two picks were Kyrie and Embiid, and your second pick didn't play.
Yeah, and no disrespect to Joel Embiid, he's probably the league MVP at this point in the season, but that's not the kind of guy that you want necessarily for an exhibition format. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to feed Embiid in the low post and let him go to work? That's not how these games are played.
Keep in mind, while he wasn't coaching his team, or maybe he was, I don't know if Doc would have been his coach, but you got Doc there. He's like, he ain't playing much. You know, it's 15 minutes.
Fair.
That's it.
Fair
you know,
point.
we're trying to win here. I was hired here to bring you guys, get you guys into the conference finals or something. Yeah, you're not playing that much.
So that last pass put Daniel Jones in the bonus.
There you go.
Saquon did not get the rushing bonus, unfortunately.
Crazy. And he had 121 receiving.
Yeah, that'll work.
Hill had 7 for 140. Ingram 5 for 81. So that last catch gave him a good day. Watkins 4 for 89 and a touchdown. Kelsey 4 for 39. Touchdown. Golden Tate 3 for 33. Touchdown. That was the last time we were together that happened.
Yes.
Shepard 3 for 72. Slayton had a touchdown, 2 for 32. Who do you like for MVP? Saquon? Tyreek?
I'm going to give it to Tyreek.
He's a little cheaper.
And his team won. That's the tiebreaker for me. His team won. If Saquon got the double bonus, I would have had to give it to him even in the loss. But I will take the winning player when it's close.
That was a good sim. That was a great time. Good game.
Yeah.
We dove into a lot in that
a lot of stuff.
Hour and 15 minutes. A lot.
Let me tell you, Sim fam. You don't want to mess with the blanket boys.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
When you come for us, it's nighttime.
Now you see me? Now you don't. Shake and bake. Thank you all so much for tuning in and hanging out. The winner in our free roll titled DraftKings gear, which the minute I get my hands on the DraftKings ears, I will mail it to you.
Yes, let's do it.
So I got to make that happen. I got to go to the office at some point. I'm not sure what it's like still, like how to get into the office. Are they letting people in? I have no clue. But that's on the list of things to do. Did Nick Foles make the Pro Bowl in 2014?
Who cares?
Who cares? He's probably a replacement anyway for Carson Wentz.
I think Trubisky made a Pro Bowl. That's all you need to know.
Yeah. Exactly. But whatever. Thanks for pointing it out. It's fair. It's fact. It's fact. You're pointing it out. Cuss Dig came in first place. Hill in the captain spot, Mahomes, Barkley, Watkins, Slayton, and Ricky Seals-Jones. Ricky Seals-Jones, 2 for 22. And in the larger free showdown, 11,045 entries, a 5-way tie for first. Hill was captained. This is the lineup. Wow. Mahomes, Barkley, Jones, and then Graham Gano and Elijah Penny.
Wow. So just the punt play. You go with the super cheap guy, let you get all the studs in.
Ray in the chat says, I got $1,000. $1K for me in the paid contest.
Hey, congrats, Ray.
It's awesome. Sean Williams, put some respect to my name. Good job, Sean. I don't know where you finished, but I'll take your word for it that you did well. All right, let's get out of here. Here's the schedule for tomorrow. Oh, Kevin's in the YouTube chat says, wow, that last throw just got me first place. There you go, Kevin. Kevin, Sean, nice work.
Well done, boys.
Oh, I see. Sean Williams is Cuss Dig. Got it. I follow now. That's Sean Williams. Sean, congrats. Nice work. Wurge came in second. 2-way tie for third. Jay Stever came in fifth. Jordan, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, here is the schedule for tomorrow. So we'll start the day at noon. As we found out, there is a contest in the DK SimFam Friends League right now titled Lazia Kenny's Mom Wants Me contest at noon. You'll have Emerson and Christian to start what should be a very interesting start to the day on the DraftKings Dream stream. I have a feeling, we don't, again, a lot of this stuff that comes up is not rehearsed. This is something that is building, and I have a feeling could last the whole week. This is going to be monitored throughout the course of the week. It could also very well end by like 12:15 tomorrow. Something tells me that. But who knows? That's why you play the Sims, right? That's why you play the games.
That's why they play the games.
That's why they play the games. You play to win the game, and you play. You play and you sim to figure out if all hell's gonna break loose. So tune in for that one. I'll come in at 2, hopefully not earlier. Chargers at Bears. I'll be with Christian, so Emerson will go or get suspended. 4 o'clock, Washington at the Cowboys. Rossi and Zach Thompson. 6 o'clock, Bengals at Titans. Circle this one. Rossi and Kenny Ducey. We hear from Ducey for the first time since this. 8 o'clock, Kaufman is here with Tom Carroll, Freeze Pops. Jaguars at Falcons, and then I'll come back for Bills at Niners. 10 Eastern, Madden After Dark. Me and Freeze Pops to wrap up the day. So, terrific. Robbie Noble says goodnight to producer Madison. Thank you, Robbie. Also, our technical director, Andrew. Wow, Lamarca, what a night.
Oh, what a night. Oh, what a night. Yeah.
All right, buddy. I'll see you Thursday. You're back in the Sims on Thursday.
Yeah.
Be good. Good luck with Top Shot. I'll be in touch.
Thank you.
When the NBA second half continues, and we'll continue to strive and be better as people
every day.
Okay, good stuff, everybody. Good night. See you tomorrow at noon, and strap on in. Should be good. Good night.